Hello, everyone. Welcome. And I just found out that we're starting half an hour early, so I rushed a little bit to get stream started. Unfortunately, that means I haven't been able to fill out my bracket yet, but I think we should head into the match. I don't know if Craig's planning to join us. And which match should we follow at the start of the day? Fleischer against Rippey, Hans McAllister, Goodman Hell. We just watched Goodman's match last night, so maybe we'll head to one of the other ones. Hey, Faster Wyverns, good morning. Let's start out... here. And we'll definitely go to the non-sponsored table in the matchup. Obviously, Team Hans, four-handed, coming off a win in the Solway knockouts when they were playing on Team Shori. We will... One second. Okay, it was just the dog upstairs that was making a loud racket. I heard someone like crying, and so I had to go check it out. Anyway, I'm back. So getting started. Hey, Dave Bico, good morning. Yeah, Fleischer will be an interesting matchup. Maybe we'll check them out in the second segment. Hopefully we don't have any debacle. As we did yesterday, I did make a post on Bridge Winners just before starting the stream. So we'll see if my Bridge Winners account gets suspended or not. I guess we have that to look forward to during the break. But a couple of things that I'm going to need to do. I will need to do a bracket on the side. So maybe I'll fill that out while we're checking out the first couple of boards. Oh my God, this dog is going nuts. Okay, so first hand, South, of course, understands that you shouldn't compete for part scores at imps and passes out two heart. Oh, wait, South balanced. So North-South have ended up in 3 diamonds. And how does that contract look? There are, I guess, a couple of diamonds, 3 clubs to lose. Although maybe Declare can avoid a club loser by leading a heart up towards the queen early enough with West not having an entry. So it's definitely possible that the Declare can get away with making this contract, losing just 2 diamonds and 2 clubs. A lot of work to be done still, but it's very possible. And in the meantime, I mean, I guess with no entry to the West hand, 2 hearts was not going to play all that well either. But very possible it could have made. So this might be the winning decision here for Hans and Hung competing for the part score. Could easily see them step out to a bit of a lead at the start of play. Just kidding. The other table went down 2 in 3 diamonds. Okay, right. We do want to pull up the other table, but I also need to... I need to fill out my bracket. So I'm going to do that quickly on the side. I will pull it up so that people can follow along. Let's see. Let's first go ahead and pull this up. Head over to Bridge Winners. Let's create my fantasy bracket. Great. So while we watch Declare play through the hand, does elect to win the King of Spades in hand and lead a heart up, and this looks like a really strong start for Declare. Now, in terms of making 3 diamonds from here, I mean, I guess there really isn't much to do. Declare just needs to get to that ace of hearts to pitch their club loser. So even a line of play like ace of diamonds, ace of spades, spade ruff is going to be good enough. And I think that's a very sensible thing for Hung to try here. But we'll see what he ends up doing. Okay. Fleischer, probably going to pick them. So and Ivaturi, 2 big upsets yesterday over some of the top seeds. So this is going to be a battle among the Cinderella teams. I am going to go with some of my old teammates. We'll pick Ivaturi here for that match. Hammond ends up fighting through 4-way yesterday. Lol. Hard to bet against Zia. I think we gotta go with Lol there. Shori and Goldberg. You all know who I'm picking. Team Shori all the way. Rosenthal, Vedanta. Toledano and Zamir on this team. I might have to give a bit of a hand to them. I mean, it's hard to go against Brogland and Bakke, but Rosenthal does traditionally underperform in some of these major events given their seeding. I'll take them for 1 round. Grossack and Kane. I think this is going to have to be Grossack. Hey, Ardipalo. Can I post my top 5 hands during the break? No, there's no way that's happening. I am way too busy to do any sort of other content around this event. Wait, 3 diamonds goes down a trick? Did I miss something? There were 2 diamonds. Oh, 2 diamonds, a heart, and 2 clubs. Okay, sorry. I have miscounted. I need to focus. But still a good result for Hans. They start out with a win, picking up 2 imps. Overdeck and Cole. Overdeck always does well in these events. And it does seem like they might have the stronger team. I'll give them the nod. Overdeck. Street and Andresen. So Andresen and Hoftaniska just won the recent some pair game. They're playing with Lehrman and Heiberg Evenstad. 4-handed. Street does have Brink and Draver. Pacman, Zatorsky. They always do fairly well. I'm going to take the upset. Other side of the bracket, I guess you can't see. I'll finish filling out this side first while we wait for board 2 to get up on screen. Fleischer. I think we always have to pick them for the most part. Shori against Lal. This will be a good matchup, but... Team Shori always does make a lot of solid 4th segment comebacks. I also might lose half of my viewers if I don't pick them to win every single match, so I guess I'm going to have to take them. Rosenthal, Grossack. We're going to take Grossack on this one. I think these guys have had solid performances. Basically every member of the team. Bilda, Madala, Ribstead, Adam Grossack, of course. Andresen, Overdeck. Am I continuing the Cinderella run for the 4-handed team from the Nordic countries? I just might. Heiberg Evenstad and Lehrman didn't perform all that well in the platinum pairs, but of course it's a pair game. It's a little bit different than teams. I'll choose them. And then Fleischer Shori. Oh man, it is always hard to vote against Team Fleischer. We have board 2 up though. Let's tune our attention back. A club takeout double by South. Hans decides that his best chance of getting to game is if he can find a 5-3 major suit fit. So rather than overcalling a diamond, makes the takeout double. A heart by Nysen over there in the west seat. Favorable. He does have 4-4 in the majors. So a no trump by Hung with the 4-card heart suit. Hung could have decided to double heart, which effectively would be penalty for hearts. But I suppose his theory is I may as well show my partner that my hand is like kind of flat, balanced, and has some number of high card points than just showing off my 4-card heart suit. It's not like North-South are going to play in hearts when there's a bad trump split out against them. So 1-0, all pass. No real reason for West to compete. It is imps once again. East on lead. I suppose a club from ace-10 fourth looks somewhat appealing, given that South is likely to be short in clubs. So you could catch a jack fourth or something in partner's hand and pick up the suit for 3 tricks. We'll see. West is giving a lot of thought to bidding 2 clubs here. I don't know if 1 club by them is natural or if it's could be short. Yeah, head back to my bracket for a second. Andresen Grossack. I gotta pick the recent Bermuda Bowl champion. Adam Grossack is making it to the Final 4. Fleischer, Shorey. Tough matchup. One of the age-old matchups for some of these guys. I think, again, I'm going to have to go with the recent Bermuda Bowl winners, Hurd and Bathurst. We'll take Shorey there. Shorey and Grossack. 2 Bermuda Bowl golds versus 1 on the team. Gotta go with Shorey. Gonna be hard to beat him. All right, other side of the bracket now. Oh, West does balance with 2 clubs, by the way. Nice one over there. This looks like it's going to work out pretty well for them. They find their 8-card club fit. East does have effectively a complete maximum with 14 highs over there. Playing their strong no trump, or maybe they're playing a weak no trump. And so East was known to have like 14 plus. That would make sense. That would make a lot more sense why West wants to bid 2 clubs. But the Queen of Diamonds lead. I'm gonna work towards knocking out those Ace King of Diamonds. On the surface, Declare only has 5 losers, 2 hearts, 2 spades, and a club. But there's a lot of work to do. The spades 3-3 will help. If Declare is willing to risk a spade ruff, then they're going to come away with I think a plus score here. I mean, maybe a line of play like Ace of Diamonds, Diamond Ruff, Spade to the King, Diamond Ruff makes sense. Although I could see Declare misguessing the spades given the takeout double from South. So that's also possible. Very tricky, because if you start on clubs, like you lead a low club, South wins the king, plays back a club, then the defense can get a 3rd round of clubs on the table, and you never get to ruff that 2nd diamond. Hey, Craig, they're playing already? Yeah, it started half an hour earlier. You want to join me? You thought it was 11:30, so did I. So did Real Bridge until about 5 minutes before game time. All right, I'll be on Discord in just a minute. While I also try and fill out my bracket. Ah, interesting. Declare is going after heart ruffs. Okay, let me pull up Discord. Hello.
Hey, so
Welcome.
I don't totally understand. Was yesterday not screens? Is that why it's half an hour earlier today?
Maybe. Could be. Yeah, I don't know. But that's just what's happening.
Yeah, so let's catch up on what happened here. No alert on one club, a little surprising.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too.
So I think north south are precision, is that correct? Or is that the
Yes. Yeah,
other?
Hans and Hung are a precision pair.
Yeah, I think their convention cards should be available, probably for both pairs since they played in WBF events.
Right.
Try to pull those up.
And in the meanwhile, I get to continue filling out my bracket.
Oh yeah, I should do that too.
I know I was hoping to do that on stream today, but of course we started half an hour early. So I was also hoping to read some of the Bridge Winners drama, but I decided to create some of my own instead. So that'll be exciting during the
Uh,
break.
what was their drama about? Do I want to
Yes,
know?
I knew you hadn't heard. Oh, this is excellent. Don't worry, we'll get to it during the break. But you
All
can read
right.
my article if you want.
Oh, you said you were going to post. I thought you were going to wait until the end of the tournament.
Oh, no, no, no. This is completely separate from what I was planning to post. This is
Oh,
completely different.
am I being stupid to pick Vedanta, which is Migri and Zamir and Toledano, over Rosenthal?
Nope. I almost did. Sorry, the two club contract. I mean, so Declare has still a decent amount of work to do at this point. Um, but Heart Rough, Diamond Rough, Heart Rough, or King of Diamonds, I guess, pitching a spade and now a Diamond Rough. North gets to over rough, exit the Heart Ace, and Declare will rough, and then we'll lose the last three tricks. So this is going to go down one. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, West decision to balance doesn't really gain or cost too much because they go down in the contract. Oh, South pitched a diamond? Oh, because Declarer discarded. Ah, wait. Yeah, okay, even better. Declare had an opportunity to guess the spades in the end, and they take it. Nicely done by Van de Pavard, who was declaring this hand. Great play
Okay,
at
well,
the end.
so I just speed filled out my bracket, but I'm really rooting for it to be accurate because I predicted a Grossack final.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. Um, I'm filling out the right side of the bracket now as we speak, but that sounds like an exciting one. I guess we can see. Is Grossack on Rubenstein? He is. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, and the other Grossack is Grossack, obviously.
Right. So
And they're
Zhao
both
got
they're both really excellent teams, obviously.
yeah, Zhao got a big upset yesterday. I wonder if I should take them four-handed over Dunnets.
I didn't, but that was one of the matches that I dithered. Oh, it's not, dithered for 5 seconds, but
Right, 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 right.
I mean, that's a super interesting matchup. I wish they were showing that kind of, a very young team versus a team of very experienced grinders. I think, I don't know who the favorite is, but I don't think the point spread is more than about 15 or 20 imps either way.
That sounds right to me. I mean, didn't
Both very good
Zhao?
teams.
I mean, Zhao also won the imp pairs recently, or one of the maybe the naps or something. They won something at this NABC already.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think the Imperials was Huang and someone, but I forget who the someone was.
got it. Well, a two diamond preempt by Nyson over here. Two spade overcall from Hung. I mean, Andy does not have a very good hand, but he does have a 7 card spade suit, trying to
Yeah.
just get in the way.
Well, and again, he's got the Diamond Void. If his partner has like a 13 count with some diamond length. Two diamonds is going to end the auction, and he 100% knows that's going to be horrible for his side.
Yeah. Yeah.
We saw that yesterday with Brandon Wolpert also, kind of making a sketchy bid with shortness of that two club overcall. This seems a little more reasonable to me. Like the seven spades is so good, but kind of the same principle that if you're the one with shortness, you're looking for reasons to act, not looking for reasons to defer the decision to your partner.
Yeah. Hey, George Brad. Brent Chow won the NAP. Got it. Yeah, I saw his name
cool.
on Bridge Winners. That's what I was referring to.
That's a very big win. There's obviously the spread between the best and worst pairs can be kind of broad in that event, but there's always very good pairs. Yeah, so 2-0 by East. I guess maybe they just keep their asking bids on over interference.
Okay, I've filled out my bracket, and chat's going to be happy. Save and exit.
Jan van Cleef, one of the top European bridge journalists as well as a very good player, said that East-West are the recent winners of the Dutch Championship and the Open Europeans. That's pretty good, and obviously we've seen North-South a million times in these. Right,
yeah. So they've had a good couple of weeks because the Dutch Championships was just last week, I think. It was concurrent with whatever I was covering, the Lederer Trophy, maybe?
And I'm not sure what East has done in NABC events, but I think West has also won at least one NABC event over the last couple of years.
Yeah, Nyssen has had a pretty good showing on a bunch of team events as well as, I think, in pair games. But oh my, we have gotten to 5 diamonds somehow.
Yeah, Dave, I also picked Story to go deep, but not to the final. But I think that is definitely a team to watch. So 5 diamonds, South, of course, King 10 fourth, and a partner overcalled in direct seat, and then bid again voluntarily, by the way, after South passed over to no Trump.
Yeah, and of course South is right, because he's going to take all 3 defensive tricks for his side. And so...
all 3. Oh, I see. He's going to get one of each that's not a spade.
Right.
I was wondering if there was a chance of getting a second diamond trick going, and I guess there probably just isn't.
It doesn't seem like it. I mean, Declare is going to win the spade ace and probably play a diamond to the ace or something, but eventually there's just nowhere for any of these losers to go with the shapes of the hands. So 5 diamonds doubled down 1. I mean, feels like a decent result for North-South because obviously they were making nothing on their cards.
Yeah, and of course South here, is expecting a very different kind of hand from North, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, I am a little bit surprised by that second 3 spade bid. I feel like...
me too. I mean, obviously Hung is constructing some sort of hands that he's playing with a 30-point deck, and he probably figures there's some chance 4 spades makes. So the fact that he has a decent 7-card spade suit means that he might be able to play it opposite a singleton. Like West could easily have Jack Doubleton or something in the suit, and you can play the spades for 1 loser. So maybe he was hoping that if his partner has just like the right kind of stuff in the round suits, all of those finesses are working, and the spade suit comes home for 1 loser. It's teams. Let's try and get to a game. If we get doubled, we're not vulnerable. So maybe it's not a big deal. That's probably his thought process.
Yeah, and maybe since South did pass his dealer that the class of hands where he can double 2-no to show values or double 3 diamonds if comes around is fairly small relative to the class of hands where he does want to be taking more aggressive offensive action. I don't know. Or honestly, he might just have decided, partner passed, I have a preempt that I've announced to the world is not anything resembling a preempt. Let's bid 3 spades, and maybe when East-West do have a game or slam, this just confuses the issue.
Yeah, that's a way to do it too. I mean, the Australians do tend to be fairly aggressive in a lot of spots that much of the rest of the world will not. So, as you say, it's kind of like a psych. what North is doing on this hand.
Right.
Like, he's not psyching because he doesn't have the suit that he's bidding, but he's psyching because he has absolutely no values for his bid.
Right.
And
Yeah, sort of a constructive psych where, like, if he buys the contract, it's probably fine, and if he doesn't, he knows that the opponents have 25 highs, so that's probably fine to,
yeah, exactly. And I mean, like I said, there are hands where like this just fits perfectly for North South, right? Imagine South has like the Jack of Spades, the King Jack of Hearts, and the King Jack of Clubs. Like, do you? How would you like your chances in 4 spades there? You lose a spade, both finesses and the round suits work because the preemptor is on your right, and you just bring home a game with a combined 14 highs or something like that.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Giannis pointed out that the spade lead has actually possibly put Declare in good shape here. South is going to be, I guess he can exit a spade here, but he's, Declare, I think, can make it from here, right? If he if he
Yes.
wins this diamond, I mean, ducking this diamond is probably best for him. But if Declare can draw trumps, play 3 rounds of hearts to South, roughing a spade along the way to strip that card out of South's hand, South is going to be unplayed.
Yeah, that's correct. So Declare could make it. Obviously, I don't think that's the line of play that Declare is going to take because, like, why are we playing South for all the cards when North is the one doing all this bidding? Like, you go Ace King of Hearts hard and North wins the Queen and pushes a club through, and you're like, okay, well, that wasn't great.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? From Declare's point of view, it would make total sense for South to have doubled with King 10 fourth of diamonds, even if that's all he had. It was, his expert partner, Andy Hung, bid twice, and he, if he thought he had 1.5 trump tricks, would be very much entitled to play North for 1.5 non-trump tricks and double on spec. Figure if he loses 5 imps because they make it, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. And Hans does very well to not exit a spade here, because if he exited a spade, the contract may well have made.
I mean, it still might. I mean, it still might along the lines I posited, but
Yeah,
the spade exit, Declare could just pitch on it, and that would make things easier. But he
right.
Declare would self decide which round suit finesse to take, and they're both wrong.
Yeah, so we do have 5 diamonds doubled down 1 at the other table. Um,
And kind of reasonable, I think. If West can open 2 diamonds, he probably should. Even second seed vulnerable with that suit. East with a million aces is going to, and a diamond fit is just gonna, you know, be deciding between 5 and 6 diamonds, but he's not deciding between 4, 5, and 6.
exactly. So the Jack of Diamonds cashes. I mean, Declare throws a club. Maybe we are going to see Ace King of Hearts and a heart here.
Yeah, so Genji, I don't really like 4 spades for a couple of reasons. One is like it's we need the class of hands where we belong in 4 spades and don't get there via any other auction, which I think is probably not that big a class of hands. Partner is a passed hand. So as you say, like it's preemptive opposite the passed hand. So when the opponents belong in a high level diamond contract, they'll stop it. But we have a diamond void. Diamonds could be 6-5-2-0 around the table with partner having the 5. We just don't know. It is kind of misdirected, like it just shows a different hand, which means if partner does have to make a 5 level decision, that's going to be hard for him to make. I mean, obviously Tuesdays also shows a different hand, but I think there's just no reason to do something that to me is very distorted when 2 spades is distorted, but not nearly as distorted as bidding 3 or 4.
Yeah, so Nyson comes out of his tank and does take a heart finesse, which I think is
Yeah.
very reasonable, and ends up going down a trick. So
Yeah. Yeah, of course, Declare thought he was just taking one of 2 finesses. He didn't realize, that they were all bad, but I think his line of play seems pretty natural.
exactly. And yeah, kind of adding to the idea about the four spade bid, I mean, if you've watched my video on preempts, then you would know this is not a great hand for preempt. North's hand, it doesn't matter about the colors. The fact that you have a diamond void makes it a lot worse to preempt because the opponents have already found their diamond fit. So,
Right. Well, they either have or they haven't, but
right,
some large percentage of the time they actually don't have a diamond fit, and the void is an enormous liability.
right, exactly. So on to board 4 in both rooms. We do see an auction on the right side of the screen at the McAllister and Shearson table, playing up against Wibley and Edgerton for Team Hans. Whoop.
I've only got the one window up for the moment.
Yeah, after a Michaels bid by McAllister as a passed hand, North-South ended up in 2 hearts, which is quite nice, being able to utilize this Michaels sequence. I know a lot of players would be utilizing 2 clubs as some sort of 2-suited bid of some kind in a spot like this. I mean, as a passed hand, I guess you can use 1 no trump, but there might be some distinction between 2 clubs and 1 no trump. Mm-hmm. And here at the other table, Hans and Hung, they get the natural 2 club overcall over the 3rd seat 1 club opener from Van de Pavard. So Hung bidding 2 spades, and South is going to continue on.
And kind of interesting that after a non-alerted 1 club, they're still playing 2 clubs natural and presumably 2 diamonds Michaels. I think this is one where, most pairs would treat a 2+ club in that way if they choose to, but not a 3+ club.
Yeah, that is one of the distinctions, and so a worthwhile talking point. But I've seen a lot of pairs, even over a 3+ club, just play 2 clubs as natural, because a lot of the times when you open 1 club, even if you're playing the better minor system, you're just going to have 3.
It's true, and my fairly strong preference is to play 2 clubs Michaels and 2 diamonds preemptive. It's nothing is perfect, but when they open 1 club in front of you, and it's a 3+ club, they're still more likely to have clubs than any other suit. So, 2 clubs Michaels is nice because you can advance 2 diamonds, and the odds that you have clubs, just, you could, but they're not that great. And you have to have clubs in a hand where you don't want to bid 3 clubs, which limits your range even more.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a very reasonable take on the discussion. So as it is, Hans and Hung get to the worst major suit fit because without that Michaels bid available, North was unable to show his hand, and South felt compelled to correct back to 3 spades because North could be 5-4 in the 2 suits. Now,
and this
with the spade,
is kind of weird. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to say with the spade queen on side, heart queen on side, 3 spades shouldn't have much of a problem on this hand, but it would have been nice if North-South were able to find their 4 heart game with both of those same finesses working. Both tables miss it though, so this is probably going to be a fairly flat board.
Yeah, I mean, South made this 2-no bid, but it feels a little inconsistent for, I don't know, like, maybe North could be 5-4 in the majors and be bidding this way, and South is just preferencing. Isn't North just passing with a lot of those hands, though, rather than pulling out? I feel like, no one has an agreement about auctions like this, but isn't North such a favorite to have a 5th heart?
I think so. Yeah, and so you're arguing for maybe South passes 3 hearts instead of bidding 3 spades, which I think is very reasonable. I suppose South was just hoping that over 3 spades his partner would continue some of the time, because passing 3 hearts is obviously committing to not playing a game, and maybe South was just keeping the door open to possibly getting to making game. Like, is it possible that North could be 6-4? If that's the case, then maybe South has to correct.
Yeah, I guess that question depends on what percentage of those he's opening 2 spades and ignoring the 4-card heart suit, which I don't know the answer to.
Right. Well, 2 rounds of diamonds to start the defense, a club switch, and a hung once again handling the play here. It's going to be fairly comfortable. I mean, spade to the jack at this point, heart to the ace, spade to the 10, pull trumps, king of hearts. Oh, look, the queen of hearts also falls. So
Yeah, it's obviously a super lucky layout, but it just, it feels like, North and South were just a little bit hazy on this auction. Kind of surprisingly, I think. This is a pair that we've seen a lot of boards from and very, very few accidents.
yeah, just the way that things timed out in the other room made it easier for North South because with South not having a natural 2 club overcall, it just opened the door for North to show their hand directly and very effectively, showing 5-5 in the majors. So South knew about the heart fit immediately. Whereas in this sequence, with South coming in 2 clubs, obviously North with the singleton club was not happy about that overcall and started getting their suits in, but there was a bit more ambiguity. So there it is. Diamond comes, Declare does get to rough this, and I suppose go king of hearts at this point. If you pull a trump and trumps split badly and then you play the king of hearts and the queen doesn't drop, you're going to go down an extra trick, I guess is the idea. Or at least you might go down an extra trick. So king of hearts first is a little bit safer in terms of under tricks. We'll see if Hung works this out. I'm sure he will.
Right, it would be a disaster to find the 2 remaining spades in the same hand and the queen of hearts not dropping, and then you play king of spades, king of hearts, heart, and they draw trumps and claim on you.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would be pretty ugly. You'd be down 4 at that point, or down 3. You'd have 6 tricks, and
Right.
vulnerable. That's a pretty expensive mistake.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it only saves 1 trick, right? Because if you go king of hearts and the queen doesn't fall, then you can exit a heart, and then if the spades are actually 4-2, they can force you, allowing you to score your small trump. So that's the extra trick you get, but that 1 extra trick can matter. Anyway,
Yeah.
Hung is mulling it over, trying to work out what to do. We see 10 tricks come in the heart contract at the other table. He decides to cash the king of spades. He's going to be very pleased to see the spades break. And now the king of hearts. Queen drops. Same 10 tricks, although a little bit dicier in this contract in the 5-2 fit. But we're on to board 5 in both rooms.
So, presumably we'll see East open a no trump if it's within his range. White red, I'm not sure if this pair is doing a 10 to 13 no trump as some of the pairs in this event are.
I think they do. There was a hand earlier that they opened a no trump with a 14, or they opened a club with a 14 count. So, yeah, and so there it is, 1 club. So heart by West, and now East can rebid a no trump, I guess is what happens with this hand, despite the 4 spades, to show the strong no trump.
Yeah, and I think West is probably just going to raise to 3, and this is not great, I guess, but it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They kind of have like 8 fairly easy tricks. 2 spades, 2 hearts, 3 diamonds, and a club, and maybe a spade comes in if they're 3-3 or the queen jack are both on side. Maybe that 9-8-7 of clubs. Something interesting happens at some point. Probably a spade is your best chance for an extra trick. Well, on this lead, yeah.
Yeah, a spade opening lead makes a lot of sense from honor third. This is a very popular lead against 3 no trump, especially.
And your partner couldn't overcall a spade, but nonetheless, probably your best shot is to hit him with like king fourth of spades.
For sure. Hey, Eha Purdue, good morning.
Hey, welcome.
Any predictions for the bracket? I filled out my bracket on bridge winners. I don't recall exactly what, but I did pick a number of pretty hefty upsets, although many of them were speculative. I think that a lot of the teams that have made it this far, have made it through day one, considering that we saw Kaplan's team get out yesterday.
Oh wow, yeah. I didn't look at the bracket at all. That's a pretty big exit on day one in
I
four
mean,
way.
Mextroth's team was out on day one, so all these teams deserve to be here, and there's really a chance for anyone to win any of these matches. But I did pick a lot of the favorites. Obviously, Fleischer is one of the main ones that I think people will be looking at to win the event. Nickel getting through, Zimmerman, of course. I think I picked Street to lose in the first round, so that
I
might be
picked
my big
Zimmerman to
upset.
exit. I think I picked Zimmerman to exit in the semis. I feel like these teams that are breaking up. Like sometimes they have like a last round go out on a high note, but most of the time it's just phoning it in until they move on to their next contract.
Hmm.
I may be at the break if you want to. You can just go through the bracket and explain your choices, even though it's going to be locked at that point.
Yeah, I don't think I have any explanations. I was kind of just randomly clicking on teams. But but yeah, I think some of the upsets I had a reason for. Anyway, as you mentioned, the 3 no Trump contract, this is going to be, should be 9 tricks. Neither defender elected to start with a heart on the south cards. At the Shearson McAllister table, of course, West showed 4 hearts in the auction via a Puppet Stamen-esque type sequence. And at the Neeson Van de Pavard, the Hans Hung table, they knew that West bid a heart in the auction. So, of course, South wasn't leading a heart there. So it does seem like Declare is going about setting up spades in both rooms for the extra trick.
Yeah, not Grossack semifinal. Grossack final. They're on opposite sides of the bracket.
Nyson. Sorry. Yeah, I think I've been like 70 to 80% at getting that correct now that you've told me. I hope to improve that percentage by the end of the day, but keep reminding me. Thank you.
Yeah, by all means, if people are familiar with the pronunciations of some of the foreign names that we're butchering, flog us for it. I feel like I'm just about to look something up and I don't recall what it was. Something about the bracket. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So.
On to hand 6.
Oh, no, that's right. I was going to look up whatever pot stirring you got into.
Oh, on bridge winners? Yeah. Go for it. But yeah, I will go over the article during the break. We'll see.
Oh, of course, we knew they had loaded the wrong set of hands, so of course it was the right set of hands for the event, just the wrong set of hands for that particular moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally predictable.
So East opens a diamond.
And by the way, something Jan Martell has some experience with, so it's...
Yeah, East opens a diamond. We get Hans to overcall 1 heart instead of some sort of preemptive bid on the south hand. West makes a double showing 4 or 5 spades here.
Yeah, a little thin, but if the requirements are, whatever you would respond with, I guess West meets that standard. Partner could bury you, but most of the time, it's probably good for you to get that 5-card spade suit going.
I think so, and especially because vulnerable with a singleton in the opponent's suit, it's not just when the opponents preempt that it's our job to be bidding when we have shortness in their suit. It's always in the auction. So you can't expect East with 3 small hearts and an 18 count or something to always be coming back into this auction if we pass originally. But if we start with the double and East has those 3 small hearts and the 18 count, we might get to a fairly thin game that can come home.
Yeah, I mean, when partner does have that, the opponents have nine hearts, which means it's probably not going a diamond, a heart, all pass. So we will get a second chance to balance with spades, but vulnerable against not. I would much rather show I have some spades now, let partner do what he wants with the information, than have it go like even a gentle two heart raise comes around to me, and now I feel compelled to bid two spades, where we could have given partner the decision of whether to bid two spades.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, I think the disaster auction is it goes three hearts on your left
Oh
mixed
yeah,
raise. Like that's just a killer for you. You
yeah,
really,
that's kind of what I meant. Like even two spades is bad, and three is the end of the world.
yeah.
Yeah, so I think like West, I'm sure, was aware that this double wasn't perfect, but probably made the same kind of calculation that it was going to make things a lot better on most continuations than not doing it. So, North's one no trump was a transfer to clubs, I believe. I think this is common. This is the agreement that I play. When our side's first action is one of a major, it doesn't matter opening or overcall, and the next hand doubles, transfers apply. So, North South seem to agree. I think it is an excellent method to be playing. It just makes so many auctions easier, and it gets you that two ways to raise to two hearts, which is really valuable in a lot of situations.
Yeah, absolutely. Ehab Purdue asks, what do the pros play the difference between double and one spade over a minor, a heart overcall? It just varies. For a lot of Americans, they still just play negative doubles. So one spade is five, negative double shows four. Exactly.
Yeah.
A lot of the Europeans will play this more popular method, which based on it gaining popularity, I'm going to assume the Europeans are right about this, but I've never played
I'm
it.
sure.
And so the way that they play it is the quote unquote negative double shows four or five spades, and one spade will effectively be like a no trump bid with or without a heart stopper. So you get to show your responding values. Oh, and less than four spades. So one spade would show three or fewer spades and basically be like a no trump type bid. And
Yeah.
you get to put the overcaller on lead if your partner bids a no trump. There are a lot of benefits to it. The issue of disambiguating four versus five spades, I'm not sure how complex that is later in these auctions because that can be a problem, of course. But that's one of the benefits to playing one spade shows five and negative double shows four. But there are trade-offs for each, of course. And it seems to me if you're trying to learn the best method, I would imagine the double showing four or five is best. But I don't have any strong convictions about that.
Yeah, I don't either really. I've never played it. The big gain is the message. I like my hand, but can't bid no trump and don't have four spades is a really important message to send, and the Americans don't have a way to send that message. So I think, particularly you're playing aggressive overcallers, you want to make sure that you are bidding your games at him. So, hey partner, I have 10 points, but I'm stuck is a really useful signal. And playing this method, even if you have to sort of catch up on figuring out your spade length, gets you the ability to make that signal.
Yeah, so I would say the Americans will basically fake a two of a minor bid
Yeah.
in this spot. Like that's the solution to doing it. And it's kind of bad at match points, for one thing. And at imps, maybe it's not the end of the world, but obviously it distorts your distribution a little bit. Like we'll just end up raising partners minor with three some of the time because we have to, or even a bad four, or we will bid our own four card minor at the two level to just get our hand off our chest. But as Craig says, it's very valuable to have this one spade bid showing basically like I have some points, partner, but no clear direction. So both tables get to four hearts on board six. A bit of a roundabout auction from Hans and Hung, and Shearson just blasts directly as an overcall. And it looks like Declare is well on their way to making 11 tricks in the Aussies room as well. King of Spades, pull the last trump, and pitch the spade loser on the Diamond King. So no imps exchanged on that board. Through 6, the scoreboard is 4-3 among these two teams. You see that Shearson likes blasting game? Yeah, I think it's a partnership style thing. Like, McAllister loves doing this too. So, it makes a lot of sense if you're playing with a partner who enjoys doing this, that you should kind of fully embrace what your partner wants, especially when you're playing with a sponsor. So I think Olivia is doing that exceptionally well here. Gets a heart lead. I mean, her hand also is not very suit-oriented. She has 5-4-2-2, but a bunch of honors in her doubletons, no aces. All these queens and jacks are no trumpy. The 5-card club suit is very no trumpy.
Yeah, I like this action a lot. And, you don't really have extras, but you have 11, which means your partnership maxes out at 28 and will often have 27. So, when you have a little bit extra in high cards when partner is maxed, the hearts might not be that valuable anyway.
Definitely. And speaking of you only have 11, look at Hans over here. 1 diamond precision. Open all 11 counts. I love it. So spade overcall from Nyson. North probably can bid 2 diamonds, which I think for most precision pairs is like, it's like a 2/1 type thing.
Yeah, I think the only question would be if they play it as a non-forcing 2/1 and negative free bids and, all the good hands start with double. I don't know the answer to that question. It's kind of antiquated, but if you're playing a hyper-aggressive opening style, it might make sense to play it. And just sort of accept that you're going to have some guesswork in other auctions.
Yeah, so if that's the case, I mean, North can always choose to bid 2 spades to show his hand, and then probably 3 spades next to hope that his partner can bid 3 no.
Yeah, or you start with the method, or you bid 2 no trump to give partner an out when he has a really light hand. I mean, I think not game forcing of the North hand, even opposite a precision opening, is probably a little too much. Yeah, so he bids 3 hearts, whatever that means.
Transfer to 3 no.
Maybe 3 hearts is, I don't know, a transfer to 3 no trump in some way.
That is what it is. At least the VuGraph operator alerted it that way. So it looks like South is going to accept the transfer. There it is, 3-0. And West on lead.
I just crashed, but I think that was my Wi-Fi and not the site.
Oh. Well, you're still connected here.
So Declare can take a decent number of tricks since, he's not going to pick up the Jack of Diamonds, I don't think, but he will pick up the 10 of Clubs.
Yeah, it's looking like... I mean, it depends on the opening lead. If West leads a spade, then Declare is going to collect 2 spades, 4 clubs, and 3 diamonds for 9 tricks.
Yeah, I think, two diamonds, natural, forcing but not game forcing, certainly is 100% the way the 2/1 players play, and probably the majority precision preference, but, the lighter your precision openings get, the more you want to be able to show your suit, but, not have to do any more bidding.
Okay, Nyson does lead the 10 of spades, standard honor leads here, so... Declare will have no trouble making the contract at this point. Just win the spade, Jack of clubs on the table. When that holds, club to the king. And there's no way for East to prevent the entry to the long clubs.
I mean, they couldn't anyway, right? Let's say he leads the king of spades or something, or whatever. Maybe a diamond would be the most effective lead, but that... obviously was probably his last choice just to break up the entries. But, queen of clubs, club to the king. East can let that hold, but you can return one. And if he doesn't let it hold, you just cash your 3 diamonds and lead a club to the 9. So I don't think there was ever that much the defense could do.
Yeah, just a diamond, I think, is the most effective. And I'm not sure that... I think that would have been West's second choice because neither North or South showed diamonds in this auction.
No, I guess that's true, but I guess the and partner could have doubled three hearts for the lead and didn't.
Making 12 is an awful lot of tricks. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, three hearts. In fact, was alerted and explained as a transfer to three no. So go me.
yep.
Declare here. You know, probably just trying to figure out the safest route to nine tricks. Like he can tell probably that there is a route to nine tricks, so I think he's gonna take his time and just figure out how to handle the minor suits to maximize his chances.
Matt says, wouldn't North imply a running minor for this transfer to 3-0? I mean, does North have a running minor this time?
Yeah, I mean, I think the evidence of the hand suggests no, but mostly I think he figures if they only have one spade stopper, maybe they can make it. And when partner has Queen Doubleton of spades, it's really important for it to be played from south. So I think that's what he had in mind.
Oh, of course. I mean, South could also have Jack third of spades, which could be
Right.
an important card. I mean, South could have Jack Doubleton of spades, and that might be enough if West makes the wrong opening lead choice. So I think generally if North has a running minor suit, North is more likely to show it naturally because there's a chance they could miss a slam. Like there's some very thin line. I know South is limited via the one diamond opening bid, but there's still some very thin line of hands that have no slam potential, but have a running minor and want partner to declare 3 no trump from their side. Like I think that's a very small class of hands. Whereas something like this, I mean, as Craig points out, North just really wants partner to have Queen Doubleton of spades, which he did. And Jack of clubs goes around to the ace. East is in.
Yes, of course we can see this is just the end of the hand, but probably he's going to play a heart here, I think, because he can see that whatever's going on in the diamond suit is friendly for Declare, so Declare almost certainly has his nine tricks unless we can beat it right this second. Spade lead was obviously a failure, so a heart might not be productive and might even blow a trick, but who cares?
Yeah, that's fair. I guess West wouldn't always lead a heart from King Queen third.
Right. Particularly when we didn't double three hearts.
I mean, I guess East also knows that West can't have the King Queen of hearts because that would give South like a 9 count or something to have opened.
It would be possible if West did not have the King of Spades.
Sure, yes.
Right, I mean, maybe that's not consistent with the 10 lead because he would also not have the Jack of Spades.
Exactly, right? Like there's a lot of weird stuff going on. Speaking of weird stuff going on, what is happening on board 8 here? North-South got to 5 diamonds doubled. A spade pass a no trump. Wibbly with the 3-card non-constructive raise of spades over there. Take out double from Shearson. 4 spades, and North at none vol decides to bid 4 no trump with the 4x1. South bids 5 diamonds, bidding her longer suit. King of spades opening lead. How is this going to do? I mean, this is a trick. There's 2 more diamond tricks to come. The hearts do get picked up, and Declare can guess the club queen.
Yeah, and obviously you have to guess the hearts, but you're never going to play West for a 4-card heart suit, so that's easy.
Yeah, I mean, West may well switch to their stiff heart immediately.
Yeah,
He doesn't need a ruff, but just because he needs to get out of his hand somehow.
Yeah, Vanderbilt is still thinking. I mean, I think if South could have a 10 count, it's possible that West has the King Queen of Hearts. That would give South the Jack of Diamonds, which maybe is possible because he didn't start diamonds, so it might sound like he's not worried about how many diamond tricks he's going to be able to take.
Sure, yeah.
He does just return a spade.
Yeah, spade comes back over here. So spade around to the ace. Declare can now run the club suit. happy to see East following here. And take the club hook. West has to find an
The
awful
Quaker
lot of
now
discards.
knows about the clubs, and I guess West is a little bit stuck. He has to keep all 4 of those diamonds, but I don't know that's going to help declare anyway. I crashed again.
Oh no. Yeah, I think Nyson is going to work out to pitch a couple of hearts and a couple of spades here. And at match points, Declare might then take the diamond finesse after seeing all of those strange discards, but I can't imagine that Hans at Imps is going to risk his contract to...
Headline just came across. Trump, we're going to end all trade with Spain. Fantastic.
Great.
Not like I love Hamon Iberico or anything like that.
So over on the right side screen, Edgerton does exit a spade, allowing Declare to rough and dummy.
Because Spain is not letting us use their bases as a staging area, so apologies to all American Hamon Iberico lovers. All right, well. Yeah, this really is, I'm not surprised that these teams are somewhat evenly matched, but I am surprised that the score is 4-3 because both teams generate a lot of action.
So far, they've been generating the same action. I do not believe 5 diamonds doubled is going to be the final contract on board 8 in both rooms. But I guess we'll see. I think it's a lot more likely that 4 spades doubled is where we end up, or 4 spades undoubled, east-west. So this feels like it's probably going to be a small swing going the way of Team Hans on this one.
Oh, wait, are we... Okay, we're still on board 7. You just hypothetically when we get to it in the other room, yeah.
Nice and still thinking on this king of clubs. I mean, does he beat the contract if his partner has the diamond king instead of the heart ace? Let's think about that from Nyson's perspective. So Declare would be able to take 4 club tricks, 2 spade tricks, the ace of diamonds, and the ace of hearts. And so Nyson can pitch 3 diamonds or 4 diamonds on the run of clubs. I guess 1 heart and 3 diamonds is something he could discard.
Did I crash, or are you just still musing? I crashed. Damn it.
But in that case, Declare could cash the diamond ace, stripping his last diamond, and exit a spade to throw him in, to end play him into leading away from the heart king. So, yeah, from Nyson's perspective, there's no way he can beat the contract if Declare reads the position, no matter what Declare's hand is.
Right.
And what does that mean? I mean, like, at Imps, you want to play for the most likely way for the contract to go down. You kind of don't care about over tricks. So maybe what he should do then is pitch a heart and 3 diamonds, or pitch 2 hearts and 2 diamonds and force Declare to try and guess the position if Declare did have the ace of hearts instead of the diamond king. That seems like a reasonable plan. But Broglin says we all don't care enough about over tricks at teams. I think that's true too. I think it just depends on what side of the scale you're coming from. Like, you don't want to get boxed into this mentality of like over tricks are completely irrelevant, so I'm going to make my contract and then just throw out the rest of the cards and don't care. But you also just don't want to get into this mentality of like going too far in terms of over tricks and playing it like match points and risking your contract, because everyone knows that's bad. So it's somewhere in the middle. I mean, it's probably much closer to the end of we don't care about over tricks than it is to the opposite end. But I think Brogland is right that a lot of players just, their policy is the policy that Gavin Wolpert has, which is that over tricks don't matter, conserve your mental energy for things that are important.
I mean, and there's also, you know, conserving the mental energy is important, especially these teams are playing four-handed, and it's not just today's match, it's the whole week. But there's also a big difference between sort of looking around and saying, at best, I can save one over trick if I really get deep into this position, or like, there could be three over tricks at stake, which is three imps, and one imp, who cares? Three imps is significant.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. And Nyssen, maybe based on partner's signal, that 10 of clubs play, suggesting a higher honor in hearts as opposed to the diamond honor, is getting Nyssen to find the right discards. He can pitch another heart here, or spade. I mean, it doesn't matter now that dummy has thrown a spade.
Yeah, I mean, it is true, although, I think that probably the better your opponents get, the less important the psychological damage to them having a lot of lost imps to add up one at a time gets, lower and lower. And if your opponents are bad enough that they're going to get psyched out by having a bunch of lose ones, you're probably a favorite to beat them pretty handily anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for inducing psychological warfare when I compete at games on people. So
Sure.
I think it's really important to double the opponents in the first segment of play.
Yeah, that kind of psychological warfare, I'm totally with you.
Right. And so like that sort of thing. And as Matt points out, that Brogland's theory is if the opponents are just right, like if the scorecard looks like a bunch of board of match losses, it has a little bit of an effect on people because like they'll look at it and some people can't really see through the objective and they'll just say we're losing a lot of boards to these guys when the magnitude of those losses is not so much. Okay, we're on board 8, 4 spades, right. Pass. This is not the same auction that we saw in the other room. South does balance with double, and Hung, I mean, I guess we're about to find out, because if Hung over this double does decide to bid 4-no takeout, then they're also going to get to 5 diamonds. I think undoubled, because West would not want to double and have the opponents run to 5 hearts, I don't think. So.
Oh, and see, I think West has to double, having destroyed his hand by opening 4 spades. If partner can compete to 5 spades, knowing that we have this unusual hand with extra high cards, we want him to do it.
Well, but do we? Aren't we?
Well,
don't we suspect 5 diamonds is going down?
I mean, then some of the time, partner's allowed to sit it, but I think, well, it goes on last. I think having opened 4 spades, we can't, we have to tell partner what's going on at some point in the auction.
I think the point of making a destructive preempt like this is that you don't care what partner thinks. Like, I think if you want to tell partner what's going on, you open a spade on the hand.
Well, that's for sure, yes.
But yeah, either way, North does decide to sit the double. I think this is probably the right decision. I mean, one of the policies that I learned a while ago is don't pull these doubles if you don't have a 6-card suit.
Yeah.
And it's, there are definitely edge cases where you do want to be pulling. Obviously, Hung thought this was pretty close. Being 4-by-1, he has a chance for a fit, but he does have an ace. So leads a heart to his partner. The defense is going to collect 3 more tricks. This is going to go down 1, and as expected, a 4-imp swing going the way of Team Hans. So the match is going to be all tied up again after 8 boards at 7 imps apiece.
Yeah, I'm sure Hung was a little bit nervous about this pass, but I like it also. I mean, it's a little tough if you have like Singleton, Queen fourth, four little, King 10 fourth. I don't know, like now you might be going for too much in five of a minor, but you think they're also probably very often going to be making 590. So I don't know. That gets much trickier. I think the ace is a lot of security for this pass.
Absolutely. Oh, did I down? Oh, it was doubled at both tables. 5M. So Team Han surges into the lead, 8-7. Board 9, we're in the midst of playing the contract. McAllister at the helm in 3 no trump after a transfer sequence. Communication's a little bit awkward. Has to blow up the spade suit, overtaking that queen of spades to get to the dummy. And the spade suit does not run. So there's only 7 tricks available. And I think Declare is going to go down from here.
Yeah, the defense does need to find a hard start, I guess, to get that ace out of the way, but that doesn't seem that hard.
Yeah, I'm just following the remainder of the play at McAllister's table. He did not elect to unblock the king of clubs earlier. So West gets to cash the 10 of spades and push a diamond through, or club for that matter. And Declare will scoop up the jack of diamonds, but that's going to be the last trick that he gets, the king of clubs, jack of diamonds. So this is looking like... Oh, yeah, this is looking like down 1. Oh my god! Wibbly throws a diamond. Is that true? No, it must have been the other 10 of red 10. Wibbly's got to throw the 10 of hearts here. No! He pitched the 10 of diamonds. A big error for Team Hans in this room.
Oh, wow.
Oh my! So McAllister's diamonds all became good. There was no entry to the hearts. Whoa! Huge result for McAllister over there.
Yeah, very atypical for that pair to make a result. I mean, that doesn't. And I know he's not looking at the Jack fourth, King Jack nine fourth of diamonds, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not. I think he must have lost a heart spot.
For the McAllister team, first big one of the set.
Yeah, for sure. So board 9, we do get to 3 no trump as well at the other table. We're going to get another heart lead, and we'll have to see how Declare navigates the play, because I mean, the heart suit for one thing can block. Obviously, East doesn't have an entry at the end of the day. So there's a lot of potential here for Declare to actually make this contract just by not getting greedy in the spade suit. I mean, you can strand a bunch of winners, but West might eventually get end played into giving Dummy the 10 of clubs, for example, or giving Dummy access to the spades later in the play. So we'll see how the play develops. Like, there might be a stepping stone squeeze against West. I think there's a lot of chances for Declare to make this, and we'll see with Andy Hung at the helm. Is he going to bring this one home? Hey, Judgy asks, don't like the method of either 3 no trump or 4 Namiots showing a strong 4 of a major. I don't have a big preference here on what the best way to play these major suit preamps. I mean, the Italians have for a while been pushing for this 3 no trump opener to show a good 4 of a major, but it hasn't caught a lot of traction. So just based on kind of the community vibes, I would say, among the top level players, it seems like it's maybe a niche type thing that the Italians like doing, but it might not be better according to the rest of the world. So I suspect there's not like a huge win or loss on either side here, but it's probably like slightly better to play 4 of a major is just 4 of a major, and 3 no trump is whatever you want to use 3 no trump for, like gambling.
Yeah, and I think one thing is like four of a minor is just not a bid that you really want to make that often because so many hands where you hypothetically might you don't want to get past three no trump. So if you decided that that bid being rare, you're willing to make it non-existent and just cope when you have like queen 10 eighth of diamonds and a king third on the side and pick a level, then you might as well free them up for some other use.
For sure. Okay, Hung is off in 3 no trump. Not maybe that's the wrong word to use from a bridge context. He started play in 3 no. Queen blocks the heart suit up with the ace of hearts, so the queen of hearts gets unblocked, and now West is going to have to find a switch. I assume West is going to switch to spades. No, he switches to clubs, so declares up with the ace.
Of course, now he knows what's happening in the heart suit, which is good for him.
Yeah, Hearts 5-2, and East does not, in fact, have an entry, but Declare doesn't know that. I mean, this low club switch might give the show away, because Hung now can play the hand as a stepping stone. He could go ace of spades, he could duck this, but he does overtake queen of spades to the king, jack of spades, he's going to throw a heart. The 10 is not dropped. And now he is in trouble. East does need to find a discard here, but East can start throwing their hearts, given that they don't have any entry to them.
I mean, this feels like the more natural way to play the hand, rather than hope the miracle position exists, just 10 doubles and a spade or a 3-3 break.
Yeah, it's very straightforward. So now what is Hung going to do?
He did do it fairly quickly. Maybe this is a spot where, you take a little more time just to, like, figure out exactly what might be going on. The spades don't come in, but they also might be under a little time pressure, I think, right? The segment. I guess they're okay. They have 6 more boards to play. They played 9 boards in an hour and 20 minutes. That's a little bit slow, actually, but more or less on pace. I keep getting kicked out. We're having a bit of a storm in New York. I wonder if that's affecting Verizon's reliability at the moment.
Could be. Well, Hung
My
can still make
is
it.
a little bit wonky, but it's rarely as bad as it has been this morning.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. Yeah. So is Hung going to work out what's going on in this hand? He knows, I assume he knows about the 5-2 heart split. He plays a diamond to the king. I think he is making it. King of clubs. Yeah, and that 6 of clubs switch has given too much away. Heart exit and 3-0 makes.
Oh, well.
Oh my god. What a save. What an absolute save. Well played by Andy Hung there for Team Hans. Good read. So
I missed the last couple of tricks. How did he recover?
It was a strip squeeze against East. And
I see. Yeah, he was able to exit in hearts, huh?
Yeah, and so that 6 of clubs switch really did Nysen in. I think if Nysen had just switched to a spade, Declare would have had a much harder time reading what was going on in the club suit. But with the 6 of clubs switch, obviously it looks like West has club length over there, and Hung works out how to take it full advantage. Well done. So saves his team from a disaster. In the meanwhile, board 10 is underway in the room on the right, with Shearson declaring 3 diamonds, overcalls at the 1 level, and then bids 3 diamonds again with a relatively large hand, albeit not one that fits very well with the North cards. The 7x2 is a pretty strange hand. It definitely is. You don't often see these like effectively balanced 15 counts, but 7x2, which is kind of what South has.
That's interesting. So East is now opening a club on his Doubleton with the balanced hands. They obviously are doing that, which puts the two club overcall earlier into context, but they're just still not alerting anything. I wonder if they just pre-announce and North South are like, great, like don't bother us.
Yeah, that's very possible. So we get the same auction here. A club, a diamond, a heart. Playing transfers after the one diamond overcall has become a little bit more popular as well now, utilizing double of one diamond to show four hearts. Four or more hearts, that is. Same Jack of Hearts lead at both tables. And Declare eventually can use the Jack of Diamonds entry to dummy, given that the Ace of Diamonds is singleton, to get over there and lead a spade up towards the king. Declare could also get over there and try and cash the Queen of Clubs after unblocking the Ace King of Clubs, which would be ineffective. But because East has opened the bidding and because West is going to turn up with the Diamond Ace, Declare should absolutely know that the Ace of Spades is onside. So I think three diamonds making three is going to be a pretty popular result on this one.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. Is there a result in the other room yet? I guess not, but I assume
Nope.
Olivia's going to recognize the same likelihood once the Ace of Diamonds shows up on her left.
Yeah, so 3 rounds of hearts. Declare does get to rough and leads the Diamond Queen. Oh my god. Hans, you sicko. Like, what was his plan if diamonds were 2-2?
Yeah, I guess maybe if he thought that the Ace of Diamonds was a heavy favorite to be on his right, just hope they win it because then the Jack of Diamonds is not an entry by playing up to it.
I mean, that's true, for sure. The Queen of Diamonds, the singleton ace gets scooped up. West is in, and West finds a spade switch. So,
Yep, so hit the claim button.
yeah, we're still at trick 3 in the other room, even though they had the auction finish sooner. Edgerton is mulling over what to do now at trick 3. I wonder if Edgerton is considering unblocking the diamond ace. That makes a lot of sense, actually, because especially if he's fearful that his partner has like King Doubleton of clubs over there, he doesn't want to get stuck in on the first round of diamonds. So he might go Ace of Diamonds before exiting a heart. That would be a very sensible thing to do, and that would once again make Declare's life pretty easy. Cross to the Jack of Diamonds, take a spade hook.
Yeah, and I think one thing about the Ace of Diamonds is, as you say, catching the Queen of Clubs would work out poorly for Declare. So getting off play might be our best shot to force Declare just into a guess of what to do with his one and only chance in dummy.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what Edgerton decides in just a moment, hopefully. PJF asks, how many spades are East-West making on this hand? King of Hearts is on side. There's no diamond losers, a couple of clubs. You might be able to make 4 spades. I guess that's a bit of a stretch. Like, even though you'll probably pick off the King of Spades because South showed all the values, you don't really get to rough everything. Because you have to pull 3 rounds of trumps before roughing that third diamond in the West hand. So it sounds like 140 is the limit.
Yeah, like you're sort of short on quick losers, but you also just don't have a lot of winners. And probably you're gonna take a spade finesse and lose 2 trump tricks, so that's not gonna be great for you. So that'll be 2 spades and 2 clubs immediately.
Yeah, so Edgerton does not unblock the diamond ace, and we get the exact same defense at both tables. 3 diamonds making 3. It is still an 8-7 lead in favor of Team Hung. Oh my.
So who is the dealer here? Is that South? Yep. So South can, I guess, open a strong club on his 17.
There it is. A club in both rooms, although Shearson and McAllister just playing 2/1. Nyson has a big hand considering the strong club. 15 count. Both tables overcall heart.
Yep, North. Presumably will do something to show spades, but I'm not sure I know exactly what the something is going to be. Two hearts possibly transfer to spades, I think would be popular here.
Yeah, that's one of the added benefits of this whole negative double showing 4 or 5 spades, or the double showing 4 or 5 spades, is that you continue playing transfers at the 2 level. So two hearts shows 6 spades in this sequence. But North starts with a spade at both tables.
Yeah, I also don't know in their precision method, do you need double to show a certain point range, versus using it as a negative double? I don't know the answer to those questions.
I'm also curious about North actually bidding a spade on the Hans Hung table because it is only 7 high card points. I know you have 6 card spade suit, but a lot of the precision players really stick to the high card point ranges for their bids as like gospel. And so I think some of them might have used double on the North hand to show like 5 to 7 high
Right.
card points and values. But here, South able to bid a no trump, showing their 17 to 19, does not have a heart stopper, does not care about not having a heart stopper.
I mean, the alternative is to bid two clubs, which is terrible, so I get it. I mean, he could bid two hearts as a Q bid, but that might, imply more of a spade fit than he has. So he was a little bit stuck after that overcall.
For sure. I mean, like, given that one spade is game forcing, South could just go slower and bid 2 clubs or something and like go from there. But yeah, I mean, South just wanted to effectively show his 17 to 19, which he was intending to do so at the start of the play, and let North take over. So 2 spades, 3 hearts from South, now clarifying that we might have a heart problem. North is going to bid 3-no.
Yeah, and he also may have judged, East didn't raise. Sure, West could have ace, king, queen, fifth of hearts, but some of those hands he's bidding two, some of those hands he's not bidding at all in the hope of turning up with a defensive surprise. So, I think South obviously is aware he's gambling, but he may think that it's plus expected value gamble to bid no trump.
Harsh Duality says, why is terrible the right adjective to describe showing your ace, king, 10, fifth? Wait, did someone say terrible? I don't think
Probably
I
maybe
did.
use it a lot. No, I mean, not terrible, but it's distorted. We have a balanced 17 count. Two clubs really should show more than a five card suit. And it also just makes catching up harder, I think. So, sort of bid a no trump, leave as much room as possible. Don't put the auction onto a club track when we don't really ever want to play in clubs. So, I think just, treating the hand as a balanced hand versus treating it as a club hand. I would much rather treat it as a balanced hand despite the stopper flaw.
That's totally fair.
And also, if we think that we want to be declaring it because it might not be positional and we have the stronger hand, two clubs might make that harder.
Yeah, that's also true. So
I
North
think
South get to 3-0 over here at the Hans Hung table, which looks to be a little bit of a better contract than the 4 spades reached in the other room, but I think it's a little bit random that that's the case. And in this scenario, North's spade suit is so bad that North is going to lose 3 trump tricks in their spade contract. If North had some of these 10, 9, 8 of spade cards, then 4 spades could easily be the winner here. Well, nice and on
Yes, okay.
lead. I mean, you just lead a 4th best heart. You have nothing else to do here. And
Yeah. Well,
okay, or the ace of hearts. I mean, this also is quite reasonable.
I think if his hand were a little weaker, the low heart would be more attractive in the hope the partner has an entry when declare head king jack third or whatever. Here, I think he knows like his partner has a 1 count, and that's probably as much as he could hope for. So his best shot is that declare, we can figure out which heart to play to set up for heart tricks and do it. Your partner has 10-9 doubleton, and we see the jack doubleton and dummy and play the queen. I don't know. No, I guess that wouldn't work. Um,
Yeah,
But yeah, I think the ace, like the ace when we have a very strong hand, I think does have something going for it.
for sure. You get a look at dummy, and obviously East is never getting in, so it doesn't really matter which heart card we lead. I guess sometimes this picks off a stiff king in Declare's hand. It would be a little bit unusual for Declare to have a stiff king of hearts and not bid for spades, but I think that might be the
Yeah,
only.
what shape could he possibly have?
Exactly, right? Like that seems a little bit unusual, but that's probably the only winning case for the ace over low. Like I don't think it matters ace versus low.
Right, I'm with you.
But
I
yeah,
agree with
so
that.
ace of hearts lead, South unblocks the 10 because South needs more entries to the dummy. Unfortunately for them, none of those entries are going to be helpful. So
Yeah.
Nyssen kind of works out that that's what's going on here and realizes that he, of course, could prevent these dummy entries, but he's also looking at his hand and being like, you want to take minor suit finesses? Go right ahead.
Right.
So heart to the 9. Declare is probably going to start things off by running the jack of clubs.
Yes, of course. He could have taken 5 club tricks since the queen 9 is doubleton, but this is obviously the normal play. So we do have the result from the other room. They got to the 6-1 spade fit, which was not successful in any way. But this obviously is going to be down in 3-0 as well, so it won't be a big swing, even if there is a difference of how many tricks are taken.
Yeah, it's just going to be the same. West is going to take 3 heart tricks, a club, a diamond, and a spade. So this is also going to be down 2.
Right. He's got his 3 winners in his hand, and yep, there's the claim.
So a flat board, but I do think 3 no trump is probably the superior place to have ended up on the north-south cards there. I mean, for one thing, hearts could have been 6-1 after the overcall.
Right.
But on to
Yeah,
board
I mean,
12.
Clubs could just come in.
Yeah. So Edgerton, this is what we like to see. Edgerton picks up a bad 6-card spade suit and is like, this is a 3 spade preempt if I've seen one. So he's right in there, favorable. And of course, Wibbly over there with 3 bullets and King Jack Doubleton in partner suit is like, yep, I'm good here. I mean, what's the alternative? What, you thought that we were going to make a game? And Wibbly, I have to say there's some bad news for you in the future because you are going to make a game on this one, losing a club, a diamond, and a trump.
Yeah, I mean,
Same 3 spade opener.
That is very far from my preferred preempting style, but obviously both East and West knew what to expect from West preempt. So as long as your range is narrow enough that you can make sensible decisions, do whatever you want.
Yeah, Van de Pavard didn't get the memo, but it's also important to note that Andy Hung elected to double 3 spades. I mean, we've been talking a lot the past few days about how if you're the one who has shortness in the opponent's suit, it's kind of the burden's on you to be able to act and enter into these auctions. And that's exactly what Hung did here with the 5-5 and the red suits. I mean, he does not have a pretty hand. He has a bunch of wasted queens, no aces, just 1 king, but decided that he really needed to get involved. He couldn't afford to let the favorable opponent steal from him. So 3 spades double. East raises to 4 spades in that sequence, probably either as a 2-way shot, either a preempt or as a possible chance to make if his partner's hand's a little bit better. And that's going to win a game swing for Team McAllister.
Yeah, and I think pretty reasonable. If he thinks that his partner is most of the time going to have a more classical looking 3 spade bid, we have 4 key cards. Like, if we think that his kind of, expectancy is 6 tricks and 3 spades to open to this vulnerability, like, we've got 4, and we're pretty confident in that number.
Yeah, for sure. So same king of diamonds opening lead at both tables. Obviously, Nyson's position, he needs to be a little bit more careful about how he handles the play. The fact that there was a takeout double from North makes it very likely that you can pick up the clubs for just one loser. He elects to cash the Spade King. Going to be very pleased to see the Queen of Spades drop. And so now Jack of Spades,
I guess
duck a diamond or something.
Spades, and then
Yeah,
just play a club playing North for at least one honor, but often King Queen third. So we'll just run the Jack if North ducks it.
for sure. So just a little bit of care needs to be taken to make sure that you don't give up, say, 2 club ruffs in case South is void. So cutting communication and diamonds would be a way to do that. As you say, unblock the spade, ace of hearts, heart ruff is a way to do that.
Yeah, we're not worried about being tapped out. So, we can make trumps our top priority.
And that's exactly what Nyssen goes with. Well, the non-vulnerable gain swing is not worth a lot. It's only 6 imps, but this is going to be the biggest swing of the entire match so far. 6 imp swing on board 12. I think things are going to get a little bit more heated during the subsequent quarters, but for now the teams are just testing each other out, it seems. Jack of clubs covered by the queen. Club comes back. South is in, and South can cash out their partner's diamond, but this is going to be 4 spades making 4. There's the 6 imps. Team McAllister pulls into the lead by 5. We're on to board 13. Both tables playing at approximately the same speed. I guess we've had a couple of delays, so maybe that's just due to the way the broadcast is being handled.
Yeah.
But
I think, pretty good on clock time. We'll be done with this segment in 2 hours, which is well within the screen control.
Yeah, which is nice. And we will have to wait for we'll probably have to wait for all of the tables to resume play. So we might have a bit of a break. We could check out the other matches. We could look at all of the drama on bridge winners that I haven't been able to get to. This is going to be fun during the interim. But a couple passes go around to a spade. Edge.
I want to do a little. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just going to talk about the hand. Edgerton overcalls a no trump, as does Nyssen. And that may well be where the auction ends at both tables.
So I would be down also do a little comparison of our speedball filled out brackets to see where you and I disagree on some of the handicapping.
Good idea. Diamond opening lead from McAllister. He has a 5-card suit. Oftentimes, it's going to be right to lead that against no trump. Is Edgerton going to work out to put up the diamond 10 from dummy? Will Nyssen work out to put up the diamond 10 from dummy, ensuring that there are a couple of diamond stoppers? The suit is blocked anyway, so...
Yeah, and notice, not that this is so surprising at this level, but neither Shearson nor Hans was tempted to bid 2 spades of these colors after no trump overcall. Shearson... in standard context, less reason to, but Hans even playing precision and aggressive precision where he has extras, a good 6-card suit, yada yada. It's okay, pass 1 no trump. This is something where I think, if you played this in a stratified pair field, there'd be a fair number of 2 spade bids and they would get absolutely punished for it.
For sure. And that's a great point that you bring up because... as you say, a lot of players are going to look at the south hand and be like, well, what's wrong with 2 spades, right? What does 2 spades show in this situation?
I can think of 3 things wrong with it, and they're the 4-3 deuce of spades.
Well, yeah. But if, because a lot of players will be taught that 2 spades shows a better than average opening hand. Let's just put it that way, a better than average opening hand. And a 6 trump, and that's what you have. And so people will look at this type of hand and be like, well, my hand fits the bid description, so I'm going to bid it. But like you say, the trump spots are very important because this is a situation where West very likely has 2 spade stoppers, given that they've overcalled a no trump over your major suit opener. And the fact that South's hand is so flat, you're going to lose all of these outside tricks. So it would be very different if South was like 6-3-0-4. Then two spades would have a lot more going for it, even if you had a bad spade suit, because left-hand opponent looking at ace, king, queen, fourth of diamonds is going to take 0 tricks in that suit. And so you won't get completely massacred. But with a 6-3-2-2 shape, you're going to lose 2 diamonds, you're going to lose 2 clubs, you're going to lose 2 hearts, and then that's before we even get to the trump suit itself. So it turns out partner has a pretty good hand in fitting you, and you're still down at least one. The diamond hook is on side.
And a partner, if spades are 3-3 instead of 4-2, we're still in a lot of trouble in 2 spades. The partner leads a spade, we put in the queen, and now we have 6 tricks in our hand, and the opponent stopped in 1 no trump. Partner will very often contribute 1 for a plus score. So, what reason is there to bid on that layout either?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's another big point, and I think this is one of the reasons why I often harp don't compete for part scores at imps, because if we're going plus on our cards, the opponents might just be going minus on theirs. It's not always the case. Sometimes we're both going plus, but sometimes we're also both going minus. I'm just thinking about the average case. When we're going plus on our cards, the opponents are often going minus on theirs, and that kind of evens out from an imp perspective. At match points, it does matter. If we're plus 110 in 2 spades and plus 100 against no trump, we lose the board by not competing to 2 spades. But at imps, we don't care. That's just a flat push. Even if we're plus 140 and the opponents are minus 200 or minus 100 or something, it's basically a push on the board for that. So
yeah. And this is especially bad because our trumps are weak, which means West will sometimes have king 10-9 fourth of spades and have a double, and East will sometimes have a reopening double, and West with king 10 fourth, even king 9 fourth, might have a shrug and pass kind of hand. So, it's not just that we might go down in 2 spades, we might go down for 800 on a nothing deal.
Exactly.
So... Anyway, 2 good expert decisions by our expert Souths, and is there been any disparity in the play while we've been yakking about the merits of passing?
No, we've basically had the exact same line of play at both tables. I mean, both tried to establish an entry to that heart queen, and both have been unsuccessful so far. Diamond came back to the jack, and now North on lead, I guess, is going to just...
Yeah, Shearson is, I think 20. I know she's not 21 because when we were hanging out with her at the Christmas New York Regional, she couldn't come out and have a drink with us.
Got it. Yeah, I am pretty sure she's 20 now. In her first year in school, she took a year off to play full-time professional, and she's been on the... Was she on the women? Yeah, she played with Baker in USA 1 on the women's team in the Venice Cup last year.
And in the Platinum, she was playing with Chris Lincoln to get some boards in because they are playing in the mixed trials. Once again, assuming that Lincoln is available. I think that's going to be the Rosenthal team again. So, if they don't qualify to have the Open, then they have their mixed team set, which they're a part of. And, they're also just friends. So, I think really enjoy playing with each other. But, they've been really trying to get a lot of hands in to make sure they're prepared for that event because they quite reasonably view themselves as one of the favorites. And in that event where there's pickup partnerships, if you're the favorite and know what you're doing, you're very hard to beat. So, I think obviously Lincoln would much rather play in the Open, but he's a very big proponent of showing up extremely prepared for tournaments. And they're playing tournaments 6 months in advance, and not everyone else in the event is.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important skill to either enjoy or at least have the commitment to practice with your partner in serious competitions before you get to whatever the main stage is that you're supposed to play on, because it's not like you can just walk into the Bermuda Bowl and win the first time you're there. You have to have a ton of experience playing in high level competition and dealing with the pressure and dealing with when a bunch of things go wrong, and have actual experience playing with your partner so that you can know what they're thinking at all times on defense in these difficult auctions. And so that's an important skill for a lot of bridge players, of course.
Yeah, and I think, particularly it says something about fine, like, the Lincoln household has plenty of income between Chris's bridge and VC stuff and Dana being a law partner. Olivia obviously grew up fairly well off, but nonetheless, they both could have had very well paying work for the Platinum, and instead are playing with each other because the World Championship is really important, and that's also well compensated. So, it's like really taking these professional commitments seriously. It's it makes a difference when you get to the events.
Yeah, for sure.
And obviously, if either of them were kind of, more desperate for bridge income, then maybe the calculation would be different. But, someone wants to give you a giant check to play in the Platinum Pairs, it's still a little hard to say no, no matter how wealthy you are on the side.
Absolutely. Well, one no trump ends up making 3 at the other table after a slip up from North in that room, blowing a club trick. Over here, Nyson at the helm has to decide what's going on in the heart suit. South in and pushes a heart through. I mean, this would be a hell of a Grosvenor if South actually had the 9-5 doubleton of hearts remaining.
Is West really still tanking on this 5 of hearts?
They are.
Possible, right? No, I'm crashed. Or possibly the event is crashed.
No, he's definitely thinking about it. It's just the lack of respect that these young players have for everyone at the table. Like Hans,
the table must have crashed, right? There's no way Wes has been thinking for this long of this trick.
No, he has. I'm certain. We're on to board 14 in the other room, though, so it's only going to be a matter of over tricks, I believe. It looks like even if Declare misguesses this heart trick, the defense still is not going to be able to defeat the contract. But 2 passes go to a no trump from Edgeton. North.
What is going on? What is going on with the left-hand table?
Nyson is demonstrating just how much he cares about Hans's 15 NABC titles.
I was wondering whether it was a table crash or if somehow he has something to think about here, because he knows what reason could there be not to take the King of Hearts, though? He knows that there's nothing higher than the 9 in the other hands.
Well, he's thinking about taking a heart finesse.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that West was defending, not declaring.
Yeah. Okay, good. I mean, it is still very disrespectful to stick in the 6 of hearts here, because obviously South has plenty of safe exits in the spade suit.
Yeah.
But he's allowed to think. There's nothing wrong with doing it.
Yeah. I was just lost on exactly what the contract and circumstances were of this tank. All right, well, in the meantime, in the other room, fairly straightforward hand here. East just has to decide whether he's passing this or game forcing, which, I guess you could bid 2 no trump, but I think if you're bidding 3 clubs, it's probably better.
You might have crashed again. East has already decided.
Well, I'm looking at it on your screen, not in real bridge, so that's going to be lagged a little bit.
Got it. Yeah, so
I didn't have the extra window open.
Wibbly is going to be settling for 3 hearts.
Yep.
4 hearts? What? Is this gonna make? Hold on. Ace, queen, 3rd of hearts on side.
So there's no alert and explanation of 2 spades. What do we think it was?
Clubs?
Yeah, but then maybe it's game forcing, so he can't pass 3 hearts.
I mean, are we really game forcing that 8 count opposite a no trump opener when partner could have a bad 14?
I mean, I don't know who we is, but Wibbly did.
Fair enough. No, you're totally right. So, just there's a bonus for getting to getting to non-vulnerable games, so I'm told. And it is 6 imps. I mean, Hans really needs to make up those 6 that they lost on the previous non-vulnerable game.
Yeah, two spades as generic invite, I guess, is possible. But then he kind of accepted his own invite if West was expected to bid 4 hearts with an acceptance. So that seems a little inconsistent.
This is an unbelievable bidding decision from Wibley. I mean, he might get rewarded for it, but it's not as if, even though there's 3 of 3 finesses, the Queen of Hearts, Ace of Hearts, and King of Clubs, all on side, which Declare basically needs, I mean, with the Ace of Diamonds off, he still has work to do, despite all of that.
Yeah, and spades can be 3-3, and then all 3 clubs go away.
Watch the other table duplicate this sequence. Please. Please do it. So Nyssen opens a spade on the 14 count. Hoo boy.
Yeah, that is very possible that if 2 spades was there, balanced invite, now West shows a 3-card heart support, and he says, constructing hands and says, okay, I guess, enough of them are good enough. But yeah, as you say, very big position, non-vulnerable opposite, presumably 14 to 16 no trump.
I would assume so. So at the other table,
East 14, so, maybe it's 15, 17 and upgraded, but
right.
That seems like a pretty big upgrade.
Right. And I mean, even such, like, just a bad 8 count is probably still not worth a game force upset of 15 to 17, especially when partners showed a minimum. As you mentioned earlier, West could have jumped to 4 hearts with a maximum. So, well,
I mean, again, presumably, right? We are guessing a little bit as to the meaning of these bids.
Yeah. All right. Declare elects to play a diamond to the king. That is unsuccessful. And now Declare is slated to go down. Nothing they can do from here.
Play, king of spades, diamond to the king. If these diamonds on side and we can start trumps, this has gone really well for us. So
for sure. I mean, I'm not arguing with the line of play, but like, even if we were looking at this as a double dummy problem, it's not exactly obvious how we're supposed to make all of our tricks. I think right. You like you block the spade suit, and then you lead a heart to the 10, and then you play club to the ace club, and then right. but like, that's not necessarily good enough because North could then win and go ace of hearts heart, and you don't get a club ruff, and the spade suit's blocked. Like, it is a difficult double dummy problem to make 10 tricks in hearts on this hand.
Yeah, sometimes we play a heart to the 10, it loses to the ace, but we have a second heart loser anyway. So, if we're sort of banking on very often 2 heart losers, usually 1 club loser, the diamond ace on side has to be our best chance to have any chance to make this. So, and we need the entry, so I think that diamond play a trick 2 is a standout, but obviously, not working out very well in this hand.
Yeah, South did obviously give Declare a double dummy chance when she didn't split from the Queen Jack of Diamonds, but I think that is a good decision. The thing that I'm a little bit nervous about from South's perspective is that South didn't think about this ahead of time, because Declare paused at trick 1, won the King of Spades, paused at trick 2, and gave South every opportunity to decide what card to play in tempo. Definitely one of those things that most declarers will, have some sort of plan, or not declarers, defenders will have some sort of plan for it. That's one of the things that really separates out like the expert and world-class players from the rest of those who play bridge, is that you want to be ready for what declarer is going to bring at you. Like, think about what you're going to do no matter which suit declarer plays. I mean, if they do something really weird, like you're sitting on the ace queen and they just lead the king from dummy, then you're like, okay, now I need to think about what's going on. But
right. Dummy comes down, you look at your hand, you figure out the 1 to 3 most likely things declare is going to do a trick 2, and you prepare for all of them. Like that's basically standard expert practice. It's something that every good player is just, automatically in the habit of doing.
For sure. So I don't think Edgton was ever going to get this one right, but
No, I mean it's also, a player of Olivia's caliber. You don't play someone like that to be Grosvenering you.
of course not. And from
And it
here,
wasn't even really a Grosvenor because there's a case for playing low, for bridge reasons, but also you just can't play for her to be Grosvenering you.
for sure. So McAllister can exit a diamond, and he does. Good decision. Now Declare can cross to the club ace, pitch a club on the queen of spades, and lead a club up, and has a club guess for down 2 or down 3. And the hand.
What a difference between Van der Pavert and Wibbly. Wibbly getting 3 levels higher.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Nyssen opened a spade instead of a no trump on the West hand just because they happened to play a weak no trump. So it was a little bit of a system difference there. Oh, shit. The weak no trump won a board. Okay, I'm keeping track. I'm trying to be objective and fair about this. The weak no trump was a system win this time because East West did not get to 4 hearts on 22 combined highs.
Yeah, I would say though a system with an asterisk because I'm sure West was extremely unhappy about having to pass a semi-forcing no trump with a 14 count.
Sure.
But nonetheless, they are picking up imps, and that was more or less the direct cause of it. I mean that and Wibbly's, let's say, unusually aggressive choice with the East End.
Yes. All right, McAllister has not worked out what Declare's shape is now in the tank thinking, I don't think Edgton is going to get this guess wrong at trick 11 here. So we'll just play a club to the queen, is going to get out for down 2.
Yeah, McAllister might even just hop up here.
Right. This is the spot where, like, you can lead a club as Declare, and you have, like, a legitimate guess, and then your left-hand opponent thinks for, like, 10 seconds, and then you claim.
Right.
So Edgton may well, like, claim at some point to speed the process up, but...
So, yeah, I mean, I think, like, at some levels of the game, yes, in a match like this, probably not, but...
That's fair. And meanwhile, at the other table, one no trump. Looks like Declare has established the heart suit, has the king of spades as an entry. The spades are a little bit blocked, but no real way to keep all the communications while setting up hearts. So Declare has their 7 tricks, should be able to find an 8th trick, but that might be the limit here. So 120 and 100 in the other room. Gonna be 6 imps.
So I guess that'll be 1910. That'll be 6 more imps to McAllister. So they'll take a lead by just shy of a vulnerable game swing.
Right. And I mean, much like there is a bonus for bidding and making a non-vulnerable game, which happens to be 6 imps, we saw that earlier, there's also a 6 imp loss, or 5 imp loss most of the time if you bid a non-vulnerable game and you go down. And so it's not as if it's completely free to just bid these non-vulnerable games. You're pretty close to 50-50 on the imp scale. I mean, it's a little bit less. It's a little bit more in favor of bidding the non-vulnerable game, but not by much.
Right. We're vulnerable. It's still the same 6 imps when you're down, but it's 10 imps when you win. So that's why we say bid red games at imps and don't worry about the white ones.
Exactly.
You should still be bidding white games that are better than 50-50, but 50-50 is your indifference point.
Somewhere in that range, yeah. I mean, it's like
Yeah, it's good enough for the likes of me.
Right, like 5 out of 11 or something like that. I mean, if we want to consider doubles and stuff like that, it gets a little bit more murky, but somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I think, if you're just looking for like a quick at the table, back of the envelope calculation, break even is, you know, reliable enough for most purposes.
For sure. Hung comes out of his tank, elects to cash the club queen, and then push a diamond through. So actually, in fact, Declare has scored a second over trick. This is going to be 150. Still going to be the same 6 imps for 250. We're on to board 15. Last board of the opening segment of play. South passes. Edgton picks up an 11 count. Gets to open a diamond. North with a 16, good 5-card spade suit. Probably just one spade because of the 5-3-3-2 shape. Oh. Or that. North-South are still going to find their spade fit after South gets to make a negative double. So very fortunate that North-South able to recover after this one no trump overcall. One no automatic, Muppet says. Yes, sure. Sure. 4 spades by McAllister. A bit of an overbid. I mean, if you're going to treat your hand as balanced, then 3 spades is more than enough on the North cards.
Yeah, I mean, you do have the 5th spade partner is guaranteed 4 of them and some values. I think if he is worried that 3 spades ends the auction vulnerable against not, 4 spades does have a fair amount going for it.
It does, but maybe 3 spades ending the auction would have been the best thing here. So
maybe, I mean, the ace of hearts and king of clubs could be flipped, and then you'd feel like, you'd feel pretty stupid to be playing this hand in a part score.
Sure. Yeah. You might just lose a heart, 2 diamonds, and no clubs.
Maybe even 1 diamond if you can get a club going for a diamond pitch.
That's true. But as it is here, Declare is going to go down quite a few tricks. 9 of diamonds lead. I expect Edgton is going to work this out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they obviously aren't doubled, which is going to save them a little bit. But yeah, it's, the worst possible layout for North and South here. I don't mind North spading. I mean, obviously, he took a couple of views, but I think both views were fine. Yeah.
I think they're fine too. But in terms of like what should you be doing when you treat your hand as a strong no trump? Like, I mean, maybe if North is treating his no trump as a psych, then North can do whatever he wants because he thinks his hand just doesn't qualify for the no trump range. But I think it does qualify as the no trump range, right? Just the fact that you could overcall a spade, which would be a better descriptive bid on the North hand, is maybe the way to think about it. But once you decide your hand is a strong no trump, your partner has said, I have 4 spades and some values. Like 3 spades shows a spade fit and extra values, right? Like I don't think you should ever be allowed to jump 2 levels in the auction in a spot like this.
Yeah, that's fair. I really think, the one thing about 1 no trump is like 1 spade is more accurate on shape, but much less accurate on range.
Sure.
1 no does put your hand into a much smaller box, which could be important in the auction.
Right.
And, and look what happened here. Fine, like, level decisions aside, we didn't lose the spades by bidding a no trump, which maybe is an additional sign that 1 no is a perfectly reasonable choice.
Well, that's because South has 4 spades, right? Like, you could miss a 5-3 spade fit, which is the big issue.
Or committing to lose a 5-3 spade fit, I agree with that.
But
might not be the end of the world.
And it's really not, because both tables end up in 4 spades, and this is probably going to be a pretty flat board. I mean, Nyssen does need to work out for the same reason that partner has led a diamond and is looking for a ruff, and this is going to be his most likely way to defeat the contract. Another reason why people should stop leading doubletons, because if your partner's just leading a bunch of random doubletons, then West has a serious issue at trick one. But if you can trust that your partner is generally not leading a doubleton, then ace of diamonds and a diamond ruff is pretty straightforward. But this is kind of imp mentality on defense, I believe, that your partner leads a diamond. If it's a doubleton, well, we're kind of in trouble on defense because we didn't get a heart lead through the king. So our best bet to beat the contract is for partner to have led a singleton here, go up with the diamond ace, try and give partner a ruff, and go from there.
So, 9 imps going McAllister's way to end the segment, I believe, or are they still playing the other table?
Still playing Hans and Hung.
Oh, they're the same track, so yeah, it'll be a small swing at most.
Yeah, I guess I can kill table number 2 right now. You have to underlead a lot of kings then, which is surely worse than a doubleton. I disagree.
Yeah, or lead a lot of trumps, which is often a very good choice when your hand is flat.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like doubleton leads more than you do, but, you know.
It's, like, fine, right? I don't think... Like, my policy is that, like, for one thing, it makes situations like this easier. If you and your partner have kind of an understanding that doubleton leads are generally bad. Because, like, this disambiguation is one of the main reasons why I think doubleton leads are bad. It's because when your partner leads shortness, it's much more likely that they have a doubleton than a singleton, usually based on either the auction or based on just pure mathematics. So you're going to play them for doubleton, and then you get far fewer ruffs. Like, you really want to get your ruffs when partner leads a singleton, and if you're playing partner for a doubleton all the time, that's a huge issue. To me, that is the main speaking point for avoiding doubleton leads most of the time. But
that makes a ton of sense.
But yeah, I mean, aside from that, there's definitely cases to be made for doubletons. Yeah, here they did lead the suit, so it's not a doubleton out of nowhere. I know someone was going to bring this point up. I was trying to hide from it. I apologize. You're totally right. It is possible in this case that East would lead a doubleton diamond because West bid the suit. I still think generally East would prefer a heart lead, given that that's the suit that was bid and raised. But anyway, I've made my point, and we are left to watch Nice and see if he can work out what to do. Now, even if West does not make the right play at trick 1, they are still going to defeat this contract because East will get in with the club king, push a heart through, and West can cash out for down 1. So it would be a 5-imp swing going the way of Team Hans if West makes the trick 1 error, but they will still go plus against the vulnerable game. I appreciate you, chat. Thanks for calling me out. I really do. That's an earnest statement. I don't want to be spreading misinformation on these things. I mean, we can see it's not a huge decision because the contract still goes down even if West ducks, but to Neeson, this really might be the end of the world if he gets this choice wrong at trick 1. Like, what is North's shape? North is... 3 hearts was weak by East. So North is pretty likely to be 5-1. No, that's very unlikely. I think West is going to get this right because of the 3 heart bid. That 3 heart bid sounds like a 7 card suit, given that West is looking at all of the ace, king, queen, 10, 9. Right? Like, is East really bidding 3 hearts on jack empty 6? Like they did here. But is that such a normal thing to do? So if we place North with like 5-1 in the majors, is North really 5-1-2-5? I guess North could be 6-1-2-4. But then how
Look,
are we beating it?
I saw the headline and didn't have a chance to read the article. I've just been kind of busy between this and work. But as I recall, she was like one of the very old time English players who just been an English international for decades and decades. Am I remembering that correctly?
I don't know who this is. I don't think I recognize the name.
Yeah, somewhat surprisingly to me, it was not promoted as a featured article.
Hmm.
Um, the unfortunately, this is not super informative as far as biographical details go.
Gotcha. Well, it's always sad to hear someone passing, especially a big figure in the bridge community. So,
Yeah, passed away at age 80, and among other things, had a Venice Cup silver medal, a Crockford Cup win, spring foursome, some of the major UK events, and four wins in the Women's European. So, a long career at the international level. She'd been playing at that level since 1988 in the Olympiad, so near 40 years.
got it. Nyson does correctly work out to put up the diamond ace. 10 of diamonds comes back, suit preference for hearts. And this is going to be the same down 3 that we saw at the other table. One Under Trick Wonder asks, would I have considered bidding 5 hearts as West? I think as West we are captain in this auction because partners 3 heart bid put their hand into a bit of a box. So if even though we've bid 4 hearts here as West, we aren't inviting partner to compete to the 5 level.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
I don't know. We have 2 aces. Like
We're
sometimes it
flat.
does just go diamond to the ace, diamond rough, heart to the ace, diamond rough, right? To start the play. And 4 spades goes down when partner has a 0 count over there. I'm willing to sell to 4 spades for that reason. I don't think 5 hearts is ever making on my cards. 4 spades goes down 3. Let's check in on the results. So after the first set, where do all of the teams stand? Fleischer is ahead of Rippey by 19. Nickel over Rodriguez by 32. Ash is ahead of Zimmerman by 9. High scoring match in the first segment there. Andresen, I picked them. Four-handed, dominating over Street. 31 imps in the first set. Obviously, Street has a sponsor, so they will get one more opportunity to stomp them, but then they're going to have to face up against the front foursome. But that is a powerful team, Andresen.
Yeah,
Rosenthal,
I did not pick Anderson to win that match, but I think part of the reason was I think I just didn't realize who was on the team. It was like, oh, like Street Force, great, they're gonna win.
yeah, for sure, for sure. And I was
Didn't even look at the roster.
that was one of my big picks. I mean, Andresen had an upset yesterday in their opening round. They won their opening match against Bailey, the 19 seed, and so they were in a 4-way. So on to Rosenthal over Vedanta, up by 11. Rubenstein over Wildowski by 9. Currently, close match. Close matches all around for the most part. McAllister over Hans. We just watched that. Shori is up by 18 over Goldberg. I love how Goldberg is just all unknown players. I mean, it's Connie and Poon, and then Farrow and Holtz, and then just unknown. Hammond is up over Lal.
Yeah, I wonder who that third pair is.
Zhao, way ahead, 55-21. They're up by 34 over Team Dunnits. Bianchi is
I mean, so just a comment, they're underseeded because none of them have any seeding points. Like the most important consideration is how far you've gotten in these events over a period of a decent number of years. And if, like you're young and haven't played in that many of them and lose in the round of 32, A couple of times you just have zero seeding points, so that's why they were the 45 seed. There's no, skill does not matter for seeding, just results. So, longevity becomes very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Simpson is way behind against Team Bianchi, who I cannot seem to load their player names.
No, nor can I. That's a little weird.
But I saw them earlier. I don't know if that's Mickelson's team. Bianchi might be the Rimstedt sisters. No, that's Cole.
No, you can
That's
pull it up
Cole.
from the field. It's Bianchi DeFranco, G. Lee, and Wojciech. So a very international team. Two Italians, a Chinese national, and a Pole.
Yeah, so that is a strong team. Obviously, I mean, I think I had Simpson going very deep in the bracket because Simpson has Rosenberg on it, and it seems like Rosenberg just crushes everything that he plays in for the most part. Obviously, he didn't have a great platinum pairs this year, but him playing with Platnick and Granger and Wooldridge, who Wooldridge just ended up winning the not the letterer, the thing before that, the WBT master, not the Masters, the Reykjavik Bridge Festival, playing with Team Edmonds. So they've had a lot of good success recently. Grossack over Kane, currently by 22. Overdeck over Cole by 11, but a high scoring match there. Moyles is up by 10 over Team Gupta, who I also can't load. Goodman is up by 12 currently over Team Hell. And so behind Ivaturi by 14. I am rooting for Team Hell because my boy, who I've personally never met or interacted with in real life, Simone Device, is on there. He's my buddy from the Real Bridge panel.
Cool.
I
Gupta is Vinita Gupta and I guess for Danes, Morten Bilde, so Dennis's dad, Simon Eckenberg, Andreas Meister, and Emil Jepsen.
Gotcha. How's Hell so underseeded? I mean, there's a lot of strong teams in the field. Like, who should they be ahead of?
What number is Hella? I don't see them.
Hell
The
is
number
18.
Yeah, Rico has taken a few years off or has not been in late rounds of this, I think, in a while. So, your seeding points decay over time. Same with Bob Driver. He hasn't gone that far. Hella probably has close to zero. Hogan Comp, I think, probably also has not played a ton of U.S. nationals. So it's just Deweese and Mueller. And you spread out, those guys, I'm sure, have a decent number of seeding points, but it's team average. So a lot of them for two and not very many for four is going to add up to a fairly low average.
Yeah, Matt says Mueller has 3 world team championships, but like Craig says, these decay over time, right? It's
And I'm not sure you even get credit for those in these. So you get credit for if you're a foreign national, your first few NABCs, they give you what they call courtesy points. And the idea is that eventually they're replaced by real ones, but to keep the bracket fair, so reputable winners who never played an NABC get some consideration for that. But there's some formula at which those go away, and if you don't get ACBL ones to replace them, then there you are. So I don't know whether you get the like does Adam Kaplan get points for having won the Bermuda Bowl last year? I'm not sure what the answer to that is. We could look up the seeding formula.
yeah,
And also
probably
master
not.
points do matter up to a maximum of 11, one per thousand plus one for being a life master.
All right, let's take a look at this article.
Yeah, while you talk your way through that, I'll look up the seeding formula because I'm curious whether WBF wins do matter.
So, obviously people who were here yesterday remember that we had the same boards in the second and fourth segment, and I posted an article about it, and then I made a funny poll, which I thought was amusing. Looks
So,
like
so
what?
just very quickly, you get some for open master points up to 11 and one per placing point, but 11 just isn't that many. The top teams all average 50. So, your ACBL points are much more important than your WBF points.
Got it.
Okay, so
So let's see.
ACB is all learned.
Andy says if a player notices during the fourth segment is that their job to speak up. Seems like I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I just kind of wanted to bring that up because I was trying to make an amusing poll. So 16D1, some sort of rules section if you want a legal justification, but what bridge player wouldn't tell the director as soon as they realized? I mean, does he really want an answer to that? Is Andy trying to stir the pot here? Like, do we need to start naming names?
Yeah, but they might not have known, right? Because the operator had the board on the screen, but the players were looking at their cards. Why would they have known what was on the screen? That it was, how could the players have known?
Well, that's what I was saying, because someone who was sitting out during the second segment and who was following the stuff on Real Bridge may have tuned in to either my channel's broadcast or whatever, and then they went to play the fourth set. Like, it's true that if a player is just sitting and playing cards all day and they are not following the broadcast, then they wouldn't have this information. But like, this is obviously a huge leak that could have happened. And he says, I think it's unlikely that a player would recognize the board. In my experience of playing deals that I've already seen, if I face a problem that I had before I recognize it, but if all I've done is see four hands on a screen, there's almost no chance that I'd remember it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of the same way. I mean, I don't even recognize hands after I've played them at the table, but I really wouldn't recognize them from a four-hand diagram. If it had come up and someone had done some analysis on the diagram, then maybe yes, but just seeing it flash on the screen and having a mismatch, it would not stick in my mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, it depends how invested they are into following, like, for example, our second quarter like coverage yesterday of the broadcast, because obviously people might tune in, be like, Real Bridge is completely fucked, and then just close the stream. But if people were here for the entire set, I did like some substantial analysis on like a couple of the deals. And so like it might not be the case that they recognize every hand, but there were a couple where they might just be like, this looks familiar, and then like they see dummy, and then they're just like, oh wait, who had the queen of clubs on this one, sort of thing. I mean, like, regardless, if the whole point of this 15-minute delay or 30-minute delay that they're trying to put in place is like, we want to avoid any sort of possibility that someone's going to complain about event security, this is a huge leak, one way or another. So let's see.
It does seem like it should never have gotten to the point where these were broadcast to the world. Like, there was a 30-minute delay. Sometime in that half an hour, the operator could have said, hey, director, these aren't the boards on my screen. You replace them, and then, find Real Bridge like, oh, we won't be up to set technical difficulties. But yeah, like the fact that it ever got to a worldwide broadcast suggests that something really bad happened.
I agree. I'm mostly curious if anything happened.
What did they do then? Did they? I was out yesterday evening. Did they replace the board for the last segment, or were they different matches anyway, and we would never have known?
They just continued playing the entire fourth set. Like, it just they had all of the same boards. So I mean, I don't have like a direct access to the tournament directors at the site. And obviously if I did, Mackenzie probably would have intercepted the call and like thrown the director's phone into the toilet. Right. But like, I did my best. I reached out to someone who was at the tournament. They got in touch with someone. I don't know the exact details about what happened, but I tried to pass the information along immediately when I got it. All the above, the organizers need to check that they're giving out the right hand records. If operators see the deals don't match, they should stop the broadcast. Let someone know. There's no point in a broadcast if you have the wrong records and possibly that the hands are from a future set. At the absolute least, letting the organizers know that they got the wrong records would allow the organizers to figure out which hand records they gave out and abandon. And of course, if a player recognizes this during the fourth set, having watched the bungled broadcast, there is a law that applies. How typical of today's world. Not how can we find out what happened? How can we prevent it from happening again? No, assign the blame. No, assign the blame. That is the first step. oh, someone likes what I did, and they're the only person who's gotten likes on their comments. That's good. I wasn't even trying to assign the blame. I realized that like if I made a serious assign the blame poll and put like legitimate organizations, which is why I tried to make it vague. I was like operator, organizers, players, and I mostly made, and then the just bad luck category. I hope that this would be a little bit more lighthearted, but yeah, it looks like someone actually cares if we do assign blame to someone. Let's see what Jan says. I don't want to minimize this. It was a bad situation. I will take blame, but I do want to point out that only 2 fourth quarter matches were affected. Every table in the event played a different set of boards. So this is not true because both matches that were on VuGraph had the exact same boards yesterday. So, well,
I thought that was not supposed to be how
it was not supposed to be how it works, but that is how it worked. So the only exception to this was the VuGraph table. There we go. It was the VuGraph tables in the second half where both matches played the same hands. I believe the boards you saw in quarter 4 were the boards that had been shown at VuGraph at table 1 the second quarter. They were played in the fourth quarter by both teams on VuGraph, neither of which had been on VuGraph in the second quarter. I see. Interesting.
So you would have had to have watched someone else's match to see the hands flash on the screen.
Sure, but I mean, like, again, I know we're getting to multiple degrees of separation, but like this to me is a more serious issue than like the whole someone takes their phone into the toilet and then gets info from their teammate who also took their phone into the toilet sort of thing.
It also just gets into, what we were talking about the other day, which is like the tournament needs to be clean, but it needs to be seen as clean.
Right.
So like, that's a really good way in which it probably was clean, but the world is going to see it as not having been clean. Although, again, like, the fact that none of the players and the affected teams came into this thread to be like, we got screwed, is also probably indicative of something.
Yeah, so Jan's taking the blame. That's good. This is good. Much respect. There were some technical issues that meant I didn't start the second quarter broadcast when play started, so the first few boards, the operators could not do anything. I told them to write down the contracts and results and enter them in the scorecard when they were able to start. Then I worked on the technical issue and got them up at board 2 and the slowest table and 5 at the fastest. The operators in match 2 alerted me the hands were wrong, and we stopped those broadcasts and eventually gave the players and operators the right boards from 21 on. Unfortunately, I did not realize that the VuGraph hands at match 1 also did not match the hands at the table, and the operators at match 1 continued to follow my instructions to enter results even though they had the wrong hands. Scoreboard shows the hand as well as the result, so you could see all of those hands. Yes, the scoreboard does it, so like in theory they wouldn't even have to tune into my stream. They could just like peruse bridge winners on their own and just like click through the boards and be like, well, this looks funny. I wonder if ACBL can implement an encryption with a password to prevent accidental use of future hand records. That seems like a weird thing to do. Round-specific passwords. I mean, you could have a checksum or something like that, I guess would be the idea. Maybe that's what they're saying, encryption and password.
You can also just have the site generate the hands on the spot, so there's no chance someone could steal the hand records, and then, like, when they get to board N-3, the director just prints out a dozen copies.
Right. I'm shocked and appalled that this was not discovered before the start of the fourth quarter.
You need to play on tablets for that, but I like playing on tablets. You couldn't do it with prepared physical boards.
Yeah.
If you're playing fully electronically, you can press the button at game time minus 1 second and have a completely tamper-proof set of boards.
Providing the incorrect hands for the second quarter is bad, but not fatal. Yes, it's a pretty big setback in trying to make bridge a spectator sport. Not figuring out that the hands shown were the ones meant for the fourth quarter and creating new hands for the fourth quarter should be a cause for some heads to come off. Oh my God, angry. The VuGraph operator should report it to both the tournament officials and the VuGraph organizers. The tournament officials must figure out what hands were exposed on VuGraph instead of the second quarter hands, and if hands that were meant for later, replace those with a new set. VuGraph organizers should figure out why the wrong hands were used. They should also work with the tournament officials, helping them figure out what hands were used. Yeah. Anyway, so I decided to post that before the round. I was uncertain yesterday, so I slept on it, but then I decided that this was a perfectly acceptable thing to post and that I would not get eaten alive by writing an Assign the Blame article like this. So hopefully they figure that out and this doesn't happen again. I guess we'll see. This was the one I wanted to read, though, because I know you've read this already, Craig. The Ethics at the Table, Alison Howard.
Oh, I just skimmed it. I don't even think I got as far as reading what the situation was. Just that she had some run-in with someone.
Okay, let's take a look. First auction, both of them are match points. A no trump past 2 diamonds, announced as hearts. 2 hearts, 3 diamonds. Alerted correctly, asked and explained as more hearts. So it's like a transfer. 3 diamonds is another transfer. But could be a number of hands invitational to game forcing. Pass 4 hearts, all pass. Now the expert partner holding King Doubleton, King Third, King 10 Third, 5 small, led a diamond. Interesting.
I truly cannot follow what's happening here. I just don't understand what the situation is, honestly.
It went 1 no, transfer to hearts.
Transfer. 2 hearts.
2 hearts, accept 3 diamonds, alerted as hearts. More hearts. 4 hearts. No bidder bid 4 hearts. Yes, the no trump bidder bid 4 hearts, and you're on lead with King and 1, King Third, King 10 Third, 5 small, and chose to lead a diamond.
And after the guy was like, oh, like, what's 2 diamonds? What's 3 diamonds? Oh, very interesting. So he doesn't have diamonds. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is... Okay, fine. So let's keep going. His partner had 2 opportunities to double diamonds, chose not to, but did ask a few questions about the alert. Obviously, his partner had ace-5 of diamonds, so this was the best lead. Yuck. Second auction. Okay?
I would roll that back, but let's see. Okay.
1 club announced could be 2. Pass. 2 clubs alerted. Pass 2 no. Pass 3 no. Double. Okay, whoa. So club, 2 clubs alerted, 2 no trump by opener, 3 no trump. We doubled.
We double for a club lead with his hand with King Jack 10 9 6 clubs. Great.
Yeah, so my lefty is often a bit aggressive, and I wanted a club lead and just hope partner had one. Maybe that was enough. I assumed 2 clubs was game forcing with clubs, but when could I ask without giving my partner any ethical trouble? Okay, interesting question. Let's try and unpack that for a second.
I think 1 club passed 2 clubs alert. Oh, what's the alert? Like, one would not read anything into that.
I think that's okay.
That's very different from asking a few questions about artificial diamond bids, like, alert, oh, what is it? No one would ever read anything to that. Oh, very interesting. Tell me more. Like, we all, even if there's no standard for it, we all know when it crosses from normal instinctive questioning to fishy, hand indicative, questioning.
Right. So, so One Under Trick Wonder brings up this, I think, debate, which is like, if you don't care about the thing, don't ask. So 1 club passed 2 clubs, alert, pass 2 no. Oh, 1 club passed 2 clubs, we're over the 2 club bidder, so we could have asked about 2 clubs then. Yeah. And I think it's okay. Sometimes this can be a personal style thing that can give away information, because there are definitely players, like myself included, who follows the 1 under trick wonder policy, which is how it's written into the ACBL rules, that if you don't care about the bid, or if there's no reason for you to get information, don't ask until the end of the auction. And
which is also not without problems, obviously, because
right.
When it goes alert and you say, oh, what's that? It's kind of natural. At the end of the auction, you can say, fine, please explain the alerts. But the longer you wait, the more you can read into that you actually care about it.
Exactly. And so then if you're one of those people who, like me, and I assume Allie is as well, she probably has this kind of laissez-faire way of, is that the right word for it? Anyway, has this way of being a little bit lazy about protecting herself in every situation. If she asks about 2 clubs, that would set off alarms to her partner, because she normally would not ask until the end of the auction. So I think that's basically what this comment stems from. And like, so as Craig says, like, you should probably just ask over 2 clubs. I think that's the answer, because it's for perfectly fine, you know, like if it goes 1 club past 2 clubs, alert, and then you're just like, you know, you point at the bid and you're just like, what's that? And then opener says, oh, it shows clubs or something. Fine.
Right, and particularly where it's kind of a weird spot for an alert, and like the weirder the spot for the alert, the more natural it is to like be like, oh well, you know, what's the alert, please?
Yeah. So it turns out 2 clubs was game forcing, but in diamonds, partner led as a diamond, and we couldn't beat anything no matter what the lead was. Lefty actually redoubled. They ended up making 6. Would I have doubled 2 clubs if I knew it was diamonds game forcing? I mean, I think at the point that it goes redouble, pass, or whatever, like, you then ask what 2 clubs is. And at that point, you probably run to 4 clubs. But anyway, truly, I don't know. But I also know that I would never ask if I was holding a fistful of clubs. I often ask the opponents when they start asking about my bid, my partner made, natural, or alerted, just how many of those do you have? Funny or not funny? I mean, this is a personality thing. Like, I think Allie is intending to, like, be passive aggressive about it and humorous at the same time. Who knows? I think it's both. Maybe most bids that show a known suit should just be an announcement. Then no one gets to or has to ask any questions. I don't know what's right. I do know I got screwed both ways, and it was only Monday. This is going to be a long national.
Funny. Well, you know, they did away with it a long time ago, but the ACBL used to have what they called special alerts, because, like, so many of the alerts became, like, you know, 1 trump past 2 diamonds, before you announce transfer, you would alert. So if it was anything other than a transfer, if you set alert for both of those, it didn't really convey the message, no, this really is one that you're going to want to know about. And this is like a special alert, right? You know, 2 clubs. Most of my opponents will alert that 2 clubs. It's because their game force could be a double tin. Oh, like this 2 clubs actually is totally artificial. I can see why one would want to be treating it as a different type of alert, but the procedure currently doesn't allow for that.
Okay, hold on. We do have some Q2 matches up already. Hans and McAllister, Fleischer and Rippey. I did want to point out one thing before we leave this, because I was skimming quickly. Granger makes a really valid point here. He says, so many people use their explanations to exchange information with their partner. You can only get burned by it so often until you stop always asking. Very right. Interesting.
I mean, as always, you know, play behind screens or play on tablets where you can, self-alert and transmit the information to your opponents without them having to be active about it.
Where do you want to go, Fleischer or Hans?
I mean, the Hans match has been pretty interesting. High-level bridge in a tight match. I'd stick with that.
Done. Let's do it.
Do you want to make the same table the quote-unquote main table for purposes of this?
Sure. Yeah, of course. I have both tables up now. So here we go. We're a couple boards in. Sorry about the delay, but we did have some interesting drama to cover on bridge winners. 3 no trump on board 17. One table ended up making it. Yeah, they both play four-handed, both of these teams. So McAllister famously is one of the very few sponsors that wants to play every single board. He's absolutely in love with the game, very Zia-esque. And so that's why he only plays four-handed teams. And the Hans team frequently plays four-handed no sponsor because they just also enjoy playing the game.
Yeah, notice 2 no puppet, which, I think is one of these methods that has become very popular at the expert level and less so at the, people who play 3 clubs puppet but aren't top experts. But probably my guess would be within the next 2 or 3 years, more and more non-world class pairs will start adopting it. That's usually the way these things flow. It is just so superior to 3 clubs puppet.
Spicy 2 diamond opener. I mean, it's Wibbly. Like, that guy can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
So 2 diamonds pass, 3 clubs, natural non-forcing from Edgeton. And McAllister's like, I'm tired of your bullshit. 4 spades.
Yeah, you're not going to find that two diamond bid in 5 weeks to winning bridge.
And we get the Doubleton lead in partner suit. What a terrible lead. I mean, it's not like there was a better one here, but 10 of clubs lead, goes around to the ace. No club rough coming. You love the two diamond bid, Judgy? I like seeing different styles. I think that makes these big international competitions so exciting because we get the Australians in who are overly aggressive about, oh my God, wait, there was a big game swing. We missed a big game swing. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry.
No. Oh, wow. It was, look at that. 5 hearts down 1 versus 5 diamonds double the other direction making.
3 diamonds by Nyson, double, 5 diamonds, pass, double. And South sat with 5-5 in the majors. I mean, a lot of pressure put on by East-West, whereas at the other table, 3 diamonds.
Could have been beaten, by the way.
Yeah, 3 diamond opening. McAllister overcalls 4 hearts on Ace King 10-9 fifth. Oh, man. I mean, this is a great spot for a non-leaping Michaels if you have it available.
Yeah,
you could overcall 4 clubs.
An unknown major would have been great. So
yeah, so North-South get to 5 hearts very easily, and that was the difference.
Yeah, notice like even if 5 diamonds had gone down, it would have been 4 imps. So McAllister and Shearson taking out that little bit of insurance there. They got really excellent imp odds on it because of the other table with the big hand on lead. They couldn't find the rough.
Wibbly just ducks the Queen of Hearts? What? Hello?
Interesting choice. I mean, it's embarrassing, but it doesn't matter, right? With,
No, it just costs an overtrick. And overtricks don't matter at imps.
Yeah.
Wait, it says 4 hearts making, or 4 spades making 4.
I thought it made 5.
I also thought it made 5 after the Queen of Hearts got ducked. Maybe we'll get a score correction on that.
Or maybe it didn't really get ducked, but the play was going too fast for the operator to go back and correct it.
That's possible. Matt thinks that knowing Van Lankveld, East might also open 2 diamonds on that board. I'm not sure. Are they not a multi-pair?
I don't know.
Well, board 19 brings some excitement. Look at this. South is going to open in front of that monster West hand. West picking up 22 and is going to get a 1 club opener in front of him. How do you handle this? Starts with double.
Yeah, double and then some number of no trump, I think, seems better to me than double and some number of spades.
Well, we're probably going to game force, you think, as West?
You could give, I mean, you sort of have 3 no mating your hand, but, I think double and then 2 no showing. Yeah, he just doubles and bids 3 no, which I think is fine. Double then 2 no, I think, is the alternative.
Well, this is not going to be a success because with the club suit running against you, Declare only has 8 top tricks. South can just preserve all of their clubs and the heart. Wait. No, South is getting strip squeezed because South has everything. Yeah.
And South has to find 4 pitches, so 3 of them can be red cards, but the 4th one has to be either a club or unguarding the King of Diamonds, both of which is going to let the contract make. We do get the strip squeeze at that point, just exit with a round card and wait for South to play a diamond if he keeps the king guarded.
Yeah, Declare needs to be a little bit careful on the run of clubs, I suppose, at the end of play. Well, also on the run of spades themselves, because if they... Anyway, this hand is going to be interesting. A club goes to the king and
Yeah.
ace. 6 rounds of spades are going to come next. And then first off, South is going to need to find some discards. I mean, from South's perspective, she might decide to start pitching cards.
Declare's going to be double dummy once the jack of spades shows up in North, right?
Yes, I would expect so. I mean, South tried to false card at trick 1 with that king of clubs, but
Right.
I don't think that's going to fool Declare. So the queen of spades cashes, now the 5 of spades, North shows out, and now South should pause and think about her discards in advance. Don't just instantly pitch that 8 of hearts. Don't just instantly pitch the 7 of diamonds or something. Really need to pause and think about what the hand looks like. And so now South can count. Declare started with the ace of clubs, 6 spade tricks, definitely that diamond ace, and Declare definitely has the heart king for their sequence as well. South knows that she's getting squeezed on the run of cards, so she might try abandoning the diamond king. She might try making kind of the normal discards of a heart, a diamond, and a club, and force Declare to throw her in. But we'll see what way she goes. So she does decide to make the normal discards of a club, a diamond, and a heart, maybe.
Yeah, and obviously she knows that as long as Declare is, at all paying attention, that he's probably got she's just another club.
Yeah, this is just going to be very easy for Edgerton now. Exit the heart king, and the defense can take 3 clubs, but that's going to be it.
All right. But it does make some sense, because maybe the best chance for the defense was partner just having the king of hearts, and, partners' clubs are good now. We didn't need to keep ours once we pitched 1.
Right? Yep. This is a sensible thing for South to play for, so makes a lot of sense, of course. We'll have to see if East-West managed to also collect a game bonus. I mean, 4 spades is, of course, just completely ice cold, and Declare is going to make 5 in that contract with the diamond king on side all day. But 3-0, well done by Edgerton to run his long suit. It's a very effective line of play in no trump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for what it's worth, I really like Edgerton's decision to treat this as a no trump hand, not a spade hand.
I think it's a little bit dangerous. Like, I get where you're coming from. That ace-jack doubleton of clubs does feel no trumpy, and having 8 top tricks in your hand, you just need 1 more. But the danger, of course, is when partner has, like, exactly this, the heart queen. Because playing in spades, you have time to set up the heart suit. Playing in no trump, you basically just need to cash out immediately. Oh!
No, that's for sure. But the problem
okay.
is, what number of spades do we bid? If it's 3, we might play it there. And if it's 4, we have obviously this big hole for no trump in that we don't have a 9th trick, but we also have a pretty big hole for just up and bidding 4 spades, which is that our hand is flat and doesn't have close to 10 winners under our own power. So, I think that's the problem, is just if we bid spades, okay, pick a level.
Well, but we don't have to, right? We can Q-bid 2 clubs and then bid 2 spades, and that's game forcing. And then
Sure.
we get a little bit more time to investigate. It might not be useful to us, right? Basically the hand we're looking for is partner holding exactly the heart queen, and then 4 spades is better. But how do we ask about that card?
To involve partner in the decision, sure.
Yeah, you could, in theory, go slower and decide between 3-0 and 4 spades at a later point in time.
Yeah, that's fair.
But here we're on to the same hand. We'll see how the auction plays out. Hans is going to open a diamond, precision style.
Unless this is in their no trump range, yeah, but he will not open any number of clubs, obviously.
Right. We do get board 20 up on the other side of the room.
Yeah, I actually don't know what the Huns Hong white no trump is. Do you?
I think they play strong, so good 13 to 16.
Yep, there's the one diamond opening, so it'll go probably double pass, right? So that definitely puts a very different spin on the auction compared to the one club opening.
It will, yeah. Double pass, and South is going to bid 2 clubs. Or maybe South is supposed to redouble. I'm not exactly sure what South is supposed to do precision-wise on the South hand.
Yeah, we'll see.
What's the point of precision if we don't play a mini no trump? Great question, chat. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, can you play a weak no trump in precision style?
sure. I mean, people play 10 to 13 in precision all the time. I think you can play strong club in 12 to 14. No, I think, the big gain for precision is just limiting your one of a major opening, right? Like one diamond is a bad bid, 2 clubs is kind of an annoying bid, precision diamonds, 2 hearts are like whatever. But the real gain is that a standard one of a major showing, 12 to 22 is much worse than a precision one of a major showing 10 to 16.
That makes sense. The auction has developed in an unusual way here, with West making a penalty double of 1 no. North escapes to 2 clubs. Is East going to come in with 2 diamonds here? Uh-oh. Did I die? Twitch? Hello?
I can hear you.
I know you can hear me. I need to check. Chat. Shit. I think it's, yeah, we're back.
Okay. Phew.
But like, what happened? Okay, I guess it was Twitch's fault. Twitch kicked me, I'm sorry, refresh. Is YouTube still live? YouTube's okay, perfect, great. Wait, but is YouTube doing the green screen of death? The green screen of death was a problem in the past for me. I'm just gonna quickly check my YouTube stream. Sorry, continue. East-West do get to 4 spades, so we are seeing a little bit of divergence on the decision-making here. And, I mean, based on the way the auction had gone, Neeson, just like, he was like, I don't know what to think about this hand anymore, but 4 spades it is.
Yeah, and once partner bid voluntarily over 2 clubs, I think West, like maybe we just have the king of diamonds over there. He's got to have a little something, so that does make 4 spades more attractive.
Yep. So diamond goes around to the 10. Declare can pull trumps. I guess unblock the diamond ace and try the king of hearts out of hand. If South makes the mistake of taking the king of hearts with the ace, then Declare is going to make 12 tricks here.
Right, because we have the queen and 10 as entries to then set up the diamond suit and pitch a club away since the defense didn't lead one.
Yeah, so it's going to be 11 or 12. One way or another, a couple of imps going the direction of Team McAllister here.
Well, in the other room, once again, we have Wibbly and Edgton getting awfully high. They're in 4 hearts, and even if things were friendly, it was probably a little too much, and they aren't.
Yeah, there's really no way to avoid quite a few more losers from this spot. Queen of Hearts is offside. Yeah. Ace Jack of Diamonds are going to take tricks. And that 3-0, well, original 4-1 heart split is causing some problems as well for Declare. But it does look like maybe Declare escapes for down 1 from here.
Yeah, I think the hearts, unfortunately, it's a minor nuisance, but there's not really any way for the defense to get them into play.
Yeah, McAllister a little bit trigger happy there, switches to a diamond away from the ace, giving Declare the king. In theory, Declare could have picked off the diamond suit for 2 losers on his own, but there would have been an awful lot of work to do if McAllister just passively continued to spade back. So this is going to be down 1. We'll see what happens in the other room. The auction has started, so Nyson opens a club on the 12 count, East bidding a heart. This is just going to go 2 hearts, and we'll have to see how Van Lankfeld feels about their partner's opening bid style, because Ace King Ace, pretty good 11 count, but 4-4-3-2. East does make an invite with 2-no, asking. West is going to show a bad hand, of course.
Yeah, I think treating the East hand as an invite looks right to me. I mean, your hearts are good, but you only have 4 of them. The rest of your hand is not great. A partner doesn't have the top of his range for 2 hearts. Like, let's construct some hands and see how many tricks we take. And I think the answer is probably even vulnerable. Not 10 often enough to make it worthwhile just to blast. But
Well,
East, once he finds out about the 4-card heart suit, just puts it in the game.
that is surprising. Especially the Doubleton Club when they're playing natural minors, it looks like, because they're not playing transfers over it. East does not have the right type of fit for his partner. The small Doubleton Club is not an attractive asset. So I'm surprised by the decision to go to 4 hearts, but you're right. East was lured in with that Ace King Ace and 4-card heart suit. I mean, 2 opening hands opposite each other are supposed to have play for game. Is that what we've been saying all week? Not quite, but
Yeah, but of course, the other thing we say is when you agree to open all 11 counts, your 11 counts are not game forces, right? 2 Roth Stone opening bids facing each other are a game.
yeah, for sure. So 4 hearts does go down 1 at the table with Edgton and Wibley over there. They're on to board 21. And it looks like we're going to get a very similar down 1 here in 4 hearts, although Declare has a lot of work to do once again. So Hung can just kind of safely play back a spade, not giving anything away, and Declare is going to have to fight pretty hard to escape for down 1. This could be a small swing going the way of Team Hans.
Yeah, but the other room, there's kind of an interesting hand.
Yeah, spade opening with the 5-5 in the majors, the 2 diamond overcall, favorable, and West has a big hand. The 5-card spade suit is a little bit of a negative, of course, but if we're going to play this hand in no trump, which I think West is toying with that idea, King Jack 10-5 is going to be a useful stopper in the opponent's 5-card suit.
Yeah, of course, McAllister we've seen is willing to be aggressive on a lot of hands with shape. We'll see if this is one of them. It is not.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Totally insane bid, but if he'd come out of it with it, you would have been like, yeah, that's John.
That's true. Yeah. North looking at the vulnerability and realizing that it's not exactly for children.
Yeah, so East West gets to the normal 3-no trump.
Yeah, good judgment. I mean, just plenty of tricks. North on lead is going to try a heart, of course, because I think that it's a good idea to always try a sneak attack in sequences like this. Like if they're expecting you to lead a spade, then and North does lead a heart, so that's going to give up an extra trick to the Jack of Hearts immediately at trick 1. Only going to be a matter of over tricks from here, and I think Declare is going to have a good go at it. Lunaire asked, what are my thoughts on 3-no as serious or non-serious? Most players prefer non-serious, and I think the reason is that the non-serious slam try conveys less information. Like, generally what you want is for your the more likely auctions that end in a sign-off in whatever your game is, 3-no trump, 4 of a major, to show less information to the opponents. because those come up all the time. And therefore, you want the opponents to not find the right opening lead, not know how to defend on the hand. Whereas if you're making a serious slam try, frequently you are going to get to the 6th level when you have the right controls. So it's not so bad to announce to the opponents exactly where your controls are. That's the reason why non-serious is preferred by almost every expert partnership.
Yeah, so I agree with all that. The one thing I would add to it is also non-serious is more space saving, and the weaker your hand is, the more you need the extra space to let partner cubid below what you might have cubid.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Edgton decides to just run the diamond suit immediately. I'm a little bit surprised by this decision. He could have, of course, used that King of Diamonds entry now that the diamonds have split to lead a club up towards the King Jack. No danger. I mean, even if you lose 2 clubs and 2 spades, you're still going to make the contract. I mean, I guess maybe he's worried that South has the ace, queen, 10 of clubs, but...
But the thing is, I mean, this obviously, it's annoying because he has to pitch 3 spades from the west hand, or a club and 2 spades, and then you lead it, you misguess, South is in and leads a spade, and oops. But I think the problem is it's not losing 2 I mean, so, yeah, I guess, so you use the King of Diamonds, you lead a club up, you misguess, they lead another heart. Now you'd better catch your other heart because they're cut off and you lead a club, or not, it's not, maybe South gets in and leads a spade through, you need to guess the clubs right immediately, I think, if you're going to play clubs immediately. So, yeah, I think he judged that the information advantage was going to make it worthwhile to do this.
Yeah, totally fair. And
if you misguess clubs wrong at trick 2, you are in a lot of trouble.
Well, you still have your 9 tricks, right? You're always taking 6 diamonds and 3 hearts after the lead.
Oh, right, because the heart lead gave the Jack of Hearts a trick.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I was I don't think it matters, and I'm sure Edgton also didn't think it mattered. So he just decided...
Yeah, it's in the world where you need to build a 9th trick in clubs, getting it wrong is really bad for you.
For sure. So... couple more rounds of diamonds, and as you say, West has to make a couple of discards on these tricks, but so does North. So I expect Edgton is going to pitch a club and a spade, and then we'll see what happens from there. And in the meantime, 4 hearts on board 20 over here on the left side of the screen, we've got a diamond has run around to the Jack. Declare is working on setting up the diamond suit, of course, which has a lot of merit. But Hung can give his partner a diamond ruff, and then the Queen of Hearts is still going to take a 5th defensive trick. So that would be an easy route to down 2 for the defense from here.
So that would be a 3M swing to Hans, who are after one big swing, and then kind of the rest of the set was not that exciting. Stuck 23, so chip away the deficit a little bit.
But Hung does decide to switch to clubs. A club goes to the King and Ace. Now Declare tries another heart, gets the bad news. And this is the really bad news because Declare elected to lead the 5 of hearts out of hand. I mean, mostly hoping that he could play a heart to the 10 and it would win, rather than, for example, leading the Jack and being stuck in the west hand. But now Nyson is realizing the errors of his ways, plays a heart to the Ace, continues another diamond to the Queen, King, and Ace. And now Hung can give his partner the diamond ruff for 2 down. Yeah. I mean, he can probably also just force Declare and spades, or force dummy and spades. But yeah, there's the diamond ruff. 3 imps to Hans. Good defense from north-south. So on to board 21, Hung is definitely going to open the north hand. It is an 11 count after all, 5-5 in the majors, so we might see a very similar sequence to get to 3-0. And we might see the exact same result. Heart lead, up with the jack, and Declare could just cash out for 9 tricks.
Yeah, I think the only possible wrinkle might be West in the other room. I was going to say West might just bid 3-0 here, which he does. West in the other room chose to Q-bid. This West just decides he can see a great big target and he's going to aim for it.
Yeah, which seems very reasonable to me. So
I think we'll see the same heart lead and probably the same general outlines of the play.
yeah, although I kind of expect Nyson to just lead a club up at trick 3 after heart jack, diamond to the king wins, and then a club. That seems most practical to me, but we'll see how he decides to develop the play. As it is, Edgerton is going to be in a spot where he is able to guess the clubs for a 10th trick at this point in time. North-South were unable to prevent Declare from having this ability. So leads a club up, could go up with the king, playing the opening bidder for the club ace, could stick in the jack, and then will eventually score the king of clubs at trick 13. And there we are. Nyson wins the jack of hearts at trick 1 on the left side of the screen. Diamond to the king, just to protect against a possible 4-0 diamond split. And then we'll see, is West also going to run the diamond suit immediately, or is West going to lead a club up? Does lead a diamond. Up to the king. I mean, you would certainly hate to go down if South really did have the ace queen of clubs, but like that would give North a 9 count.
I mean, ace queen 10 of clubs, and it goes club to South, spade to North, club to South, spade to North, club, and your teammates express their disappointment in your life choices.
Sure, but like, I mean, realistically, that's not North's hand.
I mean, it isn't, but I don't know, like, I guess it's not really possible. Well, I guess maybe actually in the precision context it is possible. Could North be like 6-5 or 6-4 with, a 9 count, let's say, playing precision? Maybe. Probably in the standard table, no.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, the other table did make the 10 tricks.
If North has 6 spades, South doesn't have a second one, but the considerations may be a little different based on the system.
Right. Yeah, we'll see if North-South can hold. Yeah, we'll see if North-South can hold Declare to 9 at this table. They should be able to do so, but just because the West hand does get squeezed on the run of diamonds, North can effectively mirror West's shape until North can pitch a spade here. Oh, I guess that's not true. Declare could, at this point, just discard the 10 of spades from the West hand. So oddly enough, North got squeezed behind Declare. Fascinating. But yeah, the way that things have turned out now, North was able to pitch down to the stiff club, and Declare is cashing out 2 hearts, but South is going to get in and push a spade through. So good defense once again from Hans and Hung, showing their match point prowess. Okay, that is not the right number of tricks. It's going to be 1 imp the other way. We'll get that score correction.
Are they showing their match point prowess? Like, I think of them as, obviously they have had success at both forms of the game, but I think of them as, as a pair that's been just so effective in these imp games.
Maybe I don't understand the definition of the word prowess, but they did technically win the WBT World Pairs or whatever last year.
Oh, did they? Wow. Okay.
So, but you're right. I do believe that they have a lot more success in the imp imp games than they have in match point games, historically speaking.
Moving on. We have a contract in the McAllister room where McAllister overcalled two clubs and that ended the auction. We'll see if it's the same here, but I think there's a pretty good chance it will be. No one really has any reason to do anything. East can't act. South has no real reason to advance. Except,
No,
does
I think
Oh,
South
South does it.
has every reason to bid. South has two entries. So, like, imagine North has ace, queen, jack, six of clubs, right? And one outside card.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I
2
think it'd
no,
be more
3 no.
attractive. I was thinking it'd be more attractive vulnerable, or partner, partly the game bonus and partly his partner's overcall range rates to be sounder. Um, but yeah, I guess it's true. We do expect to do pretty well in no Trump, and on this lead, we certainly will.
Yeah, the spade lead is going to give Declare the three spade tricks, a heart, and five clubs with the help of playing the club suit in the natural manner. Club to the jack, club to the 10, rather than cashing a high club first before taking the finesse. So this opening spade lead was kind of necessary for Declare to make the contract. I I'm not
And
going
a
to come.
heart lead, yeah, a heart lead would also let it make, obviously, unless West lead the king, which you wouldn't.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a real alternative to the ten of spades from West on this specific hand, but I
Right.
think this auction strongly suggests not leading your major suit as West. And so, if there really was any sensible alternative to a spade lead, I think West would have found it here.
Maybe, but like Queen 10 9 8 fifth. Declare could have Ace King third of spades. Think spades are well under control. We might have two entries in the red cards, and now partner could just have the Jack of spades. And Declare was confident about no trump and a spade lead is still right. So I think it's hard, especially here where West just has no good alternative, especially. But like Queen 9 empty fifth of spades, like yeah, spade lead seems pretty bad. The actual holding. I think there's a decent amount going for it.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, you have to come up with some way where you're beating the contract. And if the simple plan is to play partner for the spade jack, go for it, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah. Versus needing a parlay where we leave something else and partner needs to have the right stuff as well as maybe an entry because we only have three hearts you know or whatever. So the spade is just so much simpler.
Definitely.
Obviously not successful here, but I have a lot of sympathy for West.
So the club to the jack holds. Declare can just cross to the ace of spades and then play another club to the 10, and the hand will be over. I do think, though, that the difference here was not South's decision making; it was North's range for this two club
Yes.
overcall. Hung, despite being favorable and despite being a relatively aggressive player, still, I think, is a strong believer in two level overcalls should have a good hand. Like, this is a bad two club overcall. Let's be completely fair. I mean, it is a 15 count, but you only have a 5 card club suit. Like, your objective when you overcall at the 2 level, especially in a minor, is not to reach 5 of a minor. It's not to compete for a part score. It's not to disrupt the opponent's auction. It's to reach 3 no. And that's what Hung was thinking when he overcalled 2 clubs here. He has a bunch of points and a source of tricks and clubs, and he allowed his partner with just a couple of bullets to bid 2 no. They get to a decent game, and after the wrong choice of opening lead, even though I think it's the right choice based on West's hand, 3 no trump comes home. Whereas at the other table, McAllister, known to be a very aggressive bidder and overcaller, Shearson, I didn't see how long she ended up taking about bidding 2 no trump, but probably just due to partner's range for the 2 club call, it's a lot less attractive, especially non-vulnerable at imps, to take a call on the south hand. So
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said there. I mean, I think, again, vulnerable. I'm sure Olivia would have taken a call, but yeah, I think between partner, having less of a predictable kind of two club call and being non vulnerable, was less inclined to do anything.
Yeah, and One Under Trick Wonder points out the hand on the right side of the screen, a no trump penalty double with the 20 count from Edgton. Two hearts. Not sure if that's both majors or just hearts. But pass. South reopens double again. Takeout. East bids 2-0 as Lebensal, or, maybe pick a minor or something. And West has to decide if they're just going to jam 3-0 or if they're going to accept partner's rescue attempt and bid 3 clubs.
Yeah, I suspect Tuno was pick a minor, but who knows? And partly because I'm looking at the hand, but also I think constructive type Soul bidding is not that important in this auction versus just getting to the right thing when partner is forcing you to make a choice.
So we're getting a heart lead into the King Doubleton. Let's say we have 5 clubs, a heart and a spade. That gets us up to 7. What do we need from partner for 3-0 to be in the picture? We would need hearts to be 4-4 between the opponents and partner to have the Jack of Diamonds or something.
Yeah, I mean, queen third of hearts. Let's say 4 little clubs. Let's just let the queen drop instead of partner having it to free up some high cards somewhere else. So like queen third of hearts, Jack, any length of diamonds.
Yeah, and so Edgton, of course, is just like, there's too many cases for 3-0 making. He might not believe it's necessarily 50%, but it's probably well within the range of a vulnerable game bid. So there they are. Ace of Hearts opening lead. South can continue the 10 of Hearts or the 5, for that matter.
Yeah, so declare will have 7 easy tricks, but as long as the defense just keeps their winners on the run of the clubs, they will not have even an 8th, right? South is, I guess King Queen Jack of Spades. They have to keep 2 of those, but they can pitch. They can pitch a heart. They only have to find 3 pitches. They can pitch diamonds.
Yeah, Ace of Hearts lead is actually fairly interesting from South. I don't think the King of Spades lead is standout, but it feels like there was a case to be made because if you can get 3 spade tricks, then you just have 5 top tricks. You have 3 spades and 2 red aces.
Right.
A heart lead could be dangerous if it's not just that it gives up the King of Hearts trick, but if West happened to have King Jack third of hearts,
right,
they could have, in theory, 6 clubs, 2 hearts, and the ace of spades. And so anyway, I didn't see how long South thought before leading the heart ace. Obviously, the 2 heart bid from North makes hearts a little bit more attractive from her perspective.
Yeah, again, to that, we lead the King of Spades, see Ace 10-9 fourth on our left. They win the Ace of Trick 1, and now we never get hearts going. Like, that's the end of the world in a different way.
Right. It's like I said, it's not like the King of Spades is going to guarantee that you beat the contract. It sets up at least 4 defensive tricks, but that's not enough to defeat 3 now. Hey, Sorcy.
Well, when it does, but, can't West just have better spades?
They could.
Like Ace 10, with Ace 10-9 fourth, so
absolutely.
I like heart lead. Yeah, so meanwhile, what's happening in the other room? We have a strong club by South and West with this absolutely bizarre hand. When your right-hand opponent opens a precision club, passes.
Yeah, this is a lot more interesting, I think, because of course the sequence by South is supposed to show 17 to 19. Their 1-0 opener would be 14 to 16. So South decided to upgrade, probably on the basis of all of their honors are working a couple of 10s in both 4-card majors. And so now North-South getting to hearts, West is going to be a lot less inclined to believe that their partner could have anything useful in this seat. Right. So West may well accept partner's decision to sign off in 3 clubs here and could be a big win for McAllister.
Well, wait a second. Am I behind here? Because what I see is West just having double no trump to show cards, and might not even be bidding more at this point. And I guess I'll double two hearts.
Yeah, I think West probably has to take another call. Well, you could be right. Maybe West won't take another call. This is a very unusual spot, and this is where a lot of experience comes into play, right? We've been talking about that. If you've never been in this position where the opponents open a precision club and you have a 20 count before, it takes a lot of brain power to try and work out what the right thing to do is. If you've seen this situation 4 or 5 times, you can pull from those past experiences and be like, well, this is kind of the typical result that we got in the past. So now I'm leaning towards double, or I'm leaning towards pass. Nysen does double again over 2 hearts.
Yeah, I think at this point I would be very surprised if West did decide to put it into a game. But who knows? Like he does know he'll be playing the hand double dummy, which is worth something. But I think he'll just decide that the odds that he actually can take 9 tricks are you know quite low.
Yeah, and
I
so
mean, he
East
managed to
bids
get a
2
fade
no.
in the other one. Yeah,
Insta 3 clubs by West over 2 no.
yeah, well judged, obviously.
Yeah, very nicely done. So this is going to get them a plus score. I guess it just depends on how much they go plus. With North on lead, North just has a complete gamble as to what to lead. I guess on a heart lead, South will
Yeah.
switch to spades.
So I guess if they make on the nose, that'll be 210 for 5 imps. If they somehow make an over trick, they'll get 6 imps.
This is always going to be an over trick, right? There's just a heart, a spade, and a diamond to lose.
Oh, we're right, because we do have entries to East hand to lead a heart up. Yep. Yeah, so that'll be 6 imps going the way of McAllister. So they'll get their lead back up to 18, assuming it all does go as we're predicting.
Yeah, we got a new board 24 at the other table. West opening a club with the 10 count. Edgerton over there. McAllister gets to overcall. He elects to try 2 diamonds with the 6-3-2-2 shape. Not going to be a popular choice, I don't think, but certainly has something going for it. You have the 6-card diamond suit. May as well stick in a preempt. So Wibbly will bid 2 spades, and South picks up that 7-card heart suit.
Yeah,
But
transfer to spades, but same thing.
yeah, so 2 hearts transfer. Okay, this does allow South to come in if South wants to double to show hearts.
Well, no, right? I think she's gonna, bid hearts to show hearts since he has 7 of them and they're so strong.
Interesting. Um,
I mean, maybe double for the lead, but I think, partner preempted. We don't have great defense. The opponents have shown their suit. Aren't we just trying to, possibly prevent them from bidding a slam, which just passes? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she's just hoping partner can lead a singleton hard, and if he has that, he doesn't need our help to choose the lead.
yeah, I think the benefit of a 3-heart bid would be if we can find a sacrifice. That would be the huge win for that. But maybe Olivia decides with the singleton diamond and partner suit, and a fairly weak heart suit of her own, that the sacrifice is not going to be as cost effective. I mean, would it have been here? It looks like North-South end up losing 5 tricks. Is that right? In a heart contract, 2 clubs, 2 spades, and a heart.
So I think there's another advantage to bidding hearts here, which is, we have this very weak hand, fine with the queen of spades, partner preempted. If we think the opponents are ever in the slam zone or ever in a position where they might need to investigate a slam, bidding 3 hearts or maybe even 4 hearts makes it makes it harder for West to show what level he's interested in. So that could just make the opponent's life more difficult on those hands by restricting West's choice of how many spades to bid to show different strengths of hands.
That's very true. North. I'm sorry, I was looking at board 23 in the other room, which just concluded. 3 clubs ended up making 5 at the other table.
So that second
So
overtrick is embarrassing, but not worth any imps.
yeah, no more imps, but
Oh, I
I
see.
didn't.
They must never have the diamonds must have been useful for pitching something.
You can ditch spades, but the defense would have had to lead a non-major suit. I mean,
Right, yeah.
did Hung lead a Doubleton Diamond? Is that what happened? Chat? Is that what happened?
Yeah,
I wasn't watching. It was your day to watch Andy. So 4 spades east-west on board 24. The transfer did fetch a spade fit from west, 3-0, 4 spades. And we get the ace of diamonds opening lead. Declare to make this is going to need to pick off this trump suit. There's 2 ways to do it. Declare could just elect to play south for the spade queen. Go king of spades, spade to the ace, which is probably not correct, but would work out. Or Declare could elect to take a backwards finesse in spades, eventually getting to the ace of clubs, lead the jack of spades covered to the king, and then run the 9 of spades on the way back, picking off that 10-3rd. Eventually use the clubs to pitch any red suit losers in the east hand. They're in 4 hearts doubled, north-south, yeah. So 1 no-trump opener, they're playing the 10-13 over here, board 24, from Nyssen and Van Lankfeld. 2 clubs, some sort of Stamen-esque type sequence, or forcing Stamen, or whatever you call it, over the week no-trump. And VD Povard. Oh, Van de Povard. Have I been saying Van Lankfeld all day? Is that why you keep correcting me?
No, but
okay.
But a decent chunk of that. At some point, you switched from getting it right to saying Van Lankfeld.
Okay, perfect. I should just say the Dutch guy that is partnering Nyssen. I'm now like 1 for 2 for getting the Dutch names correct, which is not bad. So we are going to see just these 5 tricks on defense. Spade opening lead to the ace. East is in. I don't know exactly what East is going to do here, but probably continue some black suit. Ace of clubs would be pretty attractive, I think, from East side. Railbridge's fault for hiding the name? No, that's Streamer's fault for hiding the name, right? Like, I mean, I must hide one name, just because that's how my thing is set up. Like, I could, in theory... Hello?
I'm here.
No, I just...
Oh, something happened.
Why is my Streamlabs broken? Okay, well, anyway, there is a name behind here, but I have to choose which one to show. I apologize for that. So 2 rounds of spades. West could continue a 3rd round, or switch to clubs, or even switch to diamonds, or even switch to the 4 of hearts, and would probably still end up getting all 5 defensive tricks from this point.
The 4 spades is going to make, I think, regardless, right? I wasn't looking too closely at the play in there, but looks like the 4 heart double is going to win a couple of imps for Hans and Hung.
Well, Declare needs to get the spades right in 4 spades. I mean, I guess because North
but there's
didn't...
no way to get them wrong, right?
Wait, what? Can't you play a spade to the king and a spade to the jack?
Oh, right, of course. But isn't that still a make? Or is that down 1?
I mean, so like,
well, they were taking a trick. They would get a spade, a heart, and possibly a diamond from here. But the diamond, but North can't catch the diamond though. It's just going to go away on the clubs.
I mean, yes, maybe all of these things can happen. There's still like a lot of work to do, right? Because so ace of spades is what Declare goes with. Yeah, I mean, once North doesn't cash that king of diamonds, Declare's life becomes a lot easier. If North had cashed that diamond king and then switched to hearts, then Declare was in a lot of trouble in four
Isn't
spades.
isn't this a pretty big mistake by Declare?
Yes, now Declare is just going to go down.
But if he was going to do this, he should have been leading the Jack of Spades before cashing the ace.
I look, I this was not a simple hand. I agree.
No.
Yeah.
But if you're going to take the reverse finesse, pinning the 10 seems much worse than leading Jack on the first round.
Hey, Edgerton is a vibe Declare. He doesn't necessarily take the right line of play, but he looks good doing it.
Yeah, and obviously he is an extremely strong Declare. I'm sure there was some reason why he wanted to combine his chances of stiff queen with the backward finesse, but it does seem anti-percentage, and obviously it's going to be very costly here.
Assuming North cashes the Diamond King, or, oh my god, North does not rough the Jack of Clubs. Okay,
Yeah,
we're back in business.
Yeah, but can't he rough the next one and just exit with a heart?
Yeah, but Declare's clubs are all good.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, and the
That's
Nine
true.
of Spades is an entry. Declare now just gets to pitch all of their losers. So,
Etchin vibes turned out to be pretty good.
they really did. I'm a bit surprised he tried the Jack of Clubs instead of the 9 on the third round. I would have expected maybe that was a Vugraph error. So North elected not to rough the 9 of Clubs. But yeah, Declare is now making this. Still losing a spade and a diamond, but that is going to be 4 spades making. So, like you said, with 4 hearts going down 2 at the other table, Team Hans is going to pick up a little bit.
So that is not correct. It was 4 spades just in. They do have one more trick to lose.
Right. Yeah, the Ace of Hearts comes.
Well, no, he pitched both of them away, but when North exit with the heart and they roughed it, if we lead a spade to the 9, we're a trick short, or we just exit with a diamond to rough that diamond.
Yeah. Sorry. The King of Diamonds comes for a trick, so it'll only be 3 imps going the way of Team Hans.
Yep. Nonetheless, a pretty big missed opportunity for McAllister there, who could have, I guess, won 9 for 8, I guess, for a side, right? 300 versus plus 50.
Yeah, it's...
So, a 12 imp difference. That's really, pretty meaningful.
For sure. And this is why, like, I think a lot of players prefer imps, because, like, if you get this big decision right, then that would have solidified their lead in the match. Whereas, like, a bunch of these other decisions are a lot less valuable. So, like, this is kind of the difference, because this was a huge error from North. North really needed to find a way to get 4 defensive tricks, and I think North was just following a general bridge principle of don't rough with a natural trump trick. Like, you're trying to save your natural trump tricks to pull the opponent's trump suit, so don't rough with it. And it was incorrect on this hand because North really couldn't count away for 4 defensive tricks by withholding the 10 of spades there. But we should be on to board 25 in just a minute. Merely the setting trick. Got him.
So obviously, a little bit tricky, but, and obviously, like, South could have doubled hearts and made it clearer to North how to count his defensive tricks from that point.
Yeah, it was surprising to me that South didn't even double, as you say, 2 hearts. But I do see your arguments for 3 heart bid as well. I personally would have doubled, and if East had made the 2 spade bid, as I think a lot of tables would, I would not be bidding 3 hearts on the South cards, but maybe I'm just incorrect about this.
Yeah, and who knows, but, one way or another, I think it did make it more difficult for North to figure out what 4 tricks he hoped to take against that game.
That's
doesn't
correct.
excuse it, because I think, probably pitching there is never correct, but it was kind of one more factor, I think, in making the hand hard for North to read.
Oh my God, this two club opener from Hung. I mean, yeah, they're aggressive. That is such a
Yeah.
trash suit and terrible hand, but I love it, and also hate it. It makes me want to vomit.
Yeah. Yeah, North in the other room did not open, so the auction's going to be obviously a little bit different. So two hearts, I assume, is natural non-forcing, right? But North with a double tin, and maybe it is forcing, but they might play two diamonds as their only force. They're going to open this way. They seem to have, they need to have some way to get out.
Yeah, if two hearts is natural non-forcing, North has an easy pass. So I suppose
Right, but he
considering,
hasn't passed yet, so.
yeah, considering North hasn't passed, it's probably a forcing bid for them. But I do agree that like the more aggressive you're going to open, the more likely it is you want to have a bunch of non-forcing bids opposite it, so that you can make sure to still get to the right suit some of the time and get out at a safe level. So two hearts, three clubs is what's happened. And I guess South is just going to let this go. The other table has settled into a diamond partial east-west after a couple passes around to South, who opened a heart in third seat.
I see. So East three clubs was a transfer to diamond, which is why West three diamonds ended the auction in a slightly strange looking way.
Yeah, a lot of players are playing more and more of these transfer sequences just in all competitive auctions. In this case, I don't think it has some sort of huge benefit to putting the two club bidder on lead, because obviously South might want a heart through, or South might even want a club through for that matter. But people do prefer these transfers at open. I mean, transfers are just kind of nice, right? Because it allows you to show both sign off and invitational hands, or sign off and forcing hands, a lot easier, while only requiring the sacrifice of like one step somewhere along the way.
Yeah, and they may use it as a way to transfer the cupid being something and some other spade raise of the two level being something else. So having extra spade. Well, I guess standard would together two. They could have been two hearts as a raise and two spades as a normal raise. But my guess would be that since three clubs is pretty space consuming, whatever they do at the two level is space saving in some way they find valuable.
Yakbug might be right in the chat. Did we transfer at the 3 level with 5 to the 10, really? Maybe we didn't.
We did.
Maybe 3 clubs is actually just like an artificial good hand as a passed hand. It's not like suit showing, but it's not a spade raise. It's just generic strong. And West pulled it out to 3 diamonds.
It is possible, but doesn't that seem kind of insane on the East hand opposite just a simple one level overcall? I don't know. And then you hit your diamonds and you say, well, that worked out much better than it needed to. Like the whole auction seems very strange if that's what was going on.
I mean, but also transferring to 10-9/5 seems strange. But yes.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I mean, there's no alert. But again, we've seen the operator being a little. A little slow to recognize alerts at the table.
So as things are, North-South definitely going to cash out against this 3 diamond contract. Queen of diamonds will take a trick. North can exit a club, and eventually they will score 2 spades for 1 down. And in the meantime, the 3 club contract declarer does need to guess the club suit here.
Yeah, and maybe he's going to be helped a little bit by the lack of entries to the North hand, because the technical way to play the suit is to finesse East for Ace Queen third, but given that North can only guarantee getting to the hand once, he might, the technical play doesn't really matter. Well, actually, he doesn't know that the spade rough isn't an entry because West never bid.
Right.
This lead might suggest that that the spades are in fact 5-2 because the 10 would not be from any technical combination where they're not.
or maybe it's a singleton because we don't lead doubletons, but
Or it could
yes.
be.
So 10 of spades up with the
The
jack.
space cannot be, more evenly divided than 5-2.
This is a gross play. I'm not sure I'm a
um,
believer in a diamond towards the queen jack. Well, actually, never mind. Declare does need to deal with those diamonds at some point. Okay, I take it all back.
one can go on a spade though after the lead, and one can go on a heart. Um, right? So like we don't really need to be roughing them. We just need to make sure that we have her off as a diamond stopper at the right time in the hand.
That's certainly true, but to do that, just in case clubs happen to be 3-1, Declare does at some point need to exit a diamond, so it makes sense to do it at trick 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yeah, it's kind
diamond,
of the threat of it is more important than the actual rough itself.
yeah, up with the king. A spade comes back. There is no rough, and so now Declare, I think, can fairly safely um, just knock out the heart ace and play the hand as a cross rough because of the nice trump spots that they have. That seems pretty appealing.
Yeah, right. So here now that we um, right, we could just lose two clubs on power in the Ace of Hearts, and that's still only for total losers.
Yeah, board a match victory, as
Yep.
everyone likes to see, but no imps
I mean,
scored.
right, since East West were vulnerable, it'll be 110 versus 100.
Yeah, so board 26, I mean, we'll leave Hung to it. He has a little bit to think about, but I think just a low heart towards the queen right now is pretty attractive. We'll see if that's the line of play he chooses. In the other room, a diamond pass, a
I think my
heart.
Wi-Fi may be
Oh
conking out
no.
again.
Oh no. So a diamond pass, a heart. McAllister comes in with one no on the 16 count. I do like this decision. Despite no 5-card suit, it is 16. We have a source of tricks and clubs, some decent spot cards. So 2 hearts by Wibbly. South passes. Good decision not to bid 2 spades. I mean, if you know that 2 spades is going to end the auction is South, maybe it's not the worst bid in the world, but this is not your hand. West bids 4 hearts. And this looks like it's going to score pretty well. The hearts don't split, but Declare should be able to set up a couple diamonds to pitch some clubs, rough a club, and make 10 tricks in the heart contract. So well judged by East West despite the no trump overcall.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi crashed briefly, but I just think I'm back.
No worries. Welcome back. You haven't missed much. Oh, it looks like we did see the line of play I was hoping. Heart to the queen, ace of spades, pitch the king of hearts, and Declare had no trouble from there, making enough tricks. Judgy says, why not 2 spades? If partner's 15 to 18, expect it might be a part score. 2 spades can suggest a partner to compete to 3. But, like, you don't want to compete to 3. Like, South has a 0 count, right? If you told me that I could bid 2 spades and the auction goes all pass, I think that's okay on the South hand. It might still be anti-percentage with a 0 count, but the auction's not going to go all pass because the opponents have a heart fit and we have a singleton heart. The opponents are going to bid to at least 3 hearts, and with 0 high card points, we absolutely do not want partner bidding 3 spades here. We're just going to get doubled. We're going to go for 500. So on a part score hand, that's going to be very poor for our side. This
And the auction's not over. Partner can just double back in, and now
we lost Craig.
like, oh, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're back.
Yeah, just because we pass over 2 hearts doesn't mean that we never get to 2 spades. Partner can reopen with a double if he has like 3-2, 4-4, 3-2, 3-5 with ace doubled in a hearts and a takeout double-ish kind of hand.
Yeah, this is kind of a different problem than the one we've been talking about, which is like, okay, we're the ones who are short in hearts. Partner bid a no trump. We should be captain. Looks like Hans disagrees. Hans bids 2 spades on the south hand, but like we don't really want to be competing with this hand. And like, what's the benefit of telling partner to lead into our 10-9 fifth? Right? Like, we don't want partner to lead King Doubleton into our 10-9 fifth. We want partner to lead their King, Queen, Jack, fourth of clubs over there.
And we just don't know what's going on. We have a stiff heart. Why couldn't partner have, ace queen 9 fourth, even ace queen 10 9 of hearts or something like that? Well, we have the 10, but, partner could have strong hearts. And I mean, on a bad day, I don't know, like, couldn't partner have singleton honor, 4-3-5, where he had a sandwich no trump overcall with that kind of shape?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, we could be getting massacred in 2 spades. If partner has a bunch of points and hearts, they're not going to bid 3 spades. But like, we've showed a 5-card spade suit, right? So if partner has 3 or 4 spades over there, partner might well compete to 3 spades over 3 hearts. Because like, our range can be... I mean, our range is not a 0 count. Like, apparently for Hans it is. But our range is up to any sort of non-invitational hand, right? Maybe even some invitational hands will just have to bid 2 spades because we don't feel comfortable competing or bidding at the 3 level. Like, what's the way to show an invite with 5 spades here? Do we really bid?
Double and then spades? Well, I guess double and then spades would be 3 spades anyway.
Right. So like, you get up to the 3 spade level. So like, this 2 spade bid could have some bad 8 counts in it, maybe up to a bad 7
count. It's just totally useless today.
Yeah. I mean, Hans thinks it's the right thing to do, and it's hard to argue against his decision making, especially at teams. But I don't see the benefit to bidding 2 spades. Like, we are not going plus. Let me phrase it this way: we have 0 chance at a plus score. So if our objective is to interfere with the opponent's auction, does 2 spades really do that? I don't know.
Yeah, my apologies. My Wi-Fi is really being pretty unreliable today. I don't know what's going on with it.
No worries. I'm happy to have you here, but if you need to dip out, that's totally okay too.
No, it's fine. I just didn't know if it was super annoying that I've been dropping every 30 seconds or so lately.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the issue is. I mean, the weather is pretty horrible here, but, it's FiOS, like it's a hardwire. I don't see why it should be an issue.
It's probably something outside of your control, outdoors.
Yeah.
4 spade contract and board 27 on the right side over here. Very interesting. So 1 trick already in for the defense. I didn't exactly follow the auction too much, but now Declare realizes there's a little bit of trouble in the spade suit. And once again, Edgton has made this play where, needing to rough tricks in the west hand, elects not to use the high trumps from the west hand, instead is using the high trumps from the east hand. So as Faster Wyvern says, the 7 of spades might become an important card in the near future.
I gotta say, I'm not in love with North's choice to bid 2 hearts rather than 4 hearts here, especially opposite a partner who passed in the first seat.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. 4 hearts would not prevent the opponents from getting to their spade fit, but of course it would put a little bit more pressure on.
Yeah, kind of independent of the result. I just think 4 hearts is a better call. I guess we will see whether Andy Hung agrees with me.
Yeah, we'll find out. I admit I would be a 2-heart overcaller on the North cards, but we'll see. We'll see what they do in the other room. So pass by South, 1 spade.
Yeah, for me, that opening pass is a pretty important factor in my decision making here.
Yeah, it makes sense. Edgerton is realizing that he done fucked up, and he now needs to find a way out of this mess.
I mean, it's kind of natural, right? Like North just overcalled two hearts. We have no reason to believe he has extreme shape. What if he just had a singleton, king, and jack? Then we're a lot happier having led the five.
But does it matter if North has a stiff king or jack? Right? Like,
Well, maybe not, but I'm sure that's what he had in mind when he did it.
Sure, yeah, maybe a little bit of logical fallacy. As predicted, you were right. Andy Hung does overcall four hearts. We do get the four spade bid, and we will once again see a high club opening lead, probably 2 rounds of clubs, similar to what happened at the Edgerton table.
Yeah, and I think even when we find out the partner has 1 or 3 clubs, for one thing, it could be 1 instead of 3, and for another, it's safe to lead a club at trick 2 more or less, and your alternatives are not that attractive in the red suits.
I'm just kind of staring at Edgerton's problem. Maybe this isn't as big of a problem as I think. Because Declare could just win the ace of spades, ruff a club, ace of hearts, heart ruff, ace of diamonds, diamond to the king, diamond. And
yeah, and the fact that we can cash 4 diamonds obviously is great for us as Declare.
Yeah, like the hand is basically just over. South gets end played and trumps. And that, like, okay, it took me a little while to spot this, so maybe Edgerton is also going to take a little while to spot this, but like once you see that line of play, it becomes very straightforward. Because playing out the hand kind of like this, you effectively can neutralize the 7 of spades, because you can get to a spot where you have like stiff queen of spades in the east hand and 10-9 doubleton of spades in the west hand, and you lead a club at the end of play towards the 10-9 doubleton, and South is going to be sitting there with like king jack 7, and so you effectively score a spade trick en passant, is the way that I would look at it.
Yeah, and of course he needs to be planning his Declare play line in the universe where the diamonds are not so beautifully set up for us. Jack doubleton dropping in North. So, so all 4 of them cash,
Well, I mean,
most of the time.
Yeah, so my point is that even if diamonds are 3-3, so that we can't effectively cash a 4th round of diamonds, then we can rough an extra heart in the east hand. And then we get to this like crucial end position where we can lead a club, South is out, but we have the 10 of spades and we get to promote that trick. So it does take a little bit of time to work that out, but yes, it does look like Edgerton is still going to be okay if he goes up with the spade ace here. I mean, playing the spade queen might also work out, but it is definitely a little bit more dicey.
Yeah, and so Olivia played 9 of clubs, 4 of clubs on the first 2. Tricks 1 and 2. So assuming he can trust that, South then has to be either 4-3-3 or the actual shape. So as you say, if diamonds are 3-3, then there's no chance that she has a heart over rough.
Right. Yeah.
Again, assuming we can trust that, but I think for virtually all defenders, that would be 100% reliable. No defenders in the world would false card their partner at trick 1 in that position.
Correct. So Nyssen does lead the 10 of spades in the exact same position. I mean, much better technical play, because even if you North shows out and you are planning to go up with the ace, and Nyssen decides to actually rather quickly run the 10 of spades instead of going up with the ace, you can still play the 10 of spades to the ace, ruff a club with the 5 of spades, and you're in the same position. Like, there's the general technical idea as Declare is that you play the highest card that you can possibly afford in every suit, is more or less like a good default. And so the 10 of spades is definitely the highest card you can afford because you're planning to ruff with the 5 of spades later anyway. So now, with all of that said, Edgton has been here thinking for a long time, and he might get this right. Running the 10 of spades into the jack is declare not just going down if South pushes a heart back. I assume Nyssen has a plan when a heart comes back.
Well, remember, he got a 4 heart bid, so he may actually think there is a very good chance of cashing 4 diamond tricks because he knows about the club position and he knows that North has 7 or 8 hearts.
Yes, that's true.
Not something that the declare knew at the other table.
But cashing 4 diamonds doesn't help him, right? Because getting to pitch 1 club, he would still need to ruff 2 clubs in the west hand, and then he just doesn't have communication to pull trumps.
What was it?
So
No, but can he do something where he like shortens, cashes 4 diamonds and a heart? That's 5. Takes a rough in each hand. That's another. That's 6 and 7. He's got the ace of trumps, which is 8. He's got 1 banked, and if he's short in each hand, then he might be able to end play South in trumps after all.
yeah, you're right. You're right. That's exactly what he can do, and maybe he's already thinking that far ahead about the play. So there is a little bit of work that needs to be done, but like, let's say heart back, up with the ace. Ace of diamonds, diamond to the king. Oh, good, the jack drops. Another diamond. North shows out. Now we have a full count. 10 of diamonds, pitch a club. Heart rough, club rough, as you say. And now we're in that situation. South is trump tight. We can just lead a heart and discard from dummy, and South will be forced to rough to lead into our ace queen of spades at the end of play.
Yeah. And
So-
I think, in fact, if North followed with a small diamond on the second round of the suit, I think we would see Declare take a diamond for the rest of the 10 and be almost positive it was a winner.
Yes, exactly. So Edgton does finally find a card to play, goes up with the ace of spades on the right side of the screen. The 8 of clubs comes back for a ruff, and are we going to see this plan of kind of promoting that 10 of spades? So we could go ace of hearts, heart rough immediately. We could play a couple rounds of diamonds before doing that. I don't think it really matters what order we do things, but I do believe Edgton is going to come up with a line of play to make it from here. So well done to both declare. I mean, I'm pre-congratulating them because no one has made it yet, but I think both declarers came up with a very strong line of play to make their contract here. Mm-hmm. I'm jinxing their vibes. I'm sorry. You know what? Everyone's going down. We're going to have a push at minus 50 on this hand. Is that better?
This has been, obviously, like, I think we knew that these were 2 very good teams, but this has been a really, really strong match as far as quality of play on both sides.
It really has. Yeah, and both of these teams four-handed. I mean, it's early in the week, so we aren't going to see a ton of fatigue from the players playing 60 boards a day over and over and over again. At least not yet. But yeah, Team Hans obviously does not have that much fatigue because they do very well in these team events playing four-handed all the time. Team McAllister, of course, like McAllister and Shearson do play a lot of 60 board days. I don't know if Nyssen and Van de Pavard do as well. But
yeah, as we noted before, especially impressive that the Hans team does this with, the longest travel time of just about any one of the events.
Yeah, that was one of the things that Andy actually complained about when I chatted with him in Philly, is just like the jet lag from a bunch of these tournaments. He says that it does have a serious impact on their team.
Yeah, and how could it not, right? Besides the time shift, it's probably, I don't know for St. Louis, but probably had to fly to LA and then take a second flight there. And, all of a sudden, that's a 20-plus hour travel day.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Jack of Diamonds does fall for Nyson. Queen of Diamonds, 10 of Diamonds, pitch a club, and then Declare can just claim, in fact, on a high cross ruff at that point. One of the fantastic, like, ruff a heart with the ace of spades, ruff a club with the 9 of spades sort of things, and eventually just lose the spade king. So, well done over there. You know, One Under Trick Wonder says Nyson played so quickly, you're worried he's just vibe playing or winging it. I think what we talked about the other day, because people have made a couple of comments, you know, they're very impressed with how some of these players play so quickly and so kind of perfectly from a double dummy standpoint. I find it a little bit easier when you're at the table to lock in on hands like this, but most world-class players really can solve a lot of these hands very quickly, like snap of their fingers and come up with the right plan on some of these deals. It's a really important skill to be able to study double dummy positions, and so that's one of the things that you really need to be doing as a professional player. And most of them, I expect, would be able to solve this position relatively quickly, even single dummy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pattern recognition, obviously, because, you know, a hand like this, it is very complicated, but it also kind of classifies fairly quickly into a form of hand that a declarer like West will have seen many times in his life. So, like, the exact details are always going to be a little different, but it's like, okay, here's the general principle, here's how I apply that general principle to this hand. You can do that fairly quickly once you recognize kind of the classification of the hand.
Exactly, right? It's very similar to when we were talking about like complex squeezes the other day, and I was just like, yeah, like I can identify a guard squeeze in half a second if I see one at the table, but something that I've never heard of before, it would take me a while, and I might get wrong because I've never seen it. It's very similar, like we can talk about any sort of bridge play, even a finesse. Like, do you guys remember the first time that you learned about finesses? Personally, I don't. But like, if you don't know what a finesse is, are you really going to play that queen when you lead towards the ace queen? No, you're just going to play the ace because the ace wins the trick. Like, why would you play the queen? We play the ace because that takes a trick. So until you see a finesse, it's really hard to understand it happening or even think about that possibility in play, either as declarer or defender. But once you've heard it, then you can start applying it and you can do it relatively fast.
Yeah, and, you know, similar for bidding, where, you know, like, well, you might not have seen a particular problem before, but you sort of say, okay, you know, this is analogous to blah, 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 and therefore, you know, I think that, you know, this is kind of going to be, you know, the right thing to do, even if you're not sure. And, you know, I think card play is obviously going to be similar for that, where you just like, you know, your experience isn't so much like I've seen this position before. It's like, you know, my experience tells me how to approach this situation, and then I can, you know, very quickly look at the actual situation and figure out a solution. Or, you know, if not figure out a solution, then like, you know, find something to do.
Right. So, as One Under Trick Wonder says, Brink described that for Zimmerman, they did training for solving hands quickly. I think it is an important skill.
Yeah.
And Edgerton is well on his way to making the contract from here. 10 of Diamonds will cash. And Declare ends up making 10 tricks and 4 spades, so well done. We should be on to board 28 in a brief moment.
Yeah, it's not up yet. I wonder if they are getting into these, you know, real-time butting up against Ugraph time things. I don't know.
Yeah, we're supposed to be playing different boards in every match so that we can, in theory, put the boards up on screen without much delay.
But I thought it was still within the match if one team caught up to real-time, then they sold to have the delay.
It is, yeah. So I actually kind of like this, the way it's set up. Like, maybe this isn't perfect, but being able to see both boards side by side, because it looks like they're
Yeah.
holding one table until the other table is done. I don't know exactly how I feel about it, but this is kind of fun, being able to see the auction start at both tables at the same time.
We had seen tables getting a couple boards ahead at one point, though, so I think it does where they are relative to non-delay time does seem to matter in some way, although I can't quite figure out exactly how.
Thank you, chat, for keeping me honest about the weak no trump. So West opens a weak no trump over here, whereas Edgeton opens a club. We'll see how this ends up working out for them. At both tables, North comes in with a double, holding an 18 count over there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I guess what the no trump range is either. If you have a double available, the north hand is going to qualify. Obviously, against a weak no trump, really important to have a card showing double available.
Right. And this hand is going to come down to a club guess, isn't it? Because Declare in a spade contract is going to lose a spade trick and is going to lose both minor suit aces. The Heart King is on side. So when West gets in with the diamond ace, West is going to push a club throw. Declare is going to have to figure out what's going on in the club suit.
Yeah, although, well, I guess if you find out about the King of Hearts first, is there room at this table for West to have? I guess he could have the ace of clubs and not the queen. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So we'll see. But if Hung makes it, we're going to say the weak no trump was a fail. You hear me, chat? That's how we're scoring it. In the meantime, in the McAllister room, South is declaring 4 spades.
Yeah, and maybe a little hasty for North to be bidding 4 spades, but South did take a free bid, and he does have, obviously, a huge hand with 5-card support.
Yeah.
The red queens are not great, but, the hand is pretty strong opposite a partner who's willing to bid voluntarily.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And, I mean, South's 1 spade bid is not so automatic either in this sequence, but...
No, for sure. I think both 1 spade and 4 spades are a little marginal on the aggressive side, but they're both fine.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Hung has made a second takeout double of clubs. East has raised. And South now comes in with 3 diamonds to show some values. So I think this will vault North-South into a game. North can bid 3 spades pretty confidently, I think, because expecting that South would bid 3-no if South doesn't have a spade fit, even without a club stopper, just because that's what South has to do over 3 spades. And here South does get to raise, pretty straightforward. So similar contract in this room, East is on lead. Well, Shearson makes 4 spades.
Right. I mean, I guess this would be a spot where one might underlead, knowing all the strength is in the north hand.
It's true. So South does need to think about that.
I suspect she'll get it right because, most players, most of the time, they don't underlead. But this is an underlead auction. And people don't, do they underlead with a 10 from ace 10-9? Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, let me think about West's hand type. So West probably isn't leading diamonds. Let's say West doesn't have the diamond ace. So they have like a doubleton diamond and they're not going to lead that suit. West could have this like King Jack of Hearts, could have the King of Spades, and could have the club ace. And therefore, a club lead would be the most attractive out of all of those.
I mean, there's all the consideration that when it's under lead and you go up with a king, it is so satisfying, especially when it's the guy on your side of the screen.
That's true, too. Yeah, you really do want to get those positions right. Oh, as PJF says, both leads gave away the contract. So listen, as much as I want Hans to win, and I don't mind if McAllister wins, I'm definitely rooting for the weak no trump to be a fail here. Therefore, I want Olivia to get this wrong. It has nothing to do with the players. I really just want the weak no trump to be a failure.
I think whichever team wins here, I'll be rooting for in the next round, almost certainly.
Yeah, that seems totally fair. Shearson is spending a while on this opening lead, mulling things over. I mean, I do think that is the construction, right? That West has the king of spades, the king of hearts, and she gets it wrong. Score 1 up for the strong no trump boys. We take those. All right. Can we call a 10 count weak? You think it's pretty strong? What's this meme? I actually think 10 is kind of average. Is that the meme? Yeah. Boom! I need like a soundboard. If I'm gonna be like a real streamer, I need to get a soundboard for times like this. A loss for vibe play. No, this was all the weak no Trump's doing. It gave away the show.
Yeah, certainly. I think her, one can like kind of go through it and figure out what the optimal play is, but I think her play was totally reasonable.
Absolutely. I fully support this. I mean, it's just a shame that Edgerton and Whibley are playing a much better system. If they had opened a weak no Trump, she would have got this right.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, underlead auctions are underlead auctions. I mean, this is one, obviously, against a lesser opponent, you would always get it right. It's very much a compliment to West to go up with the king there.
For sure. And West is like, I know what to do now. Let's cash that club queen.
Yeah, like on a good day, each has both the ace queen of clubs, and then nothing you did mattered. Like Olivia's going to feel a little sad about this. And then, obviously McAllister as, a sponsor, but also a strong player. With a weak sponsor, would you put in the jack even if you thought it was wrong, just to avoid explaining to your partner why you did that? Or would you just back your judgment regardless?
Well, considering I got fired over doing something unusual because I believed it was the right thing to do from an unnamed sponsor.
That was the 15-year ago sponsor and not the 2026 version of the sponsor.
That's true.
As the analytical powers get better, so does the forgiveness for doing odd things when you're back in your judgment.
Well, but I think in terms of longevity as a bridge pro, the correct thing to do is to play the jack of clubs. In terms of
specifically when playing with the partner, with the sponsor at the table. I think if you're playing with an expert, you just assume that the sponsor isn't going to be watching.
Yes. But in terms of like your own personal gratification, as you say, like putting up the king of clubs and seeing it go low on your right makes you feel pretty damn good about yourself.
Yeah, look, if you think that it's more likely than not that West is underled, then, you make the percentage play, and the percentage play is the king, even if it's going to look silly some of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Right? Like, if you think it's the right play, for me personally, this is one of the reasons why I don't like sponsor bridge, because this is a question. Right. And I think the question really does have a different answer, depending on what you want to get out of it as a pro player.
For sure.
But yeah, in terms of like what would I do nowadays at the table? Well, I'm not going to play with sponsors ever again. So I'm going to do the thing that I think is right. And whether I judge that to be the king or the jack, I don't know. I would have had to come up with a guess at the table, but I would have done the thing that I think is correct. And it looks like Olivia has chosen that route. East-West have an 11-card heart fit on board 29. Are we talking about this? One heart, one spade.
I 100% agree with you. I was kind of more interested in theoretical considerations.
Yeah, I think it is very different playing with a sponsor, and I think like if you care about your future on the team, you should play the jack.
Right.
But that's it.
Yeah, meanwhile, kind of interesting. A lot of pairs obviously play to no here as their 4+ raise, and two spades would be a 3-card raise, or possibly including some other hands. Here they're doing the old fashioned cubid with West 6-card support.
Yeah, the 6-card support. So very similar auction, it looks like, at both tables. Edgerton able to bid 3 diamonds as a transfer, I guess, and then 3 hearts as some sort of slam try. Whereas Nyson starts with 2 spades and just bumps to 4 hearts.
Yep, so despite the very strong support by West, neither does anything more aggressive than just raising 3 hearts to game after partner tries to sign off.
Yeah, and a very flat board, just a diamond and 2 spades to lose, really nothing to the play.
Yeah, like neither West even tried cubiting again. There's like, okay, partner doesn't like their hand. My hand is flat. The 6th trump isn't really as good as it looks. Ace and queen of clubs is nice, but 2 little double tins is pretty bad.
Jake Lenz asks, why was this not a weak no trump for East? They're vulnerable. I don't think anyone in their right mind plays a weak no trump when they're vulnerable, other than Brits. And even that has fallen out of favor. It has been absolutely proven to be losing bridge to play weak no trump when vulnerable. We got one more board in the first half of play, and then we get a bit of a break.
Yeah, I think next segment starts up, an hour and 15 minutes from now? Or is it an hour and 45 minutes from now? I actually don't know.
I think it might be 2 hours and 15 minutes because it should be 4 p.m. local time, and there's a 30-minute delay.
Right.
I'm pretty sure. I can check the. Let me.
Yeah, no, that does make sense. Well, I guess I would have thought 4 o'clock. Yeah, 4 o'clock local time, which is 5 o'clock our time, which is 5:30 after the Ugraph delay. That does make a lot of sense.
Let me just confirm. Guys. I mean ACBL, come on, dude. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, excuse me. 11:06 a.m. start time? Like,
very, very precise.
What are they doing? Okay, but I don't actually see what the start time for the second set is. Real Bridge will probably let us know. We're on to the final board of the set. 6 minutes to make sure that there haven't been any leaks. So East opens a spade in both rooms. Too good for a weak no trump over here. I mean, maybe also just because it's 5-4 in the majors. Looks like a pass by Shearson, but a takeout double by Hans. I certainly prefer Hans's action.
Yeah.
So 2 hearts over on the left side table is a 3-card constructive raise.
Mm-hmm. And West might have started with 1 no, and then, bid spades to show both clubs and spades, but just maybe just wants to get past 2 of either red suit.
Yeah, now 3 spades. I'm not sure I understand the 3-spade bid. Hey, Shift, good morning. Oh, good afternoon.
Yeah, that does seem a little aggressive unless there's more going on to that 2-heart bid than we realize.
I mean, West has an awfully good constructive raise. Maybe 2 hearts was a 3-card limit raise is possible. Anyway, King of Hearts lead. As Aaron Jones once told me, every time he has ever led from King Queen 10, the Jack appears in dummy.
Yeah.
So just point proven here. Although in this case, South is actually establishing a heart ruff for their partner. PJF says 135 minutes until the next session. That's at least what we think.
Yeah, so in the other room, they actually did get to the spade game after this 3-diamond mixed raise, presumably.
Is that good? That is not good, right? Because there's a heart ruff, the King of Spades is offside.
I had not gotten that far. I was merely pointing out the difference in contracts.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess it's not the worst 4-spade contract in the history of bridge. Like, King of Spades on side and you at least have play. You're still going to have to deal with the 4th round of hearts. You're going to need to avoid any sort of roughs somewhere.
Yeah, and the clubs could be valuable, some of the time. This lead didn't even cost if the clubs are coming in.
Yeah, but as the cards lie here, Declare does not have much hope of making it. Hung, looking this club to the king, knows the club layout, so pretty safe to duck the ace of clubs, but I think Hung also really does want his heart ruff, so he might just scoop that up now. And meanwhile, at the other table, Wibbly is collecting the ace of diamonds and a diamond ruff now to ruff or take the spade hook. So South is going to win, give partner heart ruff, and then North will eventually score the club ace. I mean, in theory, this could go down 2, I guess, if the defense is very careful from this point at Wibbly and Edgton's table. It goes Queen of Hearts heart ruff, North exits a spade, and then ducks when a club is led to the king later in the play. South will score the 4th round of hearts. So does that mean 3 spades could also go down? I mean, we're about to find out because Van de Pavard elected not to ruff diamond early, is going after clubs. And because Hung probably can count up to 4 defensive tricks, maybe that's why Hung is paused for a while on this club to the king. Ace of clubs, heart to the queen, heart ruff, and partner spade trick, whether that's the ace or king, is going to be valuable. But that's only 4 tricks on defense. North knows he's going to need to get at least 1 more. Hey, Eric. C-shift, you didn't come at the worst possible time. Some people are trickling in after you. Yeah, he's really hung up on this decision. You saw the Bridge Winners post? I'm glad. I like to stir things up a little bit every once in a while. People were posting all of these memorials for players that had passed away, and I'm just like, no one wants to read that. Gotta incite the riot. So club to the king does hold from Hung. PJF asked, do I think it's right for North to take forever on ducking the ace of clubs here, that it gives something away to South? I think that Hans and Hung are highly ethical. So this is a partnership where I don't think South would take advantage of the UI. I also strongly believe that South has authorized information that North has the club ace, which is the fact that Declare played on clubs. because if Declare had the club ace, Declare probably would have just pulled trumps and then run the club suit to get rid of all their losers. So the fact that Declare... Oh my god, Declare played a spade to the ace? Wild.
I'm looking at some of the other things going on there.
No, it's all good. Four spades does go down one for Wibbly. But it looks like three spades is also going to go down one. So this is just going to be a push. Yeah, Hans returns a club here to partner's jack. And now North can get the heart ruff and exit a diamond or the ace of clubs for that matter. And Declare is still going to have to lose a heart. So we're going to see an unusual push. Four spades down one and three spades down one. An opportunity missed for McAllister to pick up a couple of imps on the final board. 5, as a matter of fact. But the match remains close, 39-37. McAllister still in the lead, but Hans have cut the lead by 7 during this segment.
Yeah, after that big start by the McAllister team on the first board, they got one more part score size swing and a couple, that 2 imp swing for over tricks or a different contract, but Hans had a pretty good set, especially the second half of the segment. Yeah, so 2 imps. Wow, and also, just generally, low-scoring matches are higher quality matches, and I'm sure, 76 imps is going to be one of the lower scoring segments across the entire field.
We had some pretty big sets in the first quarter, so we'll take a look. 3 spades does go down one for the push. Let's go ahead and pull up our standings at the halfway point. So we have on the scoreboard here a couple scores not yet in. I mean, this was oh my god, what the fuck is going on in the nickel match,
right,
bro?
174 imps and 30 boards.
Okay, going down the table, Fleischer is up by 32. Nickel is up by 28. I guess.
Only need to be up by 1.
Yeah, Ash ahead by 25 over Zimmerman, but Zimmerman does tend to be a fourth segment team. Although, remember, Zimmerman now does not have their normal front four. I mean, Klukowski and Kalita still one of the world's best pairs. If we got any of our Polish viewers from yesterday back, you can cheer for them. But Novozatsky and Novak, I mean, a very strong world-class partnership, but definitely not the strongest Zimmerman team that we've had in the past. Andresen.
I do think Zimmerman probably does have one more set to play. He normally plays 2 and 3, I believe.
Oh, that's true, too. And look at this, my pick, right? I think I picked Andresen. Yeah. 110-42. They're up by 68 over Street, who is always a force to be reckoned with, and especially because they picked up Brink and Draver. So that is a match to watch. Rosenthal barely clinging on to a 12-imp victory over Vedanta, or a 12-imp lead over Vedanta. But
yeah, so I did pick Vedanta to win that match, so I'm feeling pretty good about this one.
Yeah, but the sponsors are going to come out, and that means it's going to be a heavy battle between Broglin, Bakke, Wilinkin, and Schultz up against Nab, Kilian, Toledano, and Zamir in the final couple of sets.
Toledano and Zamir are, it's hard to bet against them until they give us a reason to, because they are just winning everything inside over the last couple of years.
I mean, they just won the Platinum pairs, right? So, yeah. Rubenstein over Wildowski currently. They're up by 36. McAllister and Hans, this is probably going to be a match that we'll continue to follow, and unless people want to watch something else. Shorey dominant over Goldberg here. They're up by 49. Lal and Hammond, we don't have the second set yet, but Hammond is currently sitting ahead of Lal in that matchup. Zhao crushing Dunnett. So somehow Zhao overtook the 10 seed in terms of where they ended up based on the four-way yesterday. And they're up by 44, so demonstrating that they deserve to be there. Bianchi ahead of Simpson by 28, although Bianchi is four-handed and Simpson is going to be sitting out for the remainder of the match. Grossack completely dominant against Kane. Look at this team go. They're up by 68 there. Overdeck over Cole by 17. And the final three matchups, too close to call because we do not have scores for the second set yet.
Yeah, I'd love to take a quick look at your bracket if you want to pull that up.
All right, let's do it. Where is my bracket? See all fantasy brackets. Do I have mine somewhere? Hello? Found it? It's alphabetical by first name. So this is what I've got when I randomly clicked through this morning. So I picked Fleischer to the round of 16, or to the round of 8. I picked Shori over Lal, but that could be a match where Hammond makes the upset in the first round, but Shori comes in, eventually defeating Fleischer. The fan favorite.
Have Shori and Fleischer playing in that round, but Fleischer winning. So, all right, so we're a little different on that part of the bracket. I do have Shori against Lal. So through the Shori match, I have exactly the same picks as you.
You should be careful who you announce that to on the Twitch stream, but anyway, Rosenthal.
It doesn't mean it's my rooting interest. It's just who I think is the favorite.
Yeah. What a Gavin simp. Yep, that's me. That's me, chat. See? Can I get any subs for voting for Gavin to win the event?
If I am wrong and Shuri has an upset, I will be extremely happy for that team. They're great players and I like them all. I just think Fleischer's a favorite.
So I have Grossack going through Rosenthal. Andresen goes a couple of rounds, defeating Street, defeating Overdeck, eventually falling to Team Grossack. But that's a match that I'm excited to see if we do get there at the end of the day. And then on the other side of the bracket, I do have Nickel coming through for a while, but running into a fierce Team Hans. Although Hans has a lot of teams to get through. I mean, first McAllister, who's not being a pushover in the first round, but then even if they do win, they're going to have to face up against Zhao in the next match, who looks like they're comfortably cruising over Dunnets. And then on the final quarter of the bracket, I picked Rubenstein through a little of the way, but I took Simpson, mostly on the backs of Wooldridge, Granger, Rosenberg, and Platnick being a very strong front four, but it looks like they're currently struggling against Bianchi. We'll see how that match turns out with their sponsor sitting out now.
So where you have Simpson making the final, I have a very similar bracket up to that point, but with Rubenstein in every slot where you have Simpson.
Got it. Yeah, this
is Grossack over Rubenstein, where we have Shori against Simpson.
For sure. I mean, which could definitely happen. That is a very strong Rubenstein team, of course. Well practiced for all those partnerships.
We only have one of the same semifinalists. I have Grossack coming out of that quarter of the bracket, but Fleischer, Nickel, and Rubenstein as my other three finalists.
Makes total sense. Anyway, this was my very quickly filled out bracket at the start of the day.
Yeah,
so
same. Right. Well, on that, I think I will take a little break. I will not be back for the rest of this. I have evening plans, but I should be able to join you for the first half tomorrow. So hopefully we'll see everyone then.
Sounds good. Thanks for stopping by, Craig. See you later.
Always a pleasure. Bye.
All right, chat. Just you and me for the rest of the day. I got lunch, by the way. I don't know if this is frowned upon, but when I went out to get breakfast before the stream this morning, I picked up an extra sandwich and just stuck it in the fridge, so I don't actually need to make anything. Nice work figuring out what happened yesterday. I know. I exposed the flaw. So it looks like it worked out. Did Premier NABC events used to have more teams? Pre-COVID, yes. It used to be, like back when I played professionally, so 10 to 15 years ago, we would tend to have like 70 teams that entered. So we would cut 70 to 64 on whatever the opening day is, usually Monday. And then we would play 6 days worth of knockouts for 64 down to the end. We would play through Sunday. So nowadays, for whatever reason, the premier team event doesn't end on the final day of the competition. I think that's just a relic of, we used to need to cut down to 64 teams and we would take a day to do so. And now that we're cutting down to 32 teams on the first day of the event, we need to play one fewer day of knockouts. So yeah, it used to go all the way through Sunday. You were right, Shift? Wait, what were you right about? Did you guess as to what happened yesterday, and that's exactly what happened? I think it was a very reasonable guess. Eric says for one of the Latvian team championships, there was a mix-up like this, but quickly found out. Remember, you were adamant it was the ACBL's fault? So did anything else happen on this thread? Because I noticed there were a couple more comments on it. Yes, it's a pretty big setback in trying to make bridge a spectator sport. So that's what Aviv says. I like how people don't understand how forums works, or how forums work. Townsend up here just like, rather than replying to the posts that he's trying to quote, just like makes a new thread or makes a new comment. No, it isn't. It was just a mistake. I'm sorry, what? Like, no, you're wrong about this. This is a big setback in making bridge a spectator sport. Like, having one segment of play being unwatchable is unbelievably bad from yesterday. Well, Phil Clayton expressing his opinion as someone who was leading after the third quarter and then lost their match in the fourth quarter when they were on VuGraph and they were one of the affected matches. But anyway, I did want to open this can of worms because I didn't want it swept under the rug, and that's what I did. Hopefully I don't get yelled out of the room because of it. I only got 2 likes on the post. Some people seem very upset. He said /S to be fair. Sarcasm. Oh, I actually am not familiar with that. I'm not on Reddit enough. Anyway. Eric says there was a tournament where one player was dealt 0 high card points on every board, and that got figured out pretty quickly. Yeah, the Latvian bridge tournaments seem crazy. Do you just goulash every hand? Is that how you guys play? Okay, I'm going to get my sandwich, but I think we have a lot of time on break. Let me... So we're starting 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 5:30. It's like 2.5 hours. It's like 2 hours. It's like an hour and 50 minutes. Let me grab a timer. Oh, I still have this. Look at this. I didn't remember what this was. Okay, I'll put up my eating picture. Let me do that. And then I have this thing. Let me make this smaller. Let's... Oh, I should go over to N2 Bridge. Hold on, hold on. Where's my timer? Oh, I don't have a timer here. Okay, hold please. Whoop. How does that look? We'll go into some ranked games. Is this okay? Does this look good? This probably looks good. Okay. I'll be right back in just like 1 minute. I'm gonna grab my sandwich and something to drink. And then we'll, I guess, hang out for like 2 hours. Dude, this is a huge break in between sets. Yeah, the lunch thing, because in the US, there just isn't, well, for the US nationals at least, there isn't lunch provided or lunch places that are inside the tournament location. You do have to go out places, usually. I think sometimes there have been like hotel provided stuff because all of the events are in hotels. Sometimes the hotel will have something that you could like pay exorbitant amounts of money for like a tiny sandwich. But for the most part, you have to leave the hotel, go to a restaurant somewhere or some sort of food court, order your food, wait for it to get prepared, grab it, find some place to sit and eat. The last European Youth Pairs, you had to find your own place. And the places next to the playing area were packed. That's very common for tournaments because generally a lot of these locations have a normal size influx of of people, and they don't really expect to get like 3,000 people showing up to a tournament at the same time and having them all want to go out for food at the exact same time. So much like we were talking about how some cities don't have the infrastructure to deal with snow, some don't have the infrastructure to deal with that amount of people coming in. What am I supposed to do here? I wish I had... I knew what was going on from my partner's karting. I guess East is unlikely to be Doubleton in the majors, so we'll just play back a heart. You end up snacking during the break, and lunch was provided in the hotel play area. I see. We are so good. Look at us with the win. Oh boy. Hmm. Some of the tournaments in the US have started with these like lunch passes that you're talking about, sort of thing, where the hotels will provide some sort of open lunch service if you purchase a pass. It can be convenient in some places. That's really funny that since no one did it, you just got the free food. Very good. Or no one checked. Well, this hand is a little bit awkward, huh? See, that's just good luck. When you fortunately decide to stay in the host hotel when you get the free pass and otherwise stay out of the host hotel when they aren't checking to see if you purchased it. Have you ever thought of buying a lottery ticket? Dude, what am I doing on this hand? Am I just playing for 2-2 clubs? Like ace of diamonds? Heart to the ace club? Uh, that worked out pretty well. Whoa. Okay. Sure. Well, that feels like a win. 3-0 down 1. I don't think I was ever going down, but that feels like... I mean, making 11 tricks was pretty good. What? No, dude. Ugh. You gotta be joking. I mean, this is not how you play bridge. But for whatever reason, I think they are making it. I don't know. I'm doubling. Let's hit him with the dice. Oh, good double. Good double. It just doesn't matter what I do. Anyway. Of course, partner leads the Doubleton Diamond. Beautiful lead pard. Oh. Wait, partner, you had a trump. Partner. That's all good. A heart, a spade. How do we feel about this? Dude. Excuse you? This was a good sandwich choice, I must say. I'm very pleased with myself. I guess we do this. I mean, this isn't really the bit I want. That's not the description I want. But I mean, we could try 6 clubs. I like this better. Oh my god, my hand just keeps getting better. 5 clubs is a just artificial maximum. It's not even showing a club control. I think partner 6511. So 4 spades promise 3 diamonds, and 6 clubs now shows a doubleton. We are playing the weirdest system ever. This double is very confusing to me. So West actually has the spade ace? That means East has to have a red suit on her. That's not good. Whatever, go big or go home, right? Okay. Of course, they find the club switch. All right. No! But of course they find... Whoops, wrong button. Of course they find the club switch. Hey, Lunar. Oh, 5 diamonds down 1, so we lose the board because of a draw! No. Yeah, I mean, we can make it double dummy as long as we guess what the layout is. That's too bad. 2 diamonds. You know the pain, Sorcy? Me too. 2 spades. All right. I should win the board because I played it a trick better. Maybe. Unfortunately, that's not how it works, especially if you dice. Right. Lunaire, you forget about the dice. It's a bit of a game theory thing to use the dice. And supposedly it makes a lot of sense to do it on what is this heart switch? I'm sorry, like this is not bridge to switch to hearts here. You just always play back a club. This is stupid. They switch to hearts. Unbelievable. We lost. How rude. 660. Gross. They must have guessed the diamonds. I don't know why. Oh, what? You're not going to let me take a bite of my sandwich? I pick up ace, king, doubleton of spades, and partner's bidding 4 spades. Sorcy, you made a video with Stefan about ranked games, and it's going to get posted soon. Very cool. Super cool. Like, I actually don't need much for Slam to be good. Yeah, Lunar says, makes sense to do so when you have an unusual... Excuse me, I can't breathe. There's no way this is real. Okay, we need to think about this, right? Because we're making this. But if we redouble, they 100% run. So I think we just have to pass and take our plus score. They 100% won't run, Sorcy says. I mean, like, Leah never runs doubles. Well, this isn't a double, this is a redouble. I think it's different. Roll the dice and redouble? Fine, chat, for you. You know what? No, I've learned this from another streamer that I've started following. Here's how this works. You want me to dice and redouble? I need a prime sub. There. I'm sitting and waiting. We can get our prime sub. You're on a timer. You give me a prime sub, we can dice and redouble. Maybe we only have 8 spades in a club. Dude, you think our partner has overcalled 4 spades red on queen, jack, 8th, and out? Bro. You need to do a little bit more thinking if that's what you believe partner has. No primers in the chat. Partner's singleton heart. I think partner's very likely to have a heart void. Rob has not played with enough juniors, but Leah's not a junior. Leah is just a child. All right, chat, you had your opportunity. We are going to pass this out. No fucking way. You just subbed? What do you mean you just subbed? I don't see it. It is not on my feed. Does anyone else see it? Like 5 seconds ago? Oh, it hasn't come through yet. Not fast enough, not fast enough. Also, good thing we didn't redouble, right? Because apparently, you see that Matt has the sub icon? I do too. Oh, I see. I see. See, look, there it is.
I had to go to my bank app to confirm the payment.
Thank you, Matt, for the for the scam sub. Appreciate you. You know what? Next hand, I will redouble for you. Next opportunity I get for a redouble, it's happening. And right now we are... I don't know what we're doing. I guess I can stick in the 10 of clubs. I mean, if I'm trying to make it, I should stick in the 10, because they might get the cash out wrong. It's a singleton, you will get roughed. You're very certain of yourself, aren't you? I am going to go up with the ace. I don't think there's any chance we make this. I think the jack of clubs is pretty likely to be offside as well. That sub means I can get fries with my lunch tomorrow. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Let's lead a diamond. Oh! Oh. All right. Down one. For a flat board. Wow. I almost bit a slam. Pass by our partner. Club. This one? I think you were right this time, though. East was not running from a redouble. East was going to sit. But wait, don't they make 5 diamonds? The king of diamonds is onside. The ace of clubs is onside. They lose a spade and a club. So maybe it was a bad decision for them to sit for 4 spades doubled. Let's do this thing. This is the second time! You can't bid like this! Like, what is the decision to not bid over 2 hearts, but then once the opponent's game force, you're like, yeah, that's the time for me to come into the auction. Why does 4 spades show 4? You know what? I don't care. 4 spades. There it is. Do I prefer Leah over Gibbo? Yeah, 100%. We played some Gibbo yesterday. It was not even close. Okay. Oh, well, that makes things easy. Other table went down in 4 spades. I guess I should have diced. A diamond, 2 diamonds. Is this a 2-heart bid? I don't know. In a weak field, probably. Ugh. Good thing we didn't get doubled in 3 hearts, huh? Is this really a 2 diamond inverted raise? Oh, it's a constructive raise. Wait, since when? Why are they playing constructive raises? That's so weird. Queen of Hearts. I guess I'm going to play a middle spot card. I have no preference. For spades versus clubs. Excuse you? Ace of diamonds? I had no control over anything that happened on this hand after, well, never. I basically never took a trick. That's disappointing. My turn to bid. It sure is. What do they think 3-0 is? Suggestion to play. I don't know. What do you think? Border match? Lots of aces and kings? Let's try it. Partner never sits, do they? Okay, partner has a doubleton, but they do have a 5-card club suit. It might have been better for them to sit. Huh. They like to lead doubletons, don't they? It's disappointing, and they don't get a club rough. All right. It was a doubleton. Super disappointing. And of course, Leah just like wins the queen of clubs at trick 1 and takes a heart hook. How many points did I score on the Real Bridge February contest? I don't know. We are going to go over that with Mark Smith on Monday of next week. So I will see. I mean, the article's out. You could obviously go check, but please don't spoil it for me or the chat if you do look. I mean, I tend to be like low 70s in those contests usually. Pass, pass, pass. 2 clubs, 2 hearts. You got 65? That's not bad. What do they think double is? Takeout. Oh, that's actually pretty good. I like that. You only had 2 bids that were the same as me? I see. Mm-hmm. All right, I believe Leah. We'll pitch 2 diamonds and a spade. We'll claim our 12 tricks. We lost? 6-0? Well, shit. Hello? Play next. Sure. Matt asks, who is the second best Real Bridge panelist behind BradyBot? That's a good question. I don't know. Zia sometimes does good things. Guys! Is today just like pass and then bid later day? Why do they keep doing this? Zia is washed. Zia is kind of washed. No offense to Zia. Device, Robson, Brink. I don't know. Brink is a bit of a troll. At least he was last month on the panel. Do I have a plan here? Rough 2 spades, maybe? You like Robson's bidding style? I'm not sure what kind of style Robson has, actually. He's not been one of the people that I've looked at too closely. I think that he generally has a pretty good sense of what to do on some of the hands, but he does a lot of stuff that's fairly down the middle. In terms of like actual panelist, if you're asking about being a useful player to look for feedback, then Device is definitely one of my favorites. King of diamonds. All right. Queen, king, king, queen. West has stiff king of hearts. Okay. Unfortunately, the clubs were blocked. Maybe we could do better on that one. Well, we got an hour until the set starts. Jeez. After this board, we'll look up what the final results were. Mm-hmm. That's quite the trick. um... Uh-huh. Well, I'm out of ideas. Oh. That's one way to pick up the clubs. Oh, we were going to pull up. Let's do this. Let's take a look. Mid-game break. So the scoreboard, the couple of matches that we didn't have scores for, Hammond still maintains a 22 imp lead over Lol. Goodman and Hell still quite close, 9 imps now. Ivaturi over So by 20. And I think that was it. So the rest of the scores were already in. I really want partner to declare this one. Okay, 2-0 it is. Sure thing, bud. 4 hearts is natural. Yep. Fine. Okay, right? Like I was saying, I would really prefer if I had declared this one. Heart lead is helpful. Oh, wow. West just led away from the Heart Queen against this sequence. That's bold. Yeah, with only 10 top tricks, we do need to develop a couple more. All right. Got him. All right. I think I know exactly what happened on this hand. Look at this. This is sexy. Oh, it was Queen Jack third on. That's very disappointing. If that was Queen Jack doubleton on side, I was going to make it as well. We had a 3-no made 4. No way, dude. But we had a funny strip squeeze against West. Leading that spade to the king was like a Morden's fork. That would have been super hot. Oh, East had the heart queen. They just didn't cover trick one. I guess that makes sense. They know I have the ace king, or they suspect I have the ace king. Got it. Yeah, easy game. Just didn't make 6-0 on every hand. What's the problem? I didn't dice. I mean, I just assumed that the other player holding my hand with 19 highs would bid a slam. Transfer. I like how it says maximum of range 14 to 17 high card points, as if somehow 14 is a maximum. I like playing systems where this is a 3-spade bid, but maybe that's not what we're doing. I don't know. Let's bid 3 spades. We'll see how it goes. Slam try with heart shortness. I think I've already overstretched. The ace queen of hearts are not terrible, but we're just gonna bid 4 spades. Okay. Club lead hurts. I would love to try the heart hook. Pull some trumps. Well, that went great. King of Hearts was on side. We're not earning a lot of IBP. Did they fix the rating system so that now we're not just like gaining a bunch of points every time we draw the board? It feels like I'm not gaining as many as I was in previous months. It's the same. Wasn't I gaining a ton of points at rank 7 though in the past? Or has it always been like this? Am I doubling this? You do when you face higher opponents. I'm facing a bunch of other 7s. Gotcha. Wait, what happened here? Did I miss something? East has 5 hearts. Oh, I thought they were in a 4 forfeit. I'm so lost. Also, what happened trick 1? Why did partner not give me a spade rough? I must have missed something in this auction. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Wait, the other table beat 4 hearts? Well, I wasn't going to win against that result. How did that happen? Oh my god. That's incredible. How did they beat 4 hearts? Wow. All right, best of luck, Pard. My hand is terrible. Oh no. All of the duplication. Oh. All right. Down one. My claim was declined. Have they never seen an end play before? I guess they have not. King, queen of diamonds on side. 4 spades makes? Dude, what did I do? Oh, could I have just picked up the diamonds and discarded on a heart on the diamonds? I could have. Okay, that's on me. This one is my fault. I probably could have done better on that board. That one's definitely on me. Next time we'll think a little bit harder about how to collect our 10 trick. I just saw 4 losers and I spaced out. A heart, a spade, 2 diamonds. Yeah, reading into pauses was the /S sarcasm. I guess this one, 3 no. Probably we just pass. Could bid 4 spades and insist. Leah didn't W on lead with an ace against 7 no trump. Did you make it? No, she took the ace. That's just unlucky. This is rough. Well, no double is good news, but unfortunately, no trump looks like it was going to be a cakewalk. Well, that was a good trick. What? Fuck! That is a very disappointing result. It really is. I guess they gave up a diamond trick. Definitely not my day. Oh, did Luke tell me that Leo would have been 2 spades instead of 3 spades? I know. We should be paying more attention to Coach Luke. This is a interesting hand at match points, or board a match. Let's maybe do one of these things. Oh. I see. Okay. Yep. Good start. Rude. As usual, none of our decisions matter. Still 35 minutes until the next set. I'm gonna check Real Bridge just to make sure that I haven't goofed anything here, because I would totally believe it if I accidentally misquoted the time. No, we have 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes. Okay, we can do one more hand. Pass, pass. All right, I can go down in another contract and lose more points. Pass, pass, a heart. Fuck it. One no. What does this bid mean? Is this Smolin? Should I play in the 4-4 heart fit with Trump's 5-0? Do I redouble? 5 to 6 heart, suggestion to play. Where's Matt? Matt, any thoughts about the redouble? You know, for Matt, we promised, right? Okay. 3-0. Look, I actually tried I tried to get to 3 hearts redoubled. We did our due diligence on this one. Heart opening lead. This has no play, right? I mean, especially if they do that. What is this defense? Oh! We got him, boys. East thinks I still have Jack 4th of hearts as a stopper. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no squeeze, right? Oh, shit. I could have squeezed East if I had gone up with the Diamond King, run clubs, and then played a diamond to the 10. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need all the rest of the tricks. I just need 11 of them. That'll be A-okay. Oh my god, West had Queen Doubleton of hearts and led a low heart. Wait, what happened? Hearts were 4-3 all along. Wait, no, hearts were 4... What happened? There's just no way. I'm not convinced by redouble in this position. All right, let's take a look at what Coach Luke has to say, and then we'll jump on into the third quarter. Hello, Coach Luke here. Let's take a look at that redouble. The main issue is that you promised 5 or 6 hearts, but you only have 4 of them. Additionally, your heart quality is too weak to play a redoubled contract. For that, I'd want your lowest card to be at least an 8, and your highest to be at least the Queen. So Luke is saying the straight flush, the 8 through the Queen, is the only heart holding that we could make this bid with. That's fine. It looks like you might have missed that your partner's 3 heart bid was actually artificial. With your solid clubs and stoppers, 3 no was the right path to take instead. Thanks, Luke. You know, I do appreciate this. That was very helpful to me. I was not convinced that redouble was the wrong bid, but now Luke has taught me. Ace, King, Queen, Jack 5th is not good enough. It's true. We get the win, though. That one was for Matt. Shout outs to Matt. I think he's gone, though. He's out at a bar. Let's head back over to Real Bridge. And we can stop the countdown timer. Oh, yeah, I don't have... Hold on. Let's get rid of that. We can... I am still eating. Where are we going? Are we sticking with Hans McAllister? Or should we head to a different match? We'll stay here. This is one of the closer matchups. And we'll stay at the same tables. Let me pull up the other room. Other table is in play. Nope, wrong one. Hold, please. There we go. Perfect. Still eating a little bit, but we'll manage. So the one room stopped in 3 hearts on these cards. Ended up making the over trick for game. Just a bit of a different judgment call here for Wibbly and Vanderbilt. I mean, how good is the game contract? I guess it goes down on a spade lead. Did I pick Hans to win this match? I did. So this is important for my bracket because I picked Hans to go very far in the event. I mean, if they get knocked out early, Gavin and Raj's price is going to go up because they will have had a win with them 6-handed. And then if Hans gets knocked out in the second round, it goes down on a doubleton lead. We need to lead more doubletons, don't we? I guess so. I think the one spot where a doubleton lead has a decent amount going for it is when you have the ace or king of trumps. That's one of the only positions where I think like the doubleton lead really stands out sometimes as the best thing to do. Because when you have trump control, you now have a much better chance of getting a ruff by leading a doubleton than if you don't have trump control. Like, the reason you lead from shortness is you want a ruff. So if you lead a doubleton, you're not like looking to just make a passive lead, you're looking to get a ruff somewhere. Because normally if you have shortness in the suit, the opponents have length, and you're just helping them set up the suit by leading a doubleton. It goes down on a club lead as well. They have to find the spade switch. That's true as well. Yes. You could lead a club to the king and then a spade through, and the same thing happens. Hans in with the ace of hearts doesn't realize how hopeless the position is. Wait. As long as South doesn't, like, blow up the hand in some way by, say, returning a diamond here, 4 hearts is going down, right? Because, like, pretend South just exits a trump, declare wins, declare can cross to dummy with a trump to the 8, and then play the king, queen of diamonds to pitch spades, but then they have 3 club losers. So yeah, like 3 rounds of clubs would be a self-destruct for the defense right now, giving up that club ruff before establishing a spade trick. So 4 hearts actually is just going down. I suppose I didn't look at the play in the other room, but 3 hearts making the over trick. You can pick up the spades for 1 loser, but you would have already lost 4 tricks. 2 clubs, the ace of hearts, and a spade. You're at the 4 level. So like here, yeah, let's see. Maybe there actually wasn't something Declare could do then. I guess you're right. Because now Declare crosses to the heart 8, pitches 2 clubs on the king, queen of diamonds, and then roughs a club back to the east hand to lead a spade up. Ah, okay. Wow, fascinating hand. I guess just nothing to be done. They needed to get one of those black suit leads on the table. So 6 imps to McAllister. They extend the lead to 8. And in the other room, South getting to overcall their 5-5 in the minors with 2 no trump. East-West ending up in 2-3 spades. Looking like down 2. Defense going to take the first 6 tricks. Can't really fault Nysen for bidding 3 spades on the 4-card support, 10 high card points. Just an unfortunate lie of the cards where the minors are all 5-3-3-2 around the table the wrong way. Edgerton? Oh, you're right. Yeah, Edgerton is the one who bid 3 spades, but Nysen is also going to do the same thing. We may well have the exact same auction in both rooms. You wonder why they didn't open a no trump with the 11 count favorable. I seem to see a lot of the weak no trumpers defer to 5-card majors as opposed to weak no trump always. It seems to be the system policy that your priorities are to show a 5-card major than to show the weak no trump. Or maybe during the break, they took the weak no trump off the card because they realized what a bad convention it was. That also seems much more likely. Shearson gets the defense wrong, so 3 spades goes down only 1 trick. Had a bit of a guess. Elected to play partner for 3 clubs. I'm not really sure why. And hope that partner had the spade jack instead of the spade 10. Seems like an unusual choice. The contract was already down, though, so can't be faulted too much. It was just a non-vulnerable second under trick. We'll see if Hans and Hung have the same dilemma. Hans cashes the club ace and gives his partner club ruff. So 3 spades goes down 2. 2 imps going back the way of Team Hans. And in a match that's this close, those extra under tricks actually are going to be important. Even the non-vulnerable ones. Broglin's Law. Elaborate, please. So 1-0 all pass from Edgerton. Gets a diamond lead. Oh my god. Yeah, McAllister and Shearson have not adopted the more popular style of penalty doubles of a strong no trump. Hans and Hung, I do believe, have. So Hung gets to double 1-no here. And East-West might be able to escape to 2 hearts, probably get doubled there as well. I mean, how bad is this going to be for East-West? They lose 2 spades, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, and 2 clubs. They're going to go for 800. And in the meantime, just defending a no-trump undoubled is going to be a whole lot worse. Maybe East-West end up in 1-no doubled over here. I guess that's possible. Can North-South double 2 hearts? Absolutely. I mean, would they? It's hard to say. I think it's possible that North-South end up bidding to 3-no themselves or 4 spades on their cards. But which would also happen to make. But I think it's very possible they do go after 2 hearts if given the opportunity. Yeah, South can make a takeout double. And sit. Some of it might depend on what East is showing here with the pass. It sounds as if, I mean, based on East's hand, they're playing pass is suggestion to play, I suppose. Although maybe not. Now that the redouble gets alerted, some pairs will play that pass forces a redouble in this spot. So 2 clubs, probably some sort of bid your suits up the line thing. I mean, this is the most scary situation, especially if you know your counterparts at the other table are not playing these penalty doubles for West, because West has a bad 15 and just knows for a fact that he's getting massacred wherever he ends up. He knows this is just going to be a huge loss for his side. So 2 clubs, pass. North can make a takeout double here. South should leave it, although I guess not guaranteed that that'll happen. Could West downgrade out of strong no trump? No, not a chance. It is unequivocally wrong to downgrade out of a strong no trump. Opening a no trump as much as possible is definitely the best thing you can do. Stephen Peterkin says a weak no trump would fare much better on this hand. Hey now. I suppose that is technically true. West would have to open a club or a diamond, and then North-South would steal the auction away. Yeah, getting to the 3-3 club fit does seem to put a decent amount of pressure on North-South. Like, I expect North should just make a takeout double 2 clubs. North passes! Oh my! South is going to lead a trump, and this is still going to be a decent result for North-South, I suppose. They pull 3 rounds of trumps. Eventually, South gets in and pushes a spade through, so this is going to be down... down 7? Wait. Chat? Hold on. Did we just identify that North-South are cold for 6 clubs? Oh no, this is only down 6. North-South are cold for 5 clubs. Plus 600 the hard way. Oh my god. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. It's only down 6. Only down 6 in 2 clubs. And this should not be difficult defense to find. I mean, I think it's possible that North-South slip a trick and let them out for down 5. This isn't the first time in this event when someone played 2 clubs and 5 was making the other way. Yeah. Yeah, North wondering why he didn't double. I mean, he probably expects that the opponents were going to run. And yeah, as Yakbub says, pass is good if South doesn't leave the double in. And maybe that was part of North's consideration here, is that with ace queen of clubs, maybe it's a little bit unlikely for South to leave the double in. Where are they going to run? East would just bid 2 diamonds. I'm pretty sure. All right, Queen of Hearts round to the king. Queen of Spades comes through, and Declare is eventually going to get a diamond trick. But then South's hand is going to be high. I mean, maybe Hans is thinking about playing a low spade. Low spade better if his partner has a doubleton. Wouldn't North be happy to double 2 diamonds? Yeah. And then East would run to 2 hearts. I mean, at some point, it's a little bit of bluffing in these spots. Like, East knows that they're completely screwed. You pick up an absolute Yarborough, 4-3-3 with no 10s. So East's objective is to just get out of this auction undoubled if possible. And that's why East redoubles and bids 2 clubs, not 2 hearts, with their 4-3-3. They're just trying to coerce the opponents into not doubling them. So Hans does switch the 5 of spades. I think this is maybe a technically correct play, but Declare misguesses anyway, putting up the king. Is that the first Yarborough of the event? Maybe. I don't recall seeing another one. Isn't dummy squeezed? No. The 9 of hearts is a card. Good play by Hans. Cash the 8 of clubs. Let partner know that he has the last trump. Yeah, so Yarborough means no honor cards, which is ace through 10, and 4-3-3. You can't have 4-4-3-2 for it to be technically declared a Yarborough. 1 node down 4, I know. So 1 node down 4, but 2 clubs down 6. 5 imps going the way of Hans. And this match is a 1 imp difference. McAllister still in the lead. We do have 27 boards still to play. It is anyone's game. Oh, could they have then played Declare for down 5? I was not paying attention to the 1 no trump contract. Defense is hard. That previous hand has not scared Wibbly away from opening a no trump here on the 14 count and 3rd seat. transfer to spades. At the other table, Vanderbilt gets to open a club. Purdue, you had a hand with 2 7s as your highest card, but you were 5-3-3-2. Not technically a Yarborough. 5 card suits are too good. You have a chance to take a trick with that one. So Wibbly and Edgerton once again kind of showing off that they are not afraid to bid these hyper aggressive games. Club opening lead, the diamond ace is offside. But if Declare guesses the spade suit, they are going to make this. Will they guess the spades? Nyssen and Vanderbilt, again, kind of showing off that they don't really care about getting to these games on 23 highs. 9 ups at 14. So an opportunity for Team Hans. And I think from a psychological perspective, I would rather be on the team with the more aggressive actions here, because it kind of means like we're in control of our own destiny. Moment of truth, Jack of Spades comes. The South plays low. Based on the auction, South is a little bit more likely to have the spade ace. So even though the percentage play is to run the Jack of Spades here, Wibbly thinking about letting that Jack of Spades go to the king. I mean, it's very close between putting up the king or playing low. Percentage-wise, he does misguess. Spade goes around to the queen. Instant diamond comes through. I don't know why North switched to the Jack of Diamonds instead of the queen. But diamond to the king. South wins the ace. Eventually, the Queen of Diamonds is going to take a trick. And the Ace of Spades. 1 down. So another pickup for Team McAllister. 4 spades goes down 1. It seems unlucky, a 75% red game. It's true, yeah. Ace of Diamonds could have been on side. So East opening a spade and second seed at both tables. West 1 no. And do we get the Gazilli style 2 clubs from both of them? And that's definitely what's happening over here. On the left side of the screen. 2 clubs Gazilli, 2 diamonds showing 8 or more. 2 spades showing a spade club 2 suitor with a weak hand. Two no by West, 3 no by East. Or, I mean, maybe East can pattern out with 3 hearts. It looks like, yes, East is able to pattern out with 3 hearts, and therefore they do get to find their 5-3 heart fit. I assume that's where they want to play. You have to lose a diamond, a club, and maybe a spade, depending on how soon you get the spades going. Ehab produces, thought Gazilli showed good game forcing hands. Does Gazilli sometimes show clubs? Yes. So the 2 club bid is any 17 plus or any hand that would have rebid 2 clubs in a standard context. So any hand with 5-4 and spades and clubs and 11 to 16 also goes into the 2 club bid. The difference is what happens over what partner does. So 2 diamonds here shows 8 or more, which effectively is the game forcing decision over a 17 plus hand. And East's only way to show the weak hand here is to bid 2 spades after 2 diamonds. If it went 1 spade, 1 no, 2 clubs, and West did anything other than bid 2 diamonds, so like, for example, if West bid 2 spades to show a small preference to spades with less than 7 high card points, then East could bid again to show the artificial 17 plus, basically. Or East could pass if they're willing to play 2 spades opposite their partner's preference with less than 7 high card points. Trump lead against 4 hearts. Is this going to make a difference? I think the answer is no. I mean, for one thing, the 10 of clubs falls, and Declare is going to be able to pitch their spade loser at this point, after the defense failed to lead opener's 5-card spade suit. Mark Riviera asks, are they playing 6-card Gazilli on the other table? I have no idea what the auction in the other room means. A spade and no trump, 2 spades. I mean, it has to be some sort of Gazilli thing, right? Because you wouldn't normally rebid a 5-card major. But they also found their heart fit. They might just swap the 2 spade and 2 club rebids. They could, as Super Koopa says. Lunaris, is Gazilli worth it? It seems unnecessarily complicated. Personally, I think it seems relatively simple. I mean, it depends what sort of complex structures you're familiar with. Like, if all you do is just play Stamen and transfers and that's it, then Gazilli is a bit of a complicated convention. But it's a lot easier than, like, relay precision stuff or memorizing a bunch of step bids in certain auctions. Like, the basic idea is just 2 clubs is sometimes a strong hand, but it's usually just hands with clubs, and over that 2 diamonds is 7+ artificial. Or maybe 8+ artificial. I mean, depending on wherever you break it down into game forcing versus not game forcing opposite 17+. I guess I quoted it at 7+, but maybe it's 8+ for a lot of pairs. And there are some other sequences, of course. But it's not just like a 2-minute discussion with your partner, but I also don't think you need to spend a lot of time memorizing system notes. And like, how useful is it? In my opinion, it is the most useful convention that any 2/1 partnership could play. So take me at my word on that if you're wondering whether or not this is a worthwhile convention. I think it is absolutely important if you're going to play at a high level. You don't understand the purpose. Is it because you don't want to take too much space with the jump shift? It's really nice because it further qualifies the strong hands. Because normally in 2/1, jump shifts show like 19+, and the 2 club bid could be anywhere from, say, like a good 10 count to 18 high card points. And that is so wide ranging that this auction becomes very difficult to navigate if your partner has some sort of invitational hand opposite, like, say, an unbalanced 15 to 16 count, but they want to sign off in 2 clubs opposite your weaker range. It becomes very difficult. So being able to subdivide this sort of sequence into smaller chunks so that the hands are better defined is really nice. And there's a bunch of other benefits as well, because it allows you to show a whole variety of extra hand types because you get this artificial 2 club sequence to happen. But I would say generally the main objective here is to break up one of the most wide-ranging sequences in the 2/1 structure into smaller pieces. And that's really good. So what's going on in Four Hearts on the left side of the screen? Nyssen is over here. The trumps have split badly. He still has to lose 2 diamond tricks, but he's in serious danger of being tapped out on this hand. South up with the diamond ace. Plays back a spade. Declare can ruff, but pulls the last trump. South is going to take the last 2 tricks. So this is going to be down 1 in Four Hearts. It's not the easiest contract to make, for sure. Lunaire says, with Gazilli, you can't sign off in 2 clubs at all. That is correct. That is the one concession you make. The one and only concession you make is that you can no longer sign off in 2 clubs. But with all of the extra benefits, it heavily outweighs that problem. Well worth the trade-off. So I wasn't following Nyson's line of play. Was anyone else paying attention? Did he do something reasonable and just got unlucky? Let's try and focus in on what what Wibley's going to do. Oh, it wasn't Nyson. Van de Pavard was declaring, but the play in that room. So what is Wibley going to do? He's already set up the Queen of Clubs to pitch a spade. He's knocked out the diamond ace. And I think he's just going to basically cross-ruff this entire hand from here. North-South have taken 1 trick. But there really isn't anything else to the play. Now Declare can just pull trumps and claim. So I didn't really follow what happened that went so poorly at Van de Pavard's table. But a disappointing result, and finally a big swing going the way of Team Hans. I mean, we had these like kind of chip away from the lead type swings, 6 imps here, 5 imps there, a couple of over tricks here and there. But now finally a game contract bid at both tables where 1 went down. And it looks like Declare is actually roughs a diamond with the Queen of Hearts. Sure thing, bud. Sure thing, you got it. Anyway, Wibley makes 10 tricks. So for the first time in the match, I think, at least since very early, Hans is on top by 3. East opens a diamond here in both rooms with the 14 count unbalanced. A diamond pass. Are we just going to see 4 spades from Nyson and Edgton? No, they start with 1 spade. Double from Hung. Takeout. He has hearts and clubs. So South bids 2 hearts at both tables, and now finally Nyson comes back in with 4 spades. He's heard enough. Same with Edgton. So there appears to be a heart, a spade, and a club to lose, and that might be about it. Ace of Hearts mostly marked onside from this double. Diamond opening lead. Not really going to be that effective from McAllister's side. I think Hung is probably going to lead the Ace of Hearts after this auction. I don't exactly know where he expects to get 3 tricks, but, you know, maybe if he gets 2 heart tricks, the Ace of Clubs, and can sit back and wait for the Spade Queen, that's one way to do it. When you're looking at a natural trump trick, getting a ruff doesn't help you out all that much, so the diamond opening lead might just help declare set up their own diamond suit. Seems a little bit ineffective. Yeah, thank you, Frederick Norling. There's just a bunch of benefits for Gazilli in general. So that invitational jump shift showing 5-5 is one of them. There are ways to show some 6-4 invites if you want to get really into it. I'm sorry, I'm still eating. I will... I'm like very slowly consuming the it was a big sandwich that I got earlier. Maybe I should wrap it up and put it back in the fridge. I mean, I could see Hung leading something like the Queen of Hearts. I could see him trying the Ace of Clubs. But Ace of Hearts feels like the most natural thing. He's giving it a look, though. Little does he know, it just doesn't matter. He's going to get his 3 tricks, and it'll be a push board. Okay, Ace of Clubs. Makes a lot of sense to me. And this is definitely a simple way to a plus score. Ace of Clubs, Club Ruff, Heart to the Ace Club Ruff. Don't know if he's going to continue a club at trick 2, but again, not even that matters. So on to board 7, over on the right side of the screen. South opens a club with the 12 count. Just a 1 spade overcall from Edgerton. I do like this choice. I think the hand is way too weak if you are playing weak 2 spades in this position to make the bid vulnerable. 2 diamonds by North. And... I mean, we'll certainly see, I think, a 3 club bid from South. Oh, 2 hearts from Wibbly. Getting frisky over there. Wow, South doesn't even bid 3 clubs over 2 hearts. I'm a little surprised by that. North just bids 3 now. Yeah, this is not a good bid from North. We don't want to be doing this. North has such a slam positive hand. North really needs to find a way to slow this auction down and get more information. I mean, the opponents have effectively started preempting, but that kind of helps North out a little bit. If this auction had started something like a club, a spade, 2 diamonds, past 3 clubs, North is in a bit of a bind. North is going to have to bid 3 spades and then 4 diamonds, and the auction has gotten a little bit high. This 2 heart bid followed by South's pass actually allowed North to bid 2 spades as an artificial game force. And then North over, say, 2 no or whatever South does could bid 3 diamonds. And you're basically a level lower. So the 2 heart bid made things a lot easier on North-South, although as North's hand looks, things didn't go the way that they wanted. But yeah, this is going to be a huge swing in favor of Hans because Hans is going to open 2 clubs. Sartaj, Hans, the team captain, Hans is going to open 2 clubs over here, precision style. And then North is going to go through some asking bids and stick the contract in like 6 or 7 diamonds or something. We'll see. I mean, we'll see exactly how the hand plays out. But I do believe that Hung is going to make some forward-going noises, and South eventually is going to shrug and say, yes, I have 2 aces. And I guess maybe this is like a 5 or 7 hand, right? So getting to 6 diamonds is technically inferior to getting to 7 diamonds because you got to set up the club suit. Well, actually, that's not true. In 6 diamonds, you can just rough a spade in the South hand, probably, or knock out the club king. What about 6, 7? 6 or 7 is the number that North-South are going to get to. Oh, look at this. This is one way to go about it. 3 diamonds. Let's set diamonds as trump. In a forcing manner. So probably South just bids 3 hearts. I mean, I don't know what their agreements are over this 3 diamond bid, but normally once you've set a trump suit, you're effectively in Q-bidding territory. So is there actually some sort of like compound squeeze happening at McAllister's table? Is he making the rest from here? East has to keep the club king, so East must... Oh, it's not even a compound squeeze. West just started with the doubleton heart. So yeah, East is just getting squeezed in the round suits, if McAllister's paying attention. So another diamond. But because of East King of Clubs, doesn't East need to like let go of one of the major suits and then maybe West gets squeezed in the majors? That's how compound squeezes work. Three no trump makes all the tricks, but that's going to be a very disappointing result. I mean, especially with Hans and Hung already up to 6 diamonds at their table. So 4 diamonds showed diamond support. Big bid from Hans. 4 no trump, maybe key card. 5 hearts, 2 without. 5 spades, asking about something, maybe some extra help. And 6 diamonds shows no extra help anywhere. Not the club king, not the spade king. So 6 diamonds all pass. And we get a heart lead. So the simple line of play here after the heart lead is to just pull trumps and try to knock out the club king, eventually using the ace of hearts entry to run the clubs and pitch all your spade losers. No risk whatsoever. Don't need to worry about the 13th trick. In 7 diamonds, I believe your best chance is to try and rough the clubs out, so either 3-3 clubs or the king falling doubleton. Maybe that's not true then. 3-3 clubs or the king doubleton is like 52%, whereas taking a club finesse... No, okay, yeah, it's slightly better to try and rough out the club king than to take the finesse. But big swing going the way of Team Hans. Board 8 over here on the right side of the screen. We get a 2-club auction. West liking their 5-card diamond suit with 21 highs. Upgrades into 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 no. Regular Stamen, don't find a major fit. 3 no trump from East. And the diamond opening lead from North. I think I would have been tempted to lead a heart. But a diamond, 4th best from the longest and strongest. This seems all right to me. And with that big swing, Hans takes, I think, one of the biggest leads of the match by 14. Currently, 15, 66 to 51. So 2 rounds of diamonds from Declare and 3 no. They're going to collect 4 diamond tricks, 2 hearts, 3 clubs, and a spade. This sounds like 10 tricks to me. It doesn't look like there's another trick available anywhere, but maybe the defense is going to get a bit lazy. Similar auction for Nyssen and Van de Pavert over here. West just opens 2 no, whatever the range is for that. Same Stamen sequence, and 3 no from East. Now is Hung going to lead a diamond, or is he going to try a heart? Like, 4-card suits don't offer a lot of prospects for defeating 3 no trump on their own. I mean, sure, if South has ace king 3rd or 4th of diamonds, then you could do it, but even if South happens to have king jack 4th of diamonds, you get 3 diamond tricks and the ace of spades. Not nearly enough to defeat the contract. And when one of the hands has so many high card points, it's often a bad idea to make an aggressive opening lead, because it's either going to give Declare a free trick via finesse, or it's going to well, it's probably going to do that, I guess is the idea. So Hung does lead the 3 of hearts. I like this a little bit better. And this is definitely going to be a bit more effective in terms of setting up tricks. Whoa, 12 tricks in the other room. I was not paying attention to the play, but that feels like an awfully large number. So Declare tries a club to the ace. Time to run that jack of diamonds, maybe? Maybe a little bit unusual to not cash a high diamond first, just in case there's a stiff queen lurking about somewhere. You have plenty of entries in the club and heart suits. So second round of hearts can come. Maybe the 10 of hearts from north now. And Declare can win and cash out, but with the heart suit set up, Team Hans is going to pick up another couple of imps. In fact, 3 imps. Declare just has to cash out for 9 tricks. On to board 9, I guess I'm taking a look. Club by East, the 14 count, heart overcall. West bids a no trump with the queen doubleton of hearts. Spicy. But diamond split. I mean, this is a huge match point result for East-West. Getting to no trump here rather than a diamond partial. Just a bit challenging after that one heart overcall that, like Craig and I were talking about earlier, West has a hand where you don't have a good bid over a club of heart. You can't make a negative double. You don't have spades. Bidding a no trump without a heart stopper is a bit undesirable. So you have to decide between 2 diamonds or maybe pass. Those are your options, or 1 no trump. And so a bit of an awkward position. Whereas if you could go a club, a heart, a spade to show a hand like this, that is certainly preferable. 7 hours later, your question's bearing fruit. I know, right? I know. But this is one of these positions where, like, it's so easy to see a convention paying off when it actually comes up at the table. The way that a lot of conventions pay off are when they don't come up. So in this position, right, like Edgerton could have bid a spade, but like we wouldn't know that because systemically he chose to bid a no trump. He didn't have the ability to utilize this 1 spade call. I'm a bit surprised that Edgerton and Whibley are not playing this type of system. Transfers over a club, this 1 spade gadget when it goes a club of hearts. They do miss their game. 1 no trump making 3. Better than Gazilli. Okay, let's someone ban that guy. I'm just kidding. Mods, don't take it out on my chatters. But no, it's not as good as Gazilli. It's nice. It is a nice it is a nice convention for sure. So 2 clubs showing diamonds. Not going to get as many match points for this diamond partial, but it's probably the better spot. Now, Hung, not hearing a no-trump bid on his right, is comfortable raising with 3 small hearts. It puts a bit of pressure on, East bids 3 diamonds, and with the diamonds splitting, there's no danger here. Declare may misguess the spades. It is possible, depending on how the defense goes. Or maybe it's not possible because South is on lead. South is just going to lead a heart. And with diamonds splitting, a spade goes away on the jack of hearts. So this will be 3 diamonds making 4, 130. But that's still going to be a 2-imp swing going the way of Team Hung, or Team Hans. This is such a good sandwich, but I've been eating it for like 3 hours at this point. Maybe it's only like 2 hours. I feel like I've been eating this sandwich for a long time. We've been busy talking about bridge, though. I'm almost done. $18 count for Shearson on the right. 18 count for Edgerton. I bet they wish they were partners on this hand. I mean, Edgerton needs to work out. Okay, so that is definitely a bid. Denise asked what type of sandwich. It's a Subway sandwich. It is a sweet onion chicken teriyaki, and I got a bunch of toppings. So it's like twice the size of a normal sandwich. Or maybe 3 times the size of a normal sandwich. I did a really good job picking out the toppings, though. I'm very pleased with myself. They held up well in the fridge. Edgerton's going to be a little bit disappointed about the number of tricks he takes on this hand, I think. I don't know what you really should do with the West hand. I mean, I think 3-no is fine on these cards. But you could go slower. I mean, honestly, 1 diamond is not that crazy of a bid. Like, your plan is to bid 1 diamond and then double back in later or something, or maybe bid 2-no later or something. You could start with double, planning to bid diamonds or no trump. You could just decide partner's a passed hand. I'm going to overcall 1 no trump on the good 18. I think there's a lot of reasonable choices. 3 no trump did not work out. I will say that much. This bid did not work for Edgerton. It didn't get doubled? No, but I mean, it could be a push. It definitely could be a push. It's also possible that 4 hearts would get doubled if East-West get there in the other room. But if you could see East's hand, I'm pretty sure you would prefer to just be in some sort of part score somewhere on the East-West cards. Ace of diamonds, king of diamonds. Are we playing another diamond? So North gets in, cashes 2 clubs. West hand gets squeezed. We could see the infamous down 4 again and 3 no trump from Edgson and Whibley. So does that mean the other table is going to bid to 2 clubs and go down 6? Because that happened in the last set. Yeah, there's another diamond. So is South going to work out the right defense here? Because South needs to come down to that ace-queen doubleton of hearts. Yes. South does pitch a heart. So an interesting squeeze happens against West here. If West pitches a spade, North can exit a spade. A spade to the 9 and ace, or the 10 of spades to the 9 and ace. West is in. If West plays back a diamond, North wins. South throws a heart, and then plays a spade over to their partner's hand. If West pitches a heart, obviously that's no good. Then North can play a heart to the ace and then the jack of hearts. And if West pitches a diamond, then it's safe for North to cash the jack of diamonds. And then South can pitch the jack of hearts. So West does pitch a diamond. Now it's safe for North to cash the jack of diamonds. And will South work out to pitch the jack of hearts? I don't know. But that would be the impressive type of defense. This is a super fun double dummy position. I don't think the players are all that amused about what's going on. I mean, maybe North-South are. Maybe they're pretty excited about what's happening. No! North exits a spade. So now Declarer can effectively throw South in to lead a heart into the king. Yeah, spade goes to the king. Declarer gets to win the ace and just play back a spade. And just cover North's card. So if North plays the 7, you could play the 8. South will have to win the 9, and South is trapped in her own hand to lead away from the ace of hearts at trick 12. Not really sure what Edgson's thinking about. McAllister would never duck the queen of spades here. Yo, I just looked over on the left side of the screen. Look at this auction. A strong club by Hans. Pass by Nyssen, 1 diamond weak, 1 no trump showing 17 to 19, and Nyssen just passes. What a Chad. Look at this guy go. The ace of diamonds gets led. Now, interestingly enough, if South plays a low diamond at trick 1, which I think they probably will out of habit, West can continue a low diamond. And South won't have a dummy entry to take the club hook. Strangely enough, after that 10 of diamonds pops, maybe South should have worked out to put up the diamond queen. Or drop the diamond queen. Schmeeble says, surely you try at least 2 diamonds over 1 no? Nah. Nyssen is nice on this board. Like, where are you headed? do you really have a game your way? The opponents are vulnerable in playing in a no trump. So if your side's making 3-0, at least you'll be able to beat this 3 tricks, which wouldn't be terrible. But I think this is much more likely just a part score hand. We don't compete for part scores at Imps. So McAllister picking up a big swing on this board. A rare loss for the 2 diamond bidders, 18-19. I guess it is. Yeah, Nyson, this is like the second time today that Nyson has had effectively a game force in his own hand and his right-hand opponent opened a strong club. Okay, I'm finished with my sandwich. Let me clean up my little tray table, and I will be back. I'm also going to use the restroom. Be right back. I'm back. What did I miss? Has Nyson done anything else nice on the defense here? He has set up diamonds.
Me captain had a model steering wheel and I stole it and hid it in me breeches, but I can't stand.
Oh, feeling guilty?
ARGRGRGRGRGRGRR, it's driving me nuts.
I get it. The steering wheel is driving you nuts. I understand. Thank you, Shift. So how's 1-0 doing for Hans? I'm just taking a brief look. Can we ban Shift? I think Hans might even go down in one no. All thanks to that I think reflexive play of playing the queen of diamonds at trick one. Obviously, it looks very silly if it goes ace of diamonds and you dump the queen and then low diamond to the 8 and he wins the 9 from 10-9 doubleton. That would feel pretty bad. But what a fascinating spot. Huh. Anyway, I mean, it is going to be a huge result one way or another for Team McAllister on that board, so that's going to cut the lead in half approximately. 3-no Trump ends up coming home on board 11. I didn't exactly see the details. Let me have a quick gander. Diamond, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts. Some sort of weak no Trump maybe from North showing the 2 heart bid. 2-no, 3-no. Three-no made on 11 with 6 cashers on defense. That's true. What happened? East led a spade. A spade came back. Wait. Okay, that's incorrect. So this score should get adjusted, right? That should get adjusted. Ugh. Can I put a link to the results in the chat? So we don't really have results. It's really just bridge winners, the top of the page. I mean, I think exclamation point results should... That's the best I can do. There's no like official scoreboard for this event as far as I know. Oh, spade to the ace, spade back to the queen, and yeah, oh, interesting. Very interesting. I see. Too clever for their own good. Yikes. So, just like that, back to back, big results for Team McAllister, and they're right back in the match. I mean, we don't have it on the scoreboard yet, but this 20 imp gap is going to close to approximately 0 because of those 2 boards. Schmeeble says another loss for the 18 to 19 players here. East gets to open a club. So if this does go a club past 3 clubs, East-West need to be on the same page about whether or not East should be bidding 3-no with the 18 to 19 or passing. Or West might just pass a club. McAllister balances with double.
After years of brooms, I'm retiring and looking forward to chairs. Ooh, I so often missed out on chairs. Ooh.
Thank you, Shift. Man, this is fascinating. So first off, North decided to balance with double with 5-4 in the majors. I'm not going to say a big no-no, but definitely not the popular choice with the North cards. East did not take a call with his 18 count. East could have bid 1-no, could have redoubled at the very least, although redouble probably implies primary clubs. South bid just 1 heart, especially because North is a passed hand. West now makes a takeout double of hearts. I imagine Wibbly's just going to bid 1 no. But maybe he'll bid 2 clubs. Okay, 1 no goes down a trick at Hans's table. 11 imps going the way of McAllister on this board. We're gonna see another game swing on the next board. At least I think. Okay, Wibbly came out of the tank, decides to bid 2 clubs. So they do find their big club fit. South has a decision to make. Does bid 2 diamonds, I think. Somewhat sensible. Right? This is one of these rare circumstances where it's kind of okay to compete for part scores because the South has completely limited their side's interest in game on this hand. Like, there's no way that North is going to raise 2 diamonds to 3, for example. There's no way that North is now going to bid 4 hearts or something on their cards. South's 1 heart bid made it very clear that she had no game interest. So 2 diamonds is just please pick a red suit at the 2 level. North is going to prefer hearts, of course. Edgerton can bid 3 clubs. Edgerton could, I suppose, double 2 diamonds if he wants. I mean, how is 2 hearts doubled going to do if they end up there? Like, I don't think Wibbly's going to go after this, but there's 2 clubs, a diamond, 2 spades, a heart. And that might be about it. Down 1. Rob says board 11 is cruel. Rorm says on the left hand, after ace king of spades, East should cash the club ace before playing a 3rd spade. I would say, looking at this dummy, I do not think it matters. Because East will know that West is always going to play a club through after cashing spades. Yeah, the 4 of spades comes. And so even if the 6 and 9 of spades were switched so that West cashes 2 more spades, for one thing, the 4 of spades is suit preference. But secondly, West, looking at this dummy, is never playing back a heart. They're just always playing a club through. 5 clubs is cold. 5 clubs is cold, east-west. Spade hook is on. Diamond hook is on. Clubs are 2-2. Assuming you pick that up. But it's really hard for East-West to get there, I believe. So this could be, what, a 2-imp loss if East-West play a club partial at the other table? Maybe a small loss if East-West play a no trump. But at least they're going to go plus on defense. Hard to imagine that any of these defensive tricks go away. And in fact, even before cashing the fourth spade, a club came through. So now the 7 of spades. Then a club to the king. So this will be 2 down. That's another 11 imps. And just like that, McAllister's back on top by 2. Back-to-back 11 imp pickups on those boards. This was looking like a great set for Team Hans, but a couple of relatively large errors. One on defense and one in getting to the wrong contract, being a bit over-aggressive, do cost them the entirety of their lead. So against 2 hearts, Edgerton leads a club. So club to the ace. Wibbly in. Probably switches to the diamond queen, I imagine. Just make sure we get that diamond trick set up before anything silly happens. Well, a club pass, the alert on the pass. 0 to 4 with 4 or more clubs. That is what Nyssen has. I think for a lot of pairs, you would not be promising a club fit for this type of pass, but maybe systemically, just based on their 1 club opener, they have to have that caveat. This is going to make East-West competing later in the auction a little bit easier. East does decide to bid a no trump to show 18 to 19 after the reopening double. Hung also making a reopening double as opposed to balancing with 1 spade on the 5-card spade suit. Hey, Snoo. Good morning. Is this the last set? No. No, 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 no. We still got 15 more boards to play. Well, we've got 19 more boards to play.
They have a club fit and it's a nice son.
They do have a club fit. So I wonder if 1 no is going to be where they land. I mean, Hung can't bid again on the North cards, so this is just going to be 1 no all pass. And the club suit is blocked. You should have typed it NIJS. Nice. Oh my god. Hung balances double again? It scared Van de Pavard into running to 2 clubs. They do have the fit. So in the meantime, what's happening over here with Wibbly and Edgerton defending 2 hearts? It looks like Declare lost their way a little bit. Declare worked on pulling trumps. And now East is going to be able to get in with the ace of spades, pull the last trump, and cash 2 clubs at the end of play. Yikes! So 2 hearts goes down 3. Just when McAllister had pulled back into the lead on this hand, they run into a disaster. Like, competing for part scores and imps just doesn't pay off. What did I tell you? Or if you do so, you better play the hand a little bit better. How many tricks was one no making? I think I made the bold claim earlier that it was like 120 or something, but maybe that's not true. 3 clubs, we said, was probably making 11 tricks with the clubs splitting. Especially with North doubling a couple of times, you're not going to play North for... You're not going to play South for a stiff club honor. So you will pick up the club suit. It's a win for the 2-diamond 18 to 19 openers, Schmeeble says, because West can pass and North will balance 2 spades, huh? Is that really what's going on here? Shift says looks like a tie game. 150 would be 4 imps. Okay, we have another exciting board here. East opens a diamond with the 11 count. 2 spade overcall by South looks like intermediate. Is that intermediate? Not sure. You have a 7th spade. But not a very good hand. And West bids 3-0. So McAllister on lead. I was going to say I don't really see the reason to not lead the singleton spade. I know it's not ideal, but if partner has shown... I don't know, maybe South's 2 spade bid is supposed to be weak. We don't know exactly what the North-South system agreement is here. I'm just looking at the South overcall and expecting it to be intermediate based on the 7-card spade suit that they have for the 2-level bid. But it could just be a little bit of tempered aggression here from Shearson. Opposite a past partner, vulnerable, 7-2-2-2. Maybe it really is just a weak 2. In which case, sure, North can try a side suit, but I'm not a huge fan of hearts being the choice. I still think I would just lead a spade. I mean... Your best bet to beat this is that partner's trying something. I think that partner has good enough spades that will knock out the stopper, and that your partner has a couple of entries. That's my opinion. Heart goes to the queen and jack. South is in, pushes the queen of spades through. Makes a lot of sense to me. I think South also could have considered the jack of clubs switch, but this seems all right. So diamond to the queen. North should probably duck. The match is all tied up. Those 4 imps come through. We're tied at 73. 18 boards to go in the match. McAllister does scoop up the diamond ace. I assume to continue another heart. Declare probably gets that guess right, especially after the 8 of hearts opening lead. So this looks like it's going to be... 3 heart tricks for Declare. 2 diamonds. 2 spades and 2 clubs, which is just enough. That'll be 9 tricks. Hey, pass, pass. 3 spades by Hans. Pass, pass. East reopens double. This is going all pass. Guaranteed. Right? Like West has king, fourth of spade. Well, maybe not. So what is Nyssen going to do? You've got probably 5 tricks against this contract. Partner's a passed hand. You only have 13. I know it's a bit risky to pass 3 spades ripped. Like, so, okay, we've got a diamond, we got a spade, we got a club. Like, partner has to have 2 tricks over there for this reopening double. Maybe not. Yeah, West does pass. Make sure you ride this high for as long as possible, Shift. People are going to be looking up to you for advice for ages to come. Vugraph error, East passed with the opening hand. Maybe Van de Poverd just didn't want to open a weak no trump with the stiff ace. Vulnerable in second seat. All right, Edgton does correctly guess the hearts. I don't think that was too difficult. Now we can unblock the heart, unblock the diamond, lead a club to the queen. Got barely enough communication to make 9 tricks here. I mean, Declare also could have unblocked the 10 of hearts, right? Like, could have dumped the 10 of hearts here and then finessed the 7. Crossed to the diamond king. Led the 5 of hearts to the 6. Knocked out the 10 of diamonds. North is end played into leading away from the club king. You just score like 11 tricks or something on this deal. 10, I guess. Maybe a little bit foolhardy from Edgton to not do that. Oh, we do get a score correction. 3 no makes 4. So let's see. How are things going on this 3 spades doubled contract? The Jack of Diamonds comes through. Declare can ruff with an intermediate spade card, Queen Jack 10-9, preventing the 8 of spades from scoring. And then with the Ace of Clubs in West's hand, Declare should be able to pull trumps, right? 3 spades doubled is down 1 or 2. I think 3 spades doubled is down 1 or 3, right? Because West will pitch a heart here, or club. Declare will lead the Jack of Spades, West wins, and then West gets out a low club. Yeah? And so if Declare misguesses, then the 8 of Spades promotes. Shearson opens 2 hearts in second seat. Schmiebel asks 1, 2, or 3 hearts by South. I like 2. 6-3-2-2 is a pretty bad distribution to be preempting. And I don't believe the hand is good enough to open at the 1 level. The Queen of Clubs is a pretty bad card. Like Ace Queen 10, 6th of hearts, and King Doubleton of Clubs, I think is a lot closer to a 1 level opener. I still wouldn't do it. I mean, maybe if I was 6-3-3-1 or 6-4-2-1, then a 1-heart opening bid would be justified. A lot of imps in the last few hands. I mean, there were a lot of imps in that stretch where Hans was ahead by 20, like 3 boards ago. Yeah. And now they're just back on top by 10, it seems, for the time being. So 2-heart opener, Nyssen decides not to overcall, facing a passed hand partner. In the other room, Wibbly and Edgerton do compete for the part score. They get to 3 clubs. How is this going to go for them? So on defense against the club contract, there's 2 hearts. There's 2 spades. There's a diamond and a club. Sounds like down 2 to me. And in the meantime, against 2 hearts, there's a couple of diamonds. There's a spade guess. Declare's gonna lose a heart. And Declare's gonna lose a club. So this is all gonna ride on the spade guess, I think. Diamond opening lead to the queen. I think Declare gets the spade guess wrong, because I believe Declare is going to find out very quickly what West has led from. Whether East plays the 6 of diamonds or the queen of diamonds at trick 1, a diamond's going to come back. Oh, okay. Declare elected to go up with the ace. So not the greatest of discovery plays here from Hans, but I guess he just didn't want to waste time. Let's get these trumps pulled as soon as possible, he says. A diamond to the 9, really? Queen of diamonds can cash. Oh, people are talking about withdrawals. Yeah, we'll check out the scoreboard in just a moment once we finish hand 15. But I do see a withdrawal. It's already in the cards. And lots of other scores to take a look at as well. We'll get there momentarily. So moment of truth here. The way that I kind of figured Declare is going to get this spade guess wrong is once West has led from King Jack 4th of diamonds, it seems very unlikely that West has the Queen of spades instead of that. It seems very likely West has the Ace of spades. Snoo says West would surely make a takeout double with the spade ace. So let's see. West turned up with Queen Doubleton of hearts, King Jack of diamonds. They do get the spade guess right. The Ace Jack of clubs, they found out. So if West had Ace third, Ace Jack, King Jack, Ace. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I don't think Edgerton's decision should really factor into to the analysis here, given that Edgerton did make a takeout double. Aussies are hyper aggressive. But maybe that is the calibration that Hans is doing, that a bunch of his countrymen would make a takeout double with this type of hand. So he judges more likely that the ace of spades is over here. I was putting a lot of weight into the opening lead, of course, with that king jack third of diamonds being a little bit of an unusual choice if West has queen third of spades. On to board 15, it is still a 10 imp margin in favor of Team Hans. Kane got pummeled. Yeah, sad day. Sad day for the Brady Bot partners. How did, who is it, Goodman? Is Goodman the other team that has Pellegrini on it? Are all of my partners going down? Does Kaplan count as one of my partners? I played with him in a regional a while back. Is Ron Smith one of my partners? I played with him in a regional. I think we're just doing national event partners, though. So if Kane is out, I don't know where Dwyer is, which team he's on. I think they made it through. Is the score correct? I think so. I think so. All right, what's happening on this deal? 2 spades, 2 no, asking. Nyssen bids 3 diamonds, whatever that means. Maximum with a short minor somewhere. East has a good idea which minor is short in his partner's hand. Bids 4 spades. And at the Edgton Wibbly table, 3 hearts was the bid. So maybe some sort of August style thing where West has a intermediate type hand, minimum. And so Wibbly signs off in 3 spades. I think this is the first time we've seen this sort of reversal between the aggression versus passiveness. Wibbly and Edgton normally are the ones who overbid to get to some of these white games, traditionally in this match, whereas Nyssen and Van de Pavard are the ones who've underbid for some of the white games. But here, everything is backwards. If not alerted, 3 hearts is probably a high card feature. I don't think we've seen an alert on this right-hand side table. The left-hand side VuGraph operator seems to do a decent job in this matchup. We're getting a queen lead from Queen Jack Doubleton. We just might. And I think that may well just immediately sink the contract. Maybe not, though. Well, I guess it's always going to sink the contract if it goes queen of clubs, king, ace, club back to the jack. The defense has at least 2 spade tricks. But North gets off to the king of hearts lead. Oh my. So, whoa. Whoa. So what happens now? It is still going to go down, I think very likely. Heart ace, diamond ace? No, I think we're going heart ace, spade. But obviously Declare is going to play a spade to the jack, right? So it is just going to immediately go down. But like, imagine if Declare had played a spade to the king and then played a diamond to the jack. Do you guys see how to beat the contract after that start? Because it is not obvious. All right, spade to the jack and queen. Rough with the ace? Yeah, you got it. You don't need to go ace of spades small club. Ace of spades and a spade to partner's queen is good enough. But yeah, it's it's not obvious how to beat the contract from there. Boom, diamond lead from McAllister. I mean, a different sequence. So from McAllister's perspective, he doesn't expect that West has a stiff diamond. I think the reason that Hung didn't lead his 7-card diamond suit was because he knew West, or suspected West had the singleton diamond in the auction. And Hung finds the switch to the club queen. That is going to be good enough to beat the contract. Right? Right. Because whether or not South plays back a heart at this point, which he does, trying to give his partner a ruff, South is going to get in and play club through. Snoo says it's going to go down a few. Not on this defense, right? Yeah, not on this defense. Now Declare just gets to play spade up. They could have gotten a diamond ruff and a club ruff. On the right board, what happens after a diamond ace gets ruffed? I don't know. What does happen? I mean, is South roughing with the ace of spades? I crack myself up sometimes. This is such a cute little position where to make sure that your partner gets an entry, you need to ruff with the trump ace instead of a small trump. So Roram's asking, ace of diamonds roughed low. Let's suppose South exits a heart to the king and ace. Then a spade, 10. What should Declare do? I mean, it's still percentage to play the jack of spades. South could have started with ace, queen, 10, fourth. So diamond goes to the jack and ace of spades from South. And now a club comes through. Nyson has one final guess. Oh, but actually North gets end played. Stepping stoned, even if Declare puts up the club 10. So 4 spades down 1. Let's focus on the McAllister table for the final board of this set. And then we'll go over the we'll go over the results. See who has forfeited already in their matchups, which fourth segments are going to be important. Has Nabil gone on an early break? You think just because he hasn't played a card from Dummy at Trick 1? So it is up with the diamond ace. South is roughed with the 3 of spades. South does need to find a switch. I don't know what you're supposed to switch to as South. I mean, probably a heart, but you can see that that actually helps set up Declare's jack of hearts. Maybe as South you switch to the 10 of spades, but that also feels like a pretty silly thing to do. Yeah, he plays a low club back, trying to get his partner a ruff. This is going to be effective in that sense, but it's also going to give Declare enough tricks. So club to the jack and king, spade up, the South is going to pop ace. Oh, sorry. I was focused because this was our feature table where we had Hans and Hung sitting north-south. Yeah, Shearson sitting south here. I don't know why Declare is not just leading a spade to the king. Declare knows what this low club switch is about, right? North didn't win the club ace, so... yeah, there's the ace of spades. Now we're going to go ace of clubs. Oopsies, queen, club ruff. And try to get a diamond ruff, but little does South know, that is not going to work because North can't give her a diamond ruff because Declare is over ruffing. 3 spades making 3. Good try defensively, but 5 more imps to Team Hans. They're up by 15. Schmabel says, stop paying attention. Did trick 1 actually happen? What do you mean? Diamond, ace, ruff. Yeah. Okay. The next segment is going to start momentarily. It currently says we have about 20 minutes, but I think we're going to get started whenever the players do their compares. We're on to taking a look at the scoreboard. Where do the teams stand? So Fleischer has maintained a lead. They've put together an even bigger lead. They're up by 44 now. Nickel and Rodriguez, very close match. I mean, Nickel's only ahead by 23. Ash and Zimmerman making the comeback. And more disappointingly for Ash, they only picked up 7 imps in this set. Which, I mean, Zimmerman only picked up 25, but getting single-digit imps is going to make it very tough down the stretch. Who's on Team Ash? It is these guys, Tomasini, Norton, Holton Ash, Thiessen, and Mendez de Leon. Anderson finally loses a segment, but only by 4. They're still up by 64 over Street. Looks like they're cruising. Rosenthal over Vedanta by 7, so barely. Close matchup. Rubenstein, Wildowski, Rubenstein getting the job done. Hans and McAllister, we've been following them. Shorey still dominant over Goldberg, up by 67. Nice. Hammond and Lal, the highest scoring match of the day so far, barely. There is a 118 to 118 tie between the 1-6 and 1-7 seeds. Zhao and Dunitz, the match has gotten closer. Dunitz picking up 13 in this set. They trail by 31. Bianchi way ahead of Simpson. Oh no. One of my brackets getting busted already. Grossack gets the first withdrawal. They were well in the lead. Oh boy. Overdeck and Cole. It is close. 15 imps in that matchup. Moyles and Gupta, 22. Goodman and Hell, we don't have a score yet for these two teams. A close match. And So and Ivatary completely tied through 3 at 118 apiece. Bridge winners post on The Secret. I did make a post earlier. We have 43 votes in the poll and 22 comments on the thing. No surprise at all. Something similar occurred 20 years ago in Australia during our National Open teams when frequent Bridge Winners commentator Kieran Dyke recognized boards in being played from an event some years earlier. Oh, yikes. All right, take care, Rob. Thanks for stopping by. See you around. We did get 1 vote for operator's fault. I wonder who that is. I'm not going to out you, but I guess you could check in the poll. I know, yeah, I saw that comment. Where was it? Not actually remembering the hands is likely for the vast majority of people. Because those players who are competing in the Vanderbilt are the vast majority of bridge players. Kieran told you about that a couple of months ago. Very good. You can remind him that this exact same thing just happened. But it's worse here. Because like having hand records from 2 years ago, I mean, some players would remember them, of course, especially if there's a particularly memorable hand that they had played a while back. But this was just like 6 hours ago. So you didn't have to keep the hand in your mind for too long. Anyway. I'm mostly glad that I didn't receive a ton of flack for the post. So far, no comments have been like, OP is just angry. We don't like having people who are angry on our website. We are a wholesome community. Jan didn't ask for votes on which matches to watch today. It's always risky interacting with people on Bridge Winners. I know. I try and avoid it as much as possible. I don't really post things unless I feel like I have a very important point to bring up. So, like, I almost didn't bring this up. Kieran's just really good at remembering hands. I think a lot of bridge players tend to be pretty good at hand recollection. It is a valuable skill because it's not just like some sort of party trick to remember the hands that you've played from 3 years ago. Like Craig and I have been talking about, experience is an important part of the game, and if you can't remember any of the experiences you've had, then you're back at square one for every bidding decision. You think Jan did well immediately jumping on the landmine? I think this was a sincere attempt. Like, I'm not even sure it's really Jan's fault. I don't know whose fault it was. I'm not even sure that there necessarily is someone to blame for this. Like, I think it was a colossal failure overall of the entire system, but it might not be the case that one single entity can be blamed for this. But yeah, I kind of... She said it was her fault. You'll trust her. Fair enough. Yeah, that's totally okay. You've sat down at a table where a pair forgets to pass the boards, then picks up the same hand, and then had another auction on the same board. Did they get to the same contract? Or... And the director showed up and starts asking them questions. And the lie is uncovered. Like, I've definitely had people bid the same board at like a club game or regional pairs or something twice in a row and get to a different contract both times. But like, not because they found out the hand record and then bid to the right contract the second time. They just like bid to a worse contract the second time. Their judgment was affected. Like the first time they played it, they got to like 6 hearts down 2. And then like in the back of their mind, they're just like, well, we can't play major suit slams. So now they're just in 6 no trump down 5. Which hand am I analyzing, Schmeeble? Did you link me something? If you need permission to post a link, I can give it to you. You'll post in Discord? Gotcha. Let me pop it open. Boom. All right, what have we got? Oh man, you're playing against Matt O'Farrell, the one and only. 4 spades. Other table, 4 spades doubled down 4. So 4 spades double pass. Okay, I like 5-no on the south hand. That makes a lot of sense to me. Just kind of gambling on pick a slam. Pass 6 hearts. Seems reasonable. I mean, it's definitely tricky on the north cards, what you're supposed to bid, right? Because, like, could south just be, like, 1-2-5-5 in shape? Yes. So, I'm not sure it's so clear that north is supposed to bid 6 hearts, but I mean, it's kind of a gamble either way, right? If you, you thought partner would bid 4-no with that? That makes sense, yes. Yeah, you could bid 4-no and then raise 5 of a minor to 6. Yep. I think that's well reasoned. I haven't thought about this auction in a long time. I probably should. This is probably a good auction to discuss. So yeah, okay. 5-no. You get to 6 hearts. And let's see. After a spade lead, what do we do? Tricky play problem, huh? So spade opening lead. We probably don't want to take a diamond finesse. So maybe we rough the opening spade lead. Snoo thinks 5-no should be 3 suited takeout when 4-no is available for the 2 suiteds. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I think that's well reasoned. I don't know. I mean, it's probably okay to rough the opening spade lead and lead a diamond to the queen. Is that terrible? Maybe. What's my objective? I guess my objective would be to rough another spade, run 4 rounds of trumps, and cash the diamonds to get a count, and then maybe squeeze east in the minors. So maybe we can do that without giving up the possibility of picking off a stiff diamond with West. We could like rough the spade, cross and hearts, and run the diamond queen. Maybe that's okay. Don't I have one too many losers? No. We can squeeze east in the minors. That's very simple. On a spade lead. I mean, I don't know if East is leading a spade. I assume they would. But maybe East leads a trump. Schmeebel, you played for a minor suit squeeze and then didn't cash the squeeze card. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, disaster. Hate it when that happens. I mean, on this hand, given that hearts are 3-2, you can just rough the diamond suit good, right? So you could afford to take 3 diamonds, a diamond rough, 2 spade roughs, and 3 hearts and 3 clubs. But I'm sure that adds up to 12 tricks, but hopefully people know what I mean. Jammin' says, pitch a diamond on the spade lead. See, that was one of the things that I was saying early, that I don't think we want to bank on the diamond finesse working. The 4 spade opener could easily have the diamond king. Like, I don't think West has to open 1 spade because they have an 8-card spade suit and king doubleton of diamonds, right? So I think you're risking a little bit too much on this contract when you have other reasonable lines of play to get up to 12 tricks. Cute hand. I don't know what's technically best. Like, rough the spade, heart to the ace, run the diamond queen. Rough the spade, low diamond towards the queen. Lots of different possibilities. But that's a shame. It would have been a great story if you had defeated Matthew. I mean, still a good story. Oh my god, 29 minutes? There's no way. No, dude. 28 minutes to go? Are you serious? It is currently now 19:15 Eastern Time. I don't know why they think there's 28 minutes to go. Ugh. Really? You got another hand, Schmeebel? All right. Hit me with it. Whoop. I don't know why this keeps opening in the wrong tab. I got like 50 tabs going. Boom. Here we go. The other table's in 6 clubs down 1. Art DePaulo says, wouldn't rough a spade and jack of diamonds be better? No, like, we don't care who we lose a diamond trick to or where the communication is in the diamond suit. We want to avoid a diamond or club rough, so If we think that clubs are 6-0, then maybe we would do something else at trick 2. If we think diamonds are 5-1, then it's probably important to cross in hearts to run the diamond into West instead of playing a diamond to the queen. But it doesn't matter, like, whether we win the second round of diamonds in dummy or in hand. We just have... Our plan is to squeeze East in the minors on the previous board. What have we got here? Yeah, the entry is just kind of irrelevant to the north hand, basically, is the point. 2 passes go around to West, who opens a diamond in third seat. 3 diamonds on the north, asking for a stopper. The good old Eastern Cupid. East doubles to show diamonds, I guess. South bids 3 hearts. North blasts 5 clubs. A practical choice, I think. I mean, I assume it's teams, so you may as well try and bid your game. South decides to try for a slam. That is aggressive from South. Trying for a slam here. But 6 clubs by North. And so what's the deal here? We have... The heart finesse is winning. You can pick off the spade suit. I mean, East on lead. I don't know what East led. I guess maybe East should lead a... Ace of diamonds, I suppose. Ace of diamonds and a diamond. Declare roughs. Entries are tight, but you can make it. You can definitely make it if you pick off the spades. I'm staring at running a bunch of clubs. I don't know what it does for us, though. Trying to think about that. I don't think there's any realistic squeeze that can take place here. Because we expect the heart finesse to win. So for a squeeze to function, with only 1 entry to the south hand, let me think. What if West had all of the diamonds, the queen, jack, third of spades, and the king of hearts? What happens then? We make 5 discards from the south hand, so we pitch 3 spades and a heart. We have to let go of the last diamond. But so what does West come down to? We're down to a 4-card ending at that point? No, we're down to a 5-card ending at that point. But so West can just keep queen, jack, third of spades, and king, doubleton of hearts. They can ditch their last diamond. The squeeze doesn't really function. Yeah, it's not quite there. I mean, I'm trying to set up some sort of crisscross squeeze, but we just don't have the 2 entries, as BZL says. So I think you do need to just pick off the spades. And so what does that mean? I don't know. I don't think you have a ton of information. I mean, East can't have a singleton spade, right? Because they didn't lead it, and their partner would have opened a spade in third seat, not a diamond. So I guess that means you just have to cash the spade ace. And then it becomes percentage to hook the spade. This is basically a restricted choice thing, but whenever a singleton honor falls, for whatever reason, it becomes percentage to hook their partner for the other honor. You can think of it like restricted choice or extended restricted choice sort of scenario. So even though a 5-1 spade split is maybe a little bit unlikely from a bridge standpoint, once you get the stiff honor, 5-1 spades is much more likely than exactly Queen-Jack doubleton. And so that's going to be the case whether you have a 7-card fit, an 8-card fit, a 9-card fit. It's like the Monty Hall problem, but the true restricted choice comes from the 9-card spade fit. But this is another similar application to it. Anyway, cute hand. This isn't serious, right? This is not a serious timer of 29 minutes until the next round starts. Ugh. Schmeeble says 1/3 of the 4-2s is less likely than all 5-1s. Oh. Bah! No, they did it again. They removed the thing and then they added another 30-minute timer. Trying to do the math in your head isn't going well. Yeah, I think it kind of revolves around the fact that there are so many fewer 5-1 splits than there are 4-2 splits. Because 4-2, there's like 6 choose 2 4-2 splits. And there's only 6 choose 1 5-1 splits. And 6 choose 2 is a much larger number than 6 choose 1. That's basically the idea. Are they busy uploading hand records for the second segment? Good question. Good question. I assume these aren't like magically quarter 4. Yeah, they're not. Okay. We got another 30-minute countdown. I have the feeling they're trying to start the matchups without this 30-minute delay thing, but because they have been enforced to start up matches with 30-minute delay, there's going to be a 30-minute delay. You're welcome for the analysis. Oh wait, Snoo asked me to analyze a hand. I'm sorry. Let me pull up the thing, since we have plenty of time. What have we got? Pass, 2 spades, spades and a minor. Ugh. I mean, I'm not a fan of this type of sequence, but if that's your system, then sure. Double by East. They've got 19. 2-no Lebensal, 3-no. Seems reasonable. I mean, it's not like anyone has done anything weird in the auction. And there's a play record. I guess we can think about what North should be leading. Feels like a bit of a coin flip between the black suits to me. I don't know. I do not know what's best. Maybe we just default to leading our 5-card suit, but I could easily see a club being the winning lead. So North leads a spade to the 9. Good lead, or good play by South. I assume South should play back a spade. They do. So Declare's got 3 hearts, a spade, a diamond, a club. That is not nearly enough tricks. Like, not at all nearly enough tricks. Diamond hook is on, club hook is on, and there is some sort of potential throw-in against South for that jack of hearts. But how is Declare going to have the entries to do any of this? We'll find out. So King of Spades holds. Now South needs to find a switch. 10 of diamonds. This is going great for the defenders. 10 of diamonds gives nothing away. I think I really like the 10 of diamonds switch. I mean, you could probably switch to the 6 of diamonds. Maybe that's a little bit better. Just in case your partner had like stiff jack or stiff queen. Yeah, I think I like the 6 of diamonds better from South as opposed to the 10. So 10 of diamonds. Declare pops up with the queen. So you could lead a club up to the queen now. They do. North can hop up and block the suit, but North does not. Aha. Aha. Very good. So what does North know? The 10 of diamonds came through. It sounds as if South has King 10, 9 of diamonds. West could have the Jack of Hearts. North doesn't exactly know. I mean, in theory, West could have better clubs, but I don't think this is how Declare would be playing the hand with better clubs. They would probably just cross in hearts and take a club finesse. Okay, so North decides to... I don't know if this is the double dummy fatal mistake here of playing a low club instead of the king, but this gives Declare a decent chance. South follows with a club. Declare elects to duck a diamond. Interesting. Because the defenders could just win this and push a club through, and then communications completely cut. I'm not sure how Declare worked out that diamonds were necessarily 4-2 instead of 3-3. Like, isn't it possible in theory that diamonds are 3-3 here? You could just go ace and a diamond. So diamond up with the king. North dumps the jack, and now club? No! South continues another diamond. Well, now the hand is basically over for Declare. Declare has a complete count on the hand based on the 2 spade opener. So from here, Declare is basically playing double dummy, and we can talk through exactly what Declare is thinking as we play out the rest of the hand. So Declare is a trick short, right? They got 3 tricks in, 3 hearts, a spade, and a club to come. But once Declare, whoa, what does that play? Okay. All right. Let's talk through what could have happened here. East plays the ace of spades. Well, let's back up a second. East cashes the ace king of hearts, right? So North, having opened 2 spades, has given away a lot of information, and this is one of the reasons why I strongly believe in what's it called? Not making destructive bids, because even though 2 spades has a little bit of preemptive value, the fact that you've alerted to the opponents when it's not your hand, that you have 5-4 in spades and a minor gives away so much information in the play. Declare effectively is double dummy here. We know that North has queen, jack, 8 of spades remaining. We know that North has 2 clubs. Therefore, we have a full count on South's hand. South is down to the jack doubleton of hearts. And this is where experience comes into play when in relation to these squeezes that I talk about all the time. Because if you notice this type of position where South is sitting with the jack doubleton of hearts behind your queen 9 doubleton, thanks to that 10 of hearts falling, you can now think of this position and be like, this looks like one of those strip squeezes that I hear so much about. And to execute the strip squeeze, we can cash the ace of spades in this position. South gets squeezed here. Obviously, if South pitches a heart, your hearts become good. If South pitches a diamond, the 5 of diamonds is good. So South is forced to get rid of one of their clubs, as does West. And now we play a club to the ace, extracting South's last club. And now, because once again, we have a full count on South's shape, we exit the 5 of diamonds. 5 of diamonds goes into South, and then a heart gets led into the queen 9. So this is certainly what Declare should do once they get to this position. But that's okay. So Declare doesn't find this play. Instead, they exited. Why is it necessary to play 2 hearts first? We'll take a look. Let's take a look, right? So let's say instead of playing 2 hearts first, we cash the ace of spades. Once again, South can't pitch a heart or a diamond. So South throws a club. We also pitch a club. And now we extract South's last club by playing a club to the jack and ace. Now when we exit a diamond, North throws a spade, as do we. South is in, but South can exit a low heart. And so the low heart goes around to the 10. We have to win the ace, but now we are trapped into leading into South's jack of hearts in the last trick. So we need to make sure that we extract that 10 of hearts and allow for this like throw-in possibility eventually. Yeah, you're welcome, no problem. We have plenty of time to discuss this hand because do we actually have 30 minutes? Yeah, we have 20 minutes left until the next round starts. So going back to the hand, it becomes very interesting what happens when Declare. So Declare saw this possibility, and this is good. This is good foresight. Now imagine if South actually had jack 10 4th of hearts. So this 10 of hearts was in South's hand. The strip squeeze would not have worked because Declare would have been able to throw South in with a diamond, but South would have had the jack 10 of hearts remaining in the end position, so the 9 of hearts just per force would have lost the last trick. There would have been no end play. This 10 of spades is clever. You know, Declare probably familiar with regular squeezes, not familiar with strip squeezes, or not as familiar, realizes they need to rectify the count. This is a common technique in squeeze play. So the 10 of spades exit, South pitches a club, North wins the Jack of spades, and let's follow through what actually happened on the hand, because I think this will be instructive. So, since I think I know what's going to happen, North played back the 10 of hearts, but it doesn't really matter. Let's say North just plays back a spade instead. It does. You could say, oh, the 10 of hearts looks silly. Queen of spades comes back. South, once again, can't pitch the 9 of diamonds. The 5 becomes good. Can't pitch a heart, so has to pitch the Jack of clubs at this point. They aren't squeezed yet, but Declare can pitch a heart here, and then lead a club. South is now squeezed on this trick. South pitches a heart, Declare wins, runs all dummies hearts. If South pitches a diamond, Declare wins. And as long as they've been counting, the 5 of diamonds cashes. But when North gets in with the Jack of spades, North could instead exit a club. And this is the effective way to break up squeezes. Because we talked earlier, like Schmeebel said, there was a hand where they forgot to cash the squeeze card in some sort of end position. That's exactly what happens here. By allowing Declare to cash the ace of spades, one extra trick has been forced out of South, and South runs out of cards that they can discard. But if North exits a club now to the Jack, well, for starters, Declare can't duck this trick. That would be the 5th defensive trick. They win the club ace, but now South hasn't been squeezed. If we were magically able to play the ace of spades and once again get back to the West hand, we need communication between the two hands. Game King mentions if North doesn't switch to clubs, then this line is higher percentage. Not true at all. We can always cash the ace king of hearts and then exit the 10 of spades if the 10 or Jack doesn't pop up from North. So it's not like we have to commit to playing for this squeeze when playing for the strip squeeze when we cash the ace king of hearts. We can cash the ace king of hearts, and then if we have the guaranteed strip squeeze, we play for it. Or if that doesn't work, then we can try this sort of gambit. Exit the 10 of spades, force North to find the club switch, and then we still have a chance to pull off the simple squeeze against South. So we don't lose anything. I mean, we maybe like show off our hand a little bit more by cashing the ace king of hearts, but in theory, North should already know what's going on. So either North will be an expert on squeeze defense or they will not on this deal. And so I'm not sure that cashing the ace king of hearts is going to have much of an effect. If North is an expert player, they will return a club in this position. If North is not an expert player, then North is never going to return a club, or they might return a club by accident for some reason. But yeah, cashing the ace king of hearts, you could say it wakes the defense up, but realistically, I mean, with this hand face up in the dummy here, because East is the dummy, defenders have a full count on the high card values as things were. I mean, going all the way back on the hand, sorry, let's continue stepping back a couple of tricks. I don't know if this was necessarily the defense's last opportunity to beat the contract. Double Dummy says it is. I think it's very interesting that you can still make it after North plays a low club, because like in theory, South could have broken up the squeeze. But yes, I mean, North probably once again should have been aware of what's going on at this point in the play, popped up with the club king to block the club suit, and then just played a diamond through, or maybe played back a club or something like that. And that would have easily ended Declare's hopes. So the defense was going very well for quite some time, but then they fell from grace a little bit. Yeah, South gets squeezed if you don't exit a low diamond. They're I guess you have to cash the ace of spades immediately after club to the queen wins. Which is fine. I mean, it's another one of these squeezes without the count. A little bit more complicated than the simple squeeze that you played for or the strip squeeze that was available, but equally effective. Maybe you should look for more horrible mistake hands. This was helpful. I mean, I do have the channel point reward thing for a reason. I think it is fun to talk through these sorts of positions. I wouldn't call them horrible mistakes. I think it's a good learning experience. But squeezes are something that I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily the best in the world at anymore. Maybe I never was, but it is a part of the game that I understand pretty well. And so I'm happy to talk about a bunch of different squeeze type positions and give insight as to how you can learn to identify them yourself. We got about 15 minutes to go. I mean, for whatever reason, the Rosenthal match is offset by 3 minutes. Snoo says, thought it was fun to lead away from both aces and dummy. It's true. Yeah, ducking the diamond was kind of neat. Exiting the spade to rectify the count was cute. It didn't ruin the viewing experience. It was just a mistake, in quotations. That's true. We can't be going around spreading misinformation like that the viewers were upset we lost an entire quarter of play and then the security of the event was compromised. What skill and bridge do I think I was better at than elite players? I mean, I certainly had the belief I was the best declarer in the world when I played professionally. In terms of currently, I'm still a very strong world-class declarer. I'm definitely not the best in the world anymore, even though I do like to make that claim on stream because who can refute me? But slam bidding. I think slam bidding was one of the huge assets of my game when I played professionally. I have a very good understanding of what sort of hands want to make pushes towards slam, like the vibes of whether or not you want to move on or bid or sign off in game, that sort of thing. You heard Switzerland has a vacancy? Yeah, if I wanted to get on the Zimmerman team, now's the time to apply. I think they only hire Europeans, though. I don't know if Zimmerman has ever played with an American teammate. Maybe I could look this up. But definitely the two biggest assets in my game were declare play, I mean, especially at match points, but imps as well, and slam bidding. One of the biggest weaknesses in my game was probably 5-level decisions, I think, at every form of scoring. Do I really want to be on that team now? I mean, aren't they losing their match? They're getting reamed by Team Ash. They're down by 7. It's true. There's not a lot of longevity on that team anymore. Do I have ancestry in bridge? I do not. I'm the first in my family that ever played the game. You found slam bidding highly dependent on system and agreements, Game King says. When you played full shape relay, system was much easier. A lot of people strongly stand by their system. As someone who grew up on 2/1 and basically only played 2/1, I mean, I learned some relay precision, like RM precision. I learned some other systems as well, but I'm a big believer that standard systems are probably better than precision. Like, especially if you're good at identifying which sorts of hands should be moving towards slam, and I was. So I think if you play 2/1 systems poorly and you don't really understand slam bidding, then maybe precision is going to be better for you. But if you do understand slam bidding, maybe 2/1's better. I'm not sure. Why did I stop playing pro? Don't I have a command, right? There we go. You're welcome. Artipalo said, how'd I get into bridge? Was it in college? I got into bridge in high school because I was playing in the chess club one day. Well, what happened was a friend of mine in 9th grade invited me to like a poker game at his house one evening. And I had basically never played poker before. The only card games I had played were hearts and spades. So I had a little bit of understanding of trick-taking games and a little bit of understanding of cards. And I was very good at both hearts and spades. And I absolutely cleaned up at poker. I was, my table reads were very good. And he was like, and so he was a bridge player, but he was just having a poker game at his house. So like the very next day at school, he literally walked into the chess club and picked me up, and threw me over his shoulder. He was like twice my size and just like carried me on his shoulder down the hallway to the bridge club that took place after school. Is forcing pass better than precision? I don't think so. Good question though. Q&A time is going great. We have about 10 more minutes to kill. Do we have any other questions? Oh, I didn't read through the comments on this thread. I wanted to take a look at the comments. How come there was only 1 like on this entire post? There are 93 comments and only 1 like? All right, I'm getting in here. Who is the most underrated pro? I think I said Adam Grossack earlier in the week. And because I think people don't rate him as one of the best players in the world. But I think he really has in the past like several years really made a name for himself and made a push for that position. Kevin Bathurst is underrated. I don't think Bathurst is underrated. I think that like people believe that he is very, very, very good. Like he plays on the Fleischer team, right? Adam Grossack has never been on one of these like top 3 or 4 teams, and yet he is constantly outplaying people who hold his cards in basically every position. You're just standing? Yeah. Which third pair is going to be on the Swiss team for the Bermuda Bowl? I'm not really sure. Bathurst is on the Shorey team, but Bathurst and Hurd have played on Team Fleischer before in like the U.S. Team trials, and they probably will again. They're one of the partnerships that Marty Fleischer hires for the U.S. only events. Leibowitz has been close to that top 4 area for a while. Yeah, but I think he tends to be in like the 7, we'll call it 6 to 7 range. I think it's more realistically like the 7 to 11 range. If I was Zimmerman and could pick any pair in the world, well, unfortunately, I think that's one of the reasons why Zimmerman can't pick any pair in the world, because he's trying to cut back on the funding. He can't afford to hire Klukowski, Kalita, and Boss Draver anymore. I'm just generally looking for posts with a bunch of likes. This had long been a problem. While it is a high mountain to climb, asking after every alerted bid would slow the game down even more so. I don't see it as a practical solution. Of course, the main problem isn't the potential UI from an inquiry, though clearly doing so for that purpose is wrong. It's the acting on it. I have a significant problem with the diamond lead on the given example. Agree. Had they held that, then none at all. Might that player have led a diamond without any indication from partner? Sure. I kind of disagree on this, but do I think a risky diamond lead is appropriate in an auction where partner failed to double the suit for the lead twice but asked about diamond bid? No. So, okay, just that summarizes my thoughts as well. Okay, interesting. Walenkin says, always ask slows the game down to a crawl, enables the opponents to avoid some accidents. However, I would recommend always asking on the first round. That approach doesn't eat too much time, and it is rare that the opponents are having a misunderstanding that early. Yeah, that's a really good point. I think this is a strong case, and I think that might echo what Craig and I were saying, because Ali's question was in relation to this auction, one club past two clubs alert. And Craig and I were both like, I think Chris illustrates why Craig and I believed asking about two clubs immediately and directly over two clubs doesn't give away much UI and doesn't cause much of a problem. And it's because it's the first round of the auction, so the opponents know what they're doing, and just always ask on the first round is a good policy. So that's a great way of thinking about it. If I ever play bridge again, then I will look into that. We have 1 minute, but let me take a look at this hand quickly. If we don't get to it right now, then we will take a look later. So no trump, weak. Ugh. Oh, God. Okay, well, this is the reason why someone lost this board. 2 diamonds shows hearts. Double showing diamonds. Sure. King, Jack, 10, 5th. 2 hearts, 3 hearts, asking for a stop. 3 no. We get a heart lead. So heart around to the queen. King of diamonds, looks good. Jack of diamonds to the queen and ace. We decide to run the diamond suit. And then play a spade to the queen. Oh, okay. Hey, Matt. Hello from DC. Hope you're having a blast at the tournament. I didn't see if you were playing in any of the events. I don't think I saw you on VooGraph, but best of luck to you. And we will see you for Bridge Brawl starting next week. Asking when you have 6 or 7 strong clubs is the problem. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It could be. Spade to the queen, huh? I definitely don't like this. Yeah, I definitely don't like spade to the queen before running 2 more diamonds. I think you always can play 2 more diamonds and get the opponents to make a couple more discards. They're gonna give something away when they pitch on these diamonds, most of the time. Like, even good players will give something away when they start discarding here. So I would definitely do that to start with and figure out what to do later about the spade suit. I think that might be the main problem. You queued for day 2 of the mixed. Some great stories, as always, in the mixed event. Best of luck. Go knock 'em dead. Hopefully you get a national title. It is time. We have Rosenthal against Vedanta. We still have 3 minutes until the Hans McAllister match. Are we going to stick with that? Let me, so our choices are Rosenthal Vedanta, Goodman Hell, or the Hans match. Oh, Goodman Hell is a little bit out of reach. Hell is way ahead of Goodman. Oh, that's good for my bracket. I picked my boy, Device. Okay, let's put up a poll. So it's Goodman Hell, Rosenthal Vedanta, or Hans McAllister. Rosenthal Vedanta is quite close and maybe the lowest scoring match. Yeah, this is the lowest scoring match out of all of them. Susan wants to watch the Hans match. Well, you get a vote. So let me go ahead and pull this up. I'm just going to put in the 2 possibilities. And let me get YouTube involved as well. YouTube always outbids everyone else. Hey, Pete. Always watch the Aussies. I know that that is a safe bet, for sure, to always watch the Aussies. I suspect that's what people are going to vote for. But I may as well just get the votes in, pretend like this is a democracy. Aussie match is generally the most fun. Also, Pete, I'm coming for you. I'm going to do some commentary on your match in the Bridge Brawl. You better be ready. I am going to have my eagle eyes focused in on every single bid you make and card you play. No, it's going to be great. I am going to have a great time, and I'm sure all the players will too. It should be a good bit of content for everyone involved. I think either of these matchups will be very worthwhile to kibitz in the final set. You know what we haven't done? We haven't kibitzed someone today. I don't think I will. I know that people want to see the entire match in the 4th quarter, but tomorrow I think I want to kibitz someone at some point. Art DePaulo says Hammond Lal is close. It is. Unfortunately, we just don't have access to all of the matches. The only choices we have are Hans McAllister or Vedanta Rosenthal, or technically Hell Goodman. This match is also on VooGraph, but it is 30 imps, so we'll steer clear of it for the time being. We're in, I think I'm going to close the poll now. I will give you 10 more seconds to get your votes in. All right. How did we do? Everyone wants to, well, most people want to see McAllister. That's where we're going to go. I mean, most people want to see Hans, sorry. Apologies. Let's pull up that table. Don't know if this is... Oh boy. We got an equals/equals. Oh no. Oh no. Other table 3-0, making 4. Yikes. Okay, but also we have a bit of a difference on the very first board. McAllister and Shearson get to 5 diamonds on the East-West cards at the other table. East-West We're allowed to play 3 no trump. North-South preempted all the way up to the 4 level in clubs. We didn't get to see the auction. This is not the feature table I want. I would like to be over in this room, but it looks like this table is not functioning. And Bach says, who's my favorite to win the Vanderbilt? Well, am I supposed to answer honestly? Or am I supposed to just say who I picked in the Bridge Winners poll? Because, like, Team Shori, of course, right? How could we vote against Gavin? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Chat, I have some bad news. This is what's going on in the other room. We just got an equals/equals on every board. So we only get to see one of the tables in play. Here's what I'm going to do. We'll just watch the one table for now. And I will keep my eye on the other room. And let you know if anything changes. And maybe we can bring up the other table. Art DePaulo asks, how about a poll on what kind of degree people have? Math, engineering, computer science, medical? YouTube, do you guys just like voting in polls? Hold on. I can make a poll for this. Okay? Yeah. Let's go ahead and make a poll for whether or not YouTube likes voting in polls. And if you do, then we can put up some polls during the final set. That sounds like a good plan, right? I feel like I might get some response bias here. Because I think the people who like voting in polls might answer the poll about whether or not they like voting in polls. And so we're going to get a lot more yeses than nos. I can test my hypothesis. Anyway, go ahead, get your votes in. Well, this has been a special set of boards, the first couple in this final set. Hans has picked up a bunch on the first board and then a small amount on the second board. Sweet barbecue or vinegar? Are you asking in terms of like potato chip flavors? A spade by South. We also don't know which of Hans, Hung, Wibbly, Edgton we have. Other table is up. Thank you, Jew Guru. I did see that, but it does look like we are in. Okay, yes, YouTube likes voting in polls. All right, YouTube, I'm going to put up some polls. Every hand will have a new poll. There you go. First poll, ready to go. So board 21 in this room over here on the right. Has YouTube been asked as to whether they'd like for me to keep a bingo card? Yes, we did that yesterday, and both Twitch and YouTube preferred no bingo card. I was surprised by that, but that was the vote that we got. It was pretty substantial as well. I think it was like 66 or so or maybe 67 to 33. That number does crop up everywhere, doesn't it? So 4 spades looks like it's going to be a push. I mean, relatively speaking, 4 spades is going to make 10 tricks here, whereas it made 11 in the other room on the left side of the screen. So 1 imp to McAllister brings the margin to 30 with 12 boards to go, but Team Hans pouring on the pressure. We see 2 no-trump north-south at the other table on these cards. 10 count opposite the 12. South opens a spade. Is North going to game force the 12 count? A little bit ratty. A spade, a no-trump. So no, North is not game forcing. I don't think. So 1 spade, 1 no, 2 diamonds. If they're playing Gazilli, this would be limited in some sense on the south hand. Snoo says, think with their style, they definitely can't game force that opposite a first seat favorable opener. I mean, I would tend to agree that if I was playing this type of style, but some players kind of forgo that sort of that belief, that they just think it's okay, especially at imps, to game force hands even if we might only have 22 highs, and that's just fine. Like, defense is hard, and sometimes you end up just making an unmakeable game because the opponents drop a trick. 3 diamonds making 3 for a push. The players are playing super fast. I wonder why. Here's the 5 clubs down 2 board 20. We didn't exactly get to see this in the other room. But is that a reasonable position to get to? I suppose 5 clubs happened over 4 hearts or something, but I can't really imagine how North-South got to 4 hearts. A heart. East decides to start with a takeout double, thinking the hand is too good to overcall 2 clubs. It is an 18 count with a decent 6-card club suit. Partner's a passed hand. They could have started early and the VuGraph operators are like catching up. That's possible, but that would make a lot more sense to me on Love Bridge, where the tablets like record the plays and just delay the feed for us. Oh, this is how we get to 5 clubs. Now I see. Sure. Yeah. All right. I guess I'm on board with this 5 club bid. Maybe a bit aggressive. Maybe just a simple bump to 4 clubs is more than enough on the West cards. Stiff spade could be working. That could have been a better card. Partner could have had a stiff heart. But I think if partner has a stiff heart and you bump to 4 clubs, partner will go. So flat board there, on to board 21. We've somehow caught up with the other room, who has landed in 3 spades north-south. Three diamonds is a big bid by Hung in this auction. So in the meantime, Shearson and McAllister just open a diamond on these cards. Partner make another takeout double with stiff heart. Nah. Not if they just have a 6-card club suit over there. Like if East is really 3-1, 3-6 or 2-1, 4-6, do we really think East is going to make a second takeout double rather than just bidding 3 clubs? You can't really afford to continue just not showing your suit for so long, but it's possible. Pre-recorded. You think shoe on head or pre-recorded? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to end the poll on YouTube. Most people do not play multi. Let me put up another poll. Four, 1, 2, 6. Ops probably don't usually have a 9-card spade fit. Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Like, there's a lot of shapes. But I think for the most part, East is often just going to make their takeout double and bid 3 clubs and be relatively happy they've showed their hand. Twitch Gamba on margin of victory. Sure. I mean, if we're just running polls on everywhere, let's do it. Can I make it easy so you can gain 200k more points? Probably not. Let's try and focus on what's happening at the table. It's going very quickly. We're on to board 22. East-West have reached 3 no. Declare has... 5 tricks in, has 4 more tricks. I mean, this club to the 10 was very dangerous, right? Declare could have just cashed out. 3 more spades and the ace of diamonds. Like, am I missing something? I mean, obviously. Of course I am missing something. Right? Like, we have 5 tricks, 6, 7, 8, 9, and yet we played a club to the 10, which immediately could have resulted in the defense taking the next 6 tricks. A bit unbelievable. And now we decide to play the Queen of Spades? I don't know about that play. Like, what if North really did have Jack 9 third of spades remaining? Wasn't our whole plan to set up the Club Queen for our 9th trick? Whew. Yikes. If you are playing this fast, you're going to make some mistakes. And in the meantime, the other room ends up in 4 spades. So... a bit of a sketchy contract, but Queen of Hearts is on side, King of Diamonds is on side, trumps are 3-2. Looks like Declare is going to make it. This will be one more imp going the way of Hans then. We're on to board 23. South opens a spade, 12 count. That line's weird, but on board 22 for the second segment tomorrow, that one, it's gonna come home. Who does YouTube think is going to win this match? Hans by 83%. I do think we're getting this in super speed up. Like, the play is not happening this quickly, I don't believe. So I don't know what went wrong here, but we'll probably never get an answer. You think they started on time, George Brad says, and the 30-minute delay means that they're just clicking through really fast? Hans picks up the imp on board 22. Board 24, heart opening, a spade overcall, 2 hearts, 2 no trump from South, the 4-card limit or better raise in spades, if you really call it that. On the South cards. It is an 11 count, technically. Not the prettiest one. So this probably goes 3 spades all pass. $11 opposite and overcall? I don't know, man. Like, what's the alternative? You bid 3 spades mixed? If that's what it means. It's kind of yuck. You could just bid 2 spades. It is what it is. I mean, North should definitely just bid 3 spades. Or maybe they have some sort of sophisticated something. 3 clubs, no alert, or at least none by the VuGraph operator, so we don't know what's going on. Scary to invite the non-vulnerable game. Yeah. But it's probably fine. I mean, everyone has their own system over this 2-0. You just use it as much as possible. What's the problem with the 2-0 bid? You have 2 aces? No. I mean, it's a really bad hand, right? These jacks are completely useless cards. That Jack of Hearts is not doing anything. The Jack of Diamonds is not doing anything. The Jack of Clubs is fine, but you would certainly prefer it to be the Jack of Spades, and 4 small trumps is about the worst that you could have. It does really feel like a mixed raise, the south hand, but maybe they don't have a mixed raise available. I think that is very possible. Slow down. Wait, no, go back. Wait a second. Excuse me. Operator. That was not the right result. Missed a pass in there. It's fine. Oh, very surprising. So I put up a poll on YouTube to ask where it's better to watch BradyBot, on YouTube or Twitch, and 100% of respondents said that it's better to watch me on YouTube. That is very shocking. So everyone on Twitch, be aware that it's just better to watch BradyBot on YouTube. I think I could post this in a scientific paper. The people on Twitch don't care. That's probably true. Can't argue with the stats. Why is East not pulling trumps? East just like didn't cash the Queen Jack of Spades went in. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah, like totally okay. Spade exit. East can cash the spade queen and get out a club. So this is going to be 3 spades down 2. No double, no trouble. We do get basically the same auction at the other table. 2 no by south, 3 spades by north. Once again, no double by hung over here. And I think we're going to see about the exact same result. This question is actually interesting to me on YouTube. So it would be helpful if I could get responses to this. I'm not sure that it really matters because the viewership on my live streams might be a little bit biased towards higher level players. But I think I do have a large split in my community between expert and non-expert. So now that we've caught up to the live play, we were on speed up for like 15 minutes. Now for the last 6 boards, we're gonna slow things down a bit. Oh boy, that is a big hand for Shearson. 21, 5 solid spades. Huh. So pass by north, not quite good enough for them to open. 2 clubs, 1 spade. East opens a spade. So spade, 2 spades. I mean, the practical bid is probably 4 diamonds on the east hand. The splinter. And that is what Olivia chooses. I think this is kind of the simplest plan on the east cards. Hans and Hung are going to have a strong club sequence on this board. So we're going to get a little bit of a difference in the way the auction proceeds. West opposite the diamond splinter decides that just the heart queen and the stiff club is not good enough to pursue the slam. That makes sense. Yeah, I can definitely understand West's thinking. I mean, the stiff club is really good. But maybe 3 small trumps is not the greatest. Obviously, the king, jack, 10, 5th of diamonds opposite the stiff is not good. So what's the deal? Like, this can technically make double dummy, but in practice, well, I mean, 12 tricks can technically make double dummy, but in practice, declare is only going to take 11 of them. Olivia decides to start rough and clubs, club rough, king of diamonds to pitch a heart, heart to the ace, club rough, diamond rough. Papa Smurf says 12 tricks now. In 4 spades. I mean, is that true? Where are we getting rid of our club or heart loser? I'm not sure I see it. It looks like it's only going to be 11. I mean, again, I've been wrong before. But I do suspect that Declare is going to take 11 tricks from here. Only in 4, though. Wait, what? Aren't Hans and Hung a precision pair? What happened? Oh, we have to have the names switched. That must be what's going on. So this is Wibbly and Edgeton over here. Hans and Hung are sitting north-south at this table. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, so we get a strong 2 club opening bid on the East cards. A little bit of a divergence. Do they play the Gru system? No, they don't. No, they don't. They just play... Hans and Hung play a strong club and all seats, all vulnerabilities. So 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 spades, 3 spades. East can make a slam try. I mean, maybe East will just bid 4 spades. It is kind of a minimum 2 club opener. Like, yes, you have all 5 key cards in the Trump Queen. I get it. But you still have a lot of losers to deal with. And West... While West could have a little bit extra for this 3 spade bid, you really do need a lot for 6 spades to be coming home. Like, what's the best hand West could have? I guess West could have a stiff heart and king, queen, 4th of clubs, and that would do it. So maybe you bid non-serious 3-0. You get that 4 club cue from West, 4 diamonds, 4 spades, all pass. So 3-0. Hans... I mean, it's not so clear that Hans should Q-bid, but he does. I like the decision to Q-bid, of course. This feels like the right auction to me. Although the 4 heart bid from Hans is going to look like that perfect hand that West has. Jed G says you have 2 Q-bids, not good to suppress both. It's not so much about having controls in the suits. It's like, is West's hand slam positive? And I'm not sure. Like, there are positives and negatives with the West hand. 4 hearts is last train. I mean, sure, fine. But does West really have a last train bid? Probably not. Papa Smurf says, why is there no VU-graph on BBO? That's a very sensitive question. We don't talk about that. They decided they were hosting it on RealBridge. That's why. That's the simple answer. West made 3 tries. Right, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is that... And so Hung does sign off. So this is going to be the end of the auction, of course. Like, the 5-card diamond suit is great. The Jack 10 isn't as good as, like, King Queen empty 5th. Because King Queen 5th opposite Ace Doubleton would be a pretty good suit for trick taking, whereas King Jack 10 5th might only score 2 tricks. Three-note could be serious. Yeah, it could be. I'm a little bit torn as to whether or not Hung should be making a serious or non-serious try. Like once again, look, I mean, you have 5 key cards in the Trump Queen. I guess you're supposed to make some sort of slam tries with the hand. The West hand is good if partner has 6 or more spades. But, like, it's not as if the West hand is good if partner has Ace Queen 3rd of diamonds, right? Or Ace Queen Doubleton. But the West hand is not very good if partner has other diamond holdings. And I know East is supposed to have a lot of high card points. Oh my god, Hans bid again. So I guess 3-0 was serious, right? Oh boy, we have action. Ace Doubleton or Queen Doubleton is fine, but you don't have an entry, right? Like, you can't pull trumps and then have an entry to the West hand. So your King Jack 10 5th of diamonds is going to provide 1 or 2 tricks on offense, on average. Oh, yes, sorry, Pete. We identified this earlier. Hans and Hung play precision, so this is Wibbly and Edgton. Good call. Yes. I should stop looking at the names. I will try and remember. Wibbly and Edgton, East-West, in the slam-going auction. And East heard enough. East was like, well, I don't know what to respond to keycard with 5 keys and the Trump Queen. I'll tell you what, 5 spades. The very rare 2 or 5 with the Queen of Trumps. How many of you out there knew that? You know, wait, I can post this poll on YouTube to ask. That's what we've been doing. Will, you've asked and received that response. That's pretty good. That's actually excellent. I mean, it looks like Wibbly didn't know because he just bid 6 spades. No, I'm totally joking. He probably was just like, I have done enough, and I have to imagine that that 6 spades has some play. South leads a frickin' club against 6 spades. Oh my. What a lead. So does this contract actually make, or does it go down? I made the bold claim earlier that double dummy 6 spades can make. How confident am I that that's true? Ace of diamonds, club rough, king of diamonds, pitch a heart, diamond covered and roughed. I don't think this can make. Papa Smurf says if he roughs 2 clubs, and then what? Rough's a diamond and South doesn't stick in the heart 10. But if South sticks in the heart 10, then the 9 of hearts is a problem. It's getting very interesting, the play on this hand. So let's say we go club rough, diamond to the ace, club rough, king of diamonds, diamond rough, and then we play 4 rounds of spades. So we're in hand with the ace 9 6 of hearts and the queen 5 small of hearts. North has to find a discard from the king jack 8 deuce of hearts. And so if North discards the 2 of hearts, declare can make it. You lead the 6 of hearts, 7, small 8, North is end played. You lead the 6 of hearts, 10, queen, king, North is end played into giving the ace 9 of hearts a trick. So North has to pitch the 8 of hearts in that end position to avoid the end play. Then it can go 6 of hearts, 7, 3, deuce. Or, yeah. So I don't think that works. Oh, but yes, Papa Smurf is correct that what we can do is effectively just start cross-roughing. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, yeah, Papa Smurf is right. Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. Now, is this the best line of play? So what Declare could do, okay, listen up, children. We can pitch, it doesn't matter, a heart or club on this trick. Rough a diamond, the diamonds become good. But make sure we rough a diamond with the 10 of spades here. Very important. If we rough with the 3 of spades, we can no longer make the contract. Do you see why? So then we rough a club, and then we play 2 top spades. North can do their best to unblock the jack and 9, but then we exit the 3 of spades. This trick comes back immediately because North is heart tight. They have to lead away from the heart king, but that also gives us access to the stranded diamond winners in the west hand. I mean, I don't believe this is a realistic line of play. I think that even just playing for 4-4 clubs makes a lot more sense than this. Hey, we got the names updated. Wibley, Edgeton, Neeson, and Van de Pavard over here on the right table. So wait a second. First question, did that score correction come through? Yes, board 23 has been score corrected. So this is the correct score of the match right now. 105 to 90. It's a 15-imp match. There's 5 compares left. I did ask for double dummy. Thank you, Papa Smurf. You're so right. I mean, I find it interesting to see if double dummy lines succeed, but I also find it interesting to find out if double dummy lines are practical in terms of what Declare should play for, because they're two different things. And oftentimes, I do think the answer is yes, double dummy lines are practical, and Declare could play for them. Oh, way to go, YouTube chat. Most of you knew that a 5-spade response to keycard, or 4 no trump keycard, showed 5 keycards, or could have 5 keycards. I do find the single suit squeeze position very interesting, though, on the north-south cards. It's fascinating that if you had played out the hand that way and pulled a 4th round of trumps, North would have to pitch exactly the 8 of hearts to... well, could North pitch the Jack of Hearts, maybe? No. North would have to pitch exactly the 8 of Hearts. Yeah, you can make because North held not the 2 of spades. It's called a gambit. To give up a trick in the hopes that the return forced by giving up the trick earns you at least 2 tricks, which would have happened here. Fascinating stuff. Okay, well, we have another big swing coming on board 26, right? 4 hearts went down 1 at one table, but Neeson and Van de Pavard are in 4 spades here. The spades do split. Diamond King is offside. So this contract is going to come home. The match is going to be very tight with just 4 comparisons left. McAllister is going to pick up 11 imps here for making 620. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And in the meantime, McAllister and Shearson have landed themselves in a 4-3 heart fit on board 27. And it looks like Declare could be in a little bit of trouble if South pushes a diamond throw, tapping them. All right, Van de Pavard cashes the ace of spades, another spade, pulling all of the trumps. Now can do his best to safety play the diamond suit for just 1 loser. So something like cash the ace of diamonds, maybe. Very practical. $11 imps. The match is within 4. We had such a slow start to the day for these two teams, and now we are all over the place. Double-digit swings galore. I mean, McAllister came in kind of knowing that they needed a couple of swings, and they have produced. 4 boards left to go. East-West in this 2-heart partial at the 1 table with Shearson and McAllister. Snoo says, Ace of Diamonds seems weird when he can rough 2 clubs and make 11 with the King Doubleton on side. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't really following the play. So maybe it was a bit lazy. 1 no, pass, pass. Wibbly. 4 spades. Okay. That contract is not going to make. There are an awful lot of losers in a spade contract. So this is going to be another swing for McAllister, I suspect. Jedji, you like that bid? Are you from Australia by any chance? I'm just asking for a friend. I mean, I know a lot of my chatters do like to be hyper aggressive with preempts. You're not, but maybe at heart? There you go. I'm sure they would be happy to have you. It's a lot. I think it's a style thing. It's obviously not the worst bid in the world. Like, sometimes it just works. Your partner puts down the King of Hearts and King of Spades, and you just wrap this contract. Does Wibbly think he's losing? I think Wibbly's honestly in a perpetual state of believing that his team is behind. That's maybe unfair. I don't know. I think honestly it's just like his style to make bids like this. It could work. I do suspect with this type of hand, especially all of these queens and the no trump opener on your left, even though it's a weak no trump, it's somewhat likely that your left-hand opponent has some of these major suit kings. But it could definitely have worked. Not today, though. Now, the real question is, will Shearson even make 2 hearts? So diamond to the queen comes. Shearson could elect to ruff this trick. I mean, so far she's taken 0 tricks. And she does ruff. Ace of spades. Spade ruffing finesse. North will get in with the king. No? Fascinating. What's her plan? So diamond ruff. Gotta lead a club up, right? So spade ruff. Oh, the diamonds have come home. Okay, but king of diamonds ruff. Ace of hearts, and then the defense is going to take, like, the rest of the tricks, right? Almost. You could lead a club at that point. This is going to be a hilarious push. I think 4 spades is going down more than 1. Oh, maybe not. Not with South going ace, king, and a club. Yikes. How did that happen? Declare ditches their diamond loser. And now with the hearts 3-3, Declare is just going to lose a spade and a heart. Down 1. So it is a push. Oh man, saved. What a great result. At least on the left side of the screen. Defeating 2 hearts. Beautifully done. The boring push. Hey, Mike Giesler. This is a test. Is that you saying that you want more polls on YouTube? Okay, we can get some more polls going. No spoilers, but some final results are in. Okay. Yeah, no spoilers, chat. At least not for this match. I think it's okay to spoil other matches because we're not watching it anyway. No, you wanted to chat? Just figured it out? Well, welcome to the chat. And I know YouTube has been craving for more polls, so there you go. I hit you with one. Did East psych? Yeah. East psyched. Yes, East did psych. That is what happened. Your mom wanted to learn bridge because of Hercule Poirot. So I'm not that familiar with literary characters, but that one is one of my favorite. I have loved Agatha Christie. For sure, Mike. Ask away. That's why I'm doing the streaming. I like chatting with people. I pronounced your name right, you would be a first. I barely pronounce chat names correctly. So 3 boards to go. North-south get to 4 spades after this adventurous psych from Shearson here. Favorable. So obviously Shearson thinks that they're way behind at this point. I have not been following carefully enough on their scorecard to know if she's correct in that belief. Does 4 spades make? Great question. All of the diamonds are on side. The spades split. Doesn't look like there's much trouble for Declare. Especially after the Ace King of Hearts, now Declare just needs the singular diamond finesse. Queen of Clubs comes back. So Declare can knock out the spade ace. Karen says, what is a psych? Is it just a false bid since she's opening a heart with 3 weak hearts? Basically. So a psych is I think it's technically defined as in quotations, gross distortion of your shape and or high card points. And so in this case, East had a gross distortion of her shape because a 1 heart opening would promise 5 hearts systemically. I mean, maybe it would promise 4, and from a technical standpoint, in the ACBL, it might not be considered a psych because a 1 card deviation from your expected length is acceptable. So in 3rd seat, sometimes you can open with 4, and therefore I suppose opening with 3 is not really considered psych, but normally people doing this, we would call it a psych just because it is a pretty big distortion of what her hand is supposed to look like. That's the simple answer. If you're looking for technical stuff, which I don't think you are, then you would need to get a bit more detailed on the rules of this stuff. Tough bid for South on the right side of the screen. Oh my God. Look. Instead of the absolute cinema emote, which this of course is, Wibbly is in a perpetual state of believing he's losing the match. You want to hear what a psych is? Oh, it's not even a psych, is it? They're playing transfers over a club, is it right? Is that what's actually happening? Wibbly is playing transfers over a club, so 1 spade denies a 4-card major. Someone please tell me that's true. Please tell me that's true. All right, a club passes spade, South doubles. Yeah, so that's what's going on. Okay, Wibbly didn't psych. Wibbly is bidding normal on his hand. One spade denied a 4-card major from East. That's it. South doubled to show spades. North bid 2 spades, 3 clubs by Wibbly, and South bids 3 no. Okay. So what is North going to do over 3 no? Is North going to bid 4 spades, thinking that his partner actually has spades for the double? Or is North going to say, oh, partner might have been stuck, so I'm going to give them some room? This double followed by 3 no sequence sounds like South just has a mountain of points. Huh. Well, I'll tell you one thing. 3 no is not going to be successful. So North pulls to 4 spades. Okay. And now East on lead. Like, probably you lead a heart. But maybe East is going to lead their 5-card club suit. Okay, Wibbly leads the second best club. Ooh. We have some spice happening on the left side of the screen here. Strong club by Hung. A diamond, negative. West bids a no trump, showing both minors. Only 5-4, vulnerable. North doubles. Probably to show effectively a strong no trump. East bids 3 clubs. I mean, I actually don't know what the double is, but my guess is this is effectively supposed to be some sort of strong no trumpy type hand. Suggesting penalties. So 3 clubs, pass, pass. I don't know what Hung is going to do here. It looks like he has a couple of good options available to him. Obviously, he can double again for penalty, which looks like it's going to be his choice. And how bad is this going to go? Oh, never mind. Hans pulls, so maybe the second double was takeout. Papa Smurf says double is 18 plus. Interesting. Why would it be? He's already showed 16 plus. He's playing a strong club. That seems like a really arbitrary distinction to just say, oh, now I have 2 extra high card points. I don't think that's what's going on. So people asked whether or not 4 spades actually makes. It wasn't hard in the Hans and Hung room because the defense basically did Declare's job for them. They cashed a couple of hearts, then they exited a club, and there was no danger in forcing North to use their entry too early in the play with that club ruff. Here, after a club lead, heart to the king, West can continue a club. Declare could play another heart, but West could win and force Declare to ruff the 3rd round of clubs immediately. You can only cash 1 heart to pitch a diamond at that point before taking a diamond finesse, but then you are perpetually stuck in the south hand. You might still get away with it. No, the 9 of spades is a problem. Oh my god. I think the queen of clubs coming back now will defeat four spades. If Edgton finds it. And it does kind of look reasonable to play back the club queen, right? Declare's playing on hearts. It's not as if playing back a club is going to set up a trick because you know your partner has 5 from the auction. That 3 club bid is definitely a 5-card suit. But it does look reasonable to force out one of Declare's trumps. Will says the 5 of spades telegraphs the spade problem. That's true too. Yeah, I think we may well see a game swing here. I mean, Edgton is mulling things over. I think obviously knows that this heart lead up must be queen of hearts, at the very least. Probably queen jack, given that he has the 10. And then, of course, board 29 looks like a really strong result for Team Hans once again. They get to 4 spades despite only having an 18 count opposite a 2 count. I mean, it looks like they were getting somewhat rich against 3 clubs. They could have collected 2 spades, a heart, a diamond ruff, and 2 club tricks. But 620 is going to be worth a whole lot more. Or 650, I suppose. Hung, what a joker. Elects not to take the club finesse at trick 1, even though West showed both minors in the auction, which is reasonable. And then immediately leads back the queen of clubs to find out if he did the wrong thing. Or sorry, Hans. Hans is the one declaring. Ace of clubs, queen of clubs. You got it? No, you don't cover? Okay, well, that's fine. Next time I'll do better. Doesn't end up mattering as long as the heart suit comes home. Declare is going to be in pretty good shape. So heart to the king holds. But West duck too? Well, Declare ruffed the queen of clubs, right? That's what's going on here. We are in a spade contract after all. Yeah, a friendly West would also play the king on the second round. Could East duck? I mean, I guess. Like, sure, I suppose. We're getting into some real Twilight Zone ideas. PJF says Nabil played the club queen. I think we're all a little bit Nabil today, don't you? Yeah, so we're seeing the problem here. Declare was forced to ruff that third round of clubs and now is just in trouble. The Queen of Hearts cashes, but if we play another heart, East gets to ruff in. And then regardless of what happens from there on out, we get stuck in dummy. Can't take the diamond finesse. And if we don't play another heart, we could even lead a diamond to the 10, which will win, but then we exit the king of spades, East wins, plays back the spade 10. Even if there was some way to end play East so that they would have to lead a minor suit, a club lead through would prevent Declare from getting to the north hand because of West 9 of spades. Yeah, Our DePaulo says Team Hans wins because their team bids a bunch of games and slams, and they fight for the part scores by having better defense. That does tend to be the way that you win these imp events. If you're aggressive at bidding games and slams, but most importantly, you can actually take your tricks, that pays off in the end. Ultimately, it was a very close match at the end of the day. I mean, it's not entirely over yet. But with 4 spades going down at this table, it does seem like Team McAllister's time is running out. Bid better and play better, it is easy. The So versus Ivatary match is one of the few that isn't complete yet. I mean, it could be a tie going into the final few boards. Is 4 spades down on any return by Wibbly? It is. Yeah. Because even on a club return and declare roughs high, well, that would just promote a trump trick. So I guess it would be very over at that point. Actually, a club return is probably best. Because if Declare happened to have 9 doubleton of spades, like Wibbly doesn't know that that's not what's going on, then on a spade return, Declare could win the queen, spade to the 9, jack of hearts pitch a diamond and claim. Similarly, on a diamond return, ace of diamonds, queen of spades, the 10 falls, spade to the 9. So a club return gives them an actual chance. And there it is. Good play by Wibbly. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it kind of didn't matter what he did. But 117 to 101, we got 2 more boards to play. We're almost done with the action at the McAllister, Shearson, Hans and Hung table. The Drury sequence. Looks like Declare is in the midst of making, what? 1, 2, 3, 4 more tricks. So 2 spades just in on the final board. Not going to be a good enough result for Team McAllister, I have to say. Unfortunately for them, it looks like they are going to be eliminated. But they shouldn't feel bad about their performance. This is a very difficult Hans team to play four-handed. Oh boy. So Van de Pavard opens a heart on the 18 count. Pass by South. I think if your system doesn't allow you to bid a no trump on the South hand, you're probably doing the wrong thing. 3-card trump support, especially with a singleton, is probably good enough to show as a non-constructive raise to 2 hearts. But West balances. North gets to reopen with a double. 3 diamonds by Wibbly. South now competes to 3 hearts. Is Van de Pavard going to bid 4 hearts? Or is he just going to sit in the part score? He does bid the game. So very fortunate that Edgerton did balance. Very understandable balance, though, of course, with the 11 high card points and good 12 high card points, good 5-card diamond suit. Oh, let's do this, right? Let's do this. This always happens. Seeing double for a second. Oh, question from the YouTube chat. When is the round of 16 starting tomorrow? I believe we're starting at the exact same time, which is going to be 11 a.m. Eastern time. That is including the 30-minute delay. So I will try and get here a little bit before that, maybe 10:45, maybe 10:50, somewhere in that vicinity, and start up the stream so that we don't miss any of the action. But before we go today, I am going to check out the results, or at least the ones that we have, if there aren't any missing. And then we can look at what matchups we will have for tomorrow. Oh, this is lovely. It's great to see a bunch of chat spam about whether or not banned players are allowed. This really is the worst site to kibitz a game. Thank you, Ted is alone. I wonder why you're alone. Do you think it's because of the negative attitude? Or do you think that it's because of the failure to capitalize the first word in every sentence? So Ace of Diamonds, not much to the play here in 4 hearts. Schedule says 9:30. Wait, what do you mean 9:30? 9:30 local time? It should be 10:30. Are you in Mountain Time Zone, George Brad? Is that why you're saying 9:30 to me? Because I think the tournament site is going to start the match at 10:30. Or, wait, am I backwards? Yes, I'm backwards. No, you're correct. If the schedule says 9:30, then with the 30-minute delay, that would be 10 local time. And because they are on Central Time, I am on Eastern Time. So it will be 11 a.m. Eastern is when the actual first board starts. There, we got it. So I quoted the correct time. No one panic. Schmeeble, you don't mind Real Bridge, but you're just happy to have some sort of coverage of the event. That is not an acceptable attitude. We need to be more perfectionist about this. We care that the quality is low. We need to do better. Yeah, Edgton could have passed out a heart, but I do not think that is the right decision. It's really just because Neeson didn't respond with a singleton and 3-card trump support. I think that's the main issue here, that it's not like it's Edgton's fault the opponents forgot to bid their cold game. So heart switch to the king. If Wibbly goes ace and a heart, the hand is all but over. Declare can then ruff the club, ruff a diamond back to hand, pull trumps, and run the spade suit to pitch the other club, which is exactly what's going to happen. So this will be an over trick, in fact, in 4 hearts. An 8 count, Edgton had a 12 count in balancing seat. You might have miscounted the ace of diamonds, which was led at trick 1. Like if you want to see the full hand going back here. There it is. Roam says, don't see the downside of Real Bridge, absent organization. It's a great site on which to play. Most people say that they enjoy playing on Real Bridge, which I've never done it, but I appreciate that, if that's what you want. To me, I just think that the graphics on here look like they're from the 1990s, which is, I think, not okay, given that we're a quarter of the way into the next century. So if they give Real Bridge a makeover and make it visibly look like BBO or Into Bridge or Fun Bridge or something, then that would be great. That would be a big win. Love Bridge is most flexible, BZL says. It is pretty nice. Love Bridge has a lot of nice kind of menuing and setup options for viewing. And a lot of players actually enjoy playing on the tablets too. I would be okay if Bridge just went exclusively to Love Bridge tablets. Or maybe not Love Bridge, but some sort of tablets. I would be okay with that. That would probably feel like a pretty big upgrade. So last board, it is a 15 imp match. I do believe that Hans is going to make it through. Final couple of bids. Wibbly and Edgton once again being a little bit more aggressive than at the other table. You'd be sad if they went to tablets? Yeah. There's probably a better solution. But I think that would be fine. A lot of people seem to prefer playing on the tablets. They like it because of the security, the added security benefits. And it gives us a much better record of the actual play because the players just get recorded. Nice showing from J-Mac. Is that what we're calling him? J-Mac? They did good. But at the end of the day, as is often the case, the better teams are the ones that just persevere towards the end in these close matches. As an unrelated question, is it legal in the ACBL to open 2 no trump on 2-4-6-1? Or are the no trump restrictions just on opening 1 no? The no trump restrictions are just for opening 1 no trump. That is correct. I know that there are some things that are not allowed for 2 no openers, but it's definitely not as strict. Like, can you do it with the hand you posited? This is a 20 count, but it's 6-4 and 2 suits. I don't actually know the answer to this. Because that is defined as an unbalanced hand. George Bread says that's legal. Well, I don't care about the singletons. I care about the 10 cards and 2 suits. Because 10 cards and 2 suits is defined specifically as unbalanced. And there might be some restrictions on opening 2 no with an unbalanced hand and alerting your opponents that it is balanced. So I don't know the answer. I'm sorry. Someone did this after a tank versus your parents. I mean, you're of course allowed to psych, right? Like, psychs are okay. So just like one instance of a hand, the question is, if you're trying to determine it's a psych, do they have an agreement about this? Do they make this type of psych often, like 2 no trump on very ridiculous shapes? And it's a little bit intention. Like, if they intended it as a psych, it will be less strictly punished. Yeah, Will says the no trump restrictions on singletons, 10 cards, and 2 suits do apply to 2 no openers. Okay, good to know. Are you sure that the small singleton does, Will? 5 imps to McAllister on the last board. It is not enough, though. Let's check in on all of the results. On the scoreboard, let's take a look at the top teams. Oh my God. Okay, we'll get there. Fleischer brings home the victory. Nickel also cruises. Zimmerman, like I said, this third segment set the tone, and Zimmerman crushes Ash in the fourth. But Anderson, after being ahead by 64 going into the final set, they only pick up 13 imps in their final segment, but it is enough to hang on and win by 7. Ooh, a scare, but they make it through. Rosenthal and Vedanta. What happened there? This match was just neck and neck for 3 sets and then a 60 imp victory for Rosenthal. Rubenstein way ahead of Wildowski. Hans defeats McAllister. Looks like the final score was adjusted a little bit. Shori crushes Goldberg. Lol over Hammond. Zhao and Dunitz is not in yet, but Zhao had a 31 imp lead, although we see that that was not necessarily safe in some of the other matches. Bianchi dominates Simpson. That kills my bracket a little bit. Grossack got the forfeit victory earlier. Overdeck and Cole is still playing. Amoyles won. Hell defeats Goodman. Ivaturi over So. So our boy, Device, he makes it through. Maybe we'll get to see him play tomorrow. I think I picked every single matchup correctly so far, including if these two matches finish the way they started the third set, except my bracket is dead because Simpson is out, and I might have picked them to go to the finals. Oops. My bad. Better luck next year. Device's daughters both queued high in the mixed. So what mixed event is going on right now? Is this the mixed... This is the spring? Is it the mixed border match? The Rockwell mixed pairs. Okay. Got it. Very good. All right, chat. Everyone calm. Let's maybe we can make a Bridge Winners post to find out this information. I wasn't trying to start a riot. We'll just take a breath. Can you get your points? Of course, absolutely. What happened? Hans won by 18. I vaguely remember the poll. Choose prediction outcome. Hans wins less than 31 imps. Boom. Congratulations. Okay, one quick refresh of the scoreboard. We're still missing those two matches, but we'll have to wait and see till tomorrow. So in the round of 16, we do have these matchups coming in tomorrow. Fleischer, Ivatari, Nickelhell, Zimmerman and Moyles, Anderson against question mark, Rosenthal and Grossack. Two teams with a lot of history facing up against each other. Rubenstein, Bianchi. Hans is through, and Shori up against Hemant Lal, Reese Milliner, Zia Mahmood, David Gold, Auken, and Welland. That's going to be a close match. John, I would be a good guest on McAllister's podcast, The Setting Trick. I mean, sure. If he wants to reach out, he knows where to find me. So I'd be happy to talk with him about it. But we do have history, John and I. And I feel like I'm probably not going to be a guest on the podcast anytime soon. But obviously, if people watch his podcast or listen to his podcast and you want to recommend guests for the event, you can put my name in there. I'm not opposed to people advertising, if that's what you want to see. You want to see a discussion about Bridge? I'm happy to try and coordinate. We'll see if we can make it happen. Okay, good stream for today. Unfortunately, the stream cut out a little bit in the middle, at least on Twitch, so I apologize about that. That was Twitch's fault, not on my end, unfortunately. Nothing I could do about that. But we'll be back again tomorrow. And so we start up around 11 a.m. Eastern time is when the first match is going to start. I'll try and turn the stream on a little bit earlier, just so that we can get a bit of a preview and maybe check out the latest drama on Bridge Winners. We'll see. Maybe some people haven't seen my post yet, and so we'll get a bunch more comments overnight. But thanks for hanging out. Have a great day, everyone. Take care, and I will see you all next time.